Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to the North American GA Online Weekly Regional. My name is NEETfull, and of course, joining me with Serene Balance Podcast is Garrett. Garrett, how are you today?
Amazing, amazing, NEETfull. So much Grand Archive this weekend, right?
There is a lot of Grand Archive this weekend. Even last weekend. It is crazy how many regionals are essentially trying to slot in a regional slot before we get to the North American Nationals next week. This is just an absolute crazy amount of GA leading not this weekend, but also next weekend too.
Yeah, you need to practice somewhere, right? Best place is a regional. Wait, is it?
Yeah, I would say you're gonna see a lot of different decks, and it's probably the closest you're gonna get to an Ascent level event where you're gonna see that many deck lists in a row. So it's a great way to be able to test to see, not only you test a local, you see the same decks. This is a way that you can test across the world, kind of see what people are brewing up, kind of what they're doing, and give your kind of idea, is this deck worth taking to nationals? Or some cases, maybe you have something in the back burner, say, would it do well in these matchups that I'm seeing? So this is, again, for different skill levels, different ways. This is essentially the training ground, the way to get ready for nationals. Or if you're not playing nationals, the Ascent as well. So it is an absolute crazy amount, as we said, crazy amount of Grand Archive coming up.
For sure, for sure. And especially another fun fact about all those regionals leading up to the nationals for the US and also the upcoming Ascent in Las Vegas and the other nationals is that you have a lot of data to look through, right? For example, in Southeast Asia and Singapore happened the Celestia Cup, was it called? The Apex Guild regional with almost 200 players attending. So there's a lot of data to scrape from. Don't scupper those and check up all those funny deck lists. I have seen a few very interesting ones, I have to say.
Oh, there is a ton. There is a ton of crazy deck lists that are out there. For one, we've seen the return of Jin, which is absolutely insane to see both fire and water Jin come back and put up results. That's the big thing. Is sometimes you see a rogue Jin get there and say, "Oh, just a one-off Jin." We've seen multiple Jins, top 8, top 16, a lot of these events. We have seen, of course, the return of the Boogeyman, depending on if you played an MRC. We've seen the return of Slimes with the unbanning of Baby Gray in light of the banning of Baby Green, which turns out Baby Green was not the card that Slimes was cared about back in the day.
Yeah, my nightmares. I'm not sleeping very good recently after the last ban and restriction list. I'm haunted by an evil spirit, you could say.
Listen, I get it. And that's actually going to be kind of a tie-in to our first round that we're going to see going in here, is we are going to see Fire Slimes as one of the first deck, and as well, a good highlight to kind of show a deck that we have seen before in the past. We have seen it do well with various players at different skill levels. We have seen this deck top 8 multiple events. We have seen it make multiple day 2s. So it is a very strong deck that you're seeing come back into the light because of the Baby Gray returning. And then of course we've seen another tried and true deck list with some new kind of tweaks, mainly for the meta, not necessarily new cards, but new outlook to how the meta is going to be, and that is Fire Dao-Chan as well, which is again another deck list that is probably one of the premier aggro decks in the format at the moment.
It is for sure a very tried and true deck on both sides for the first round's matchup, right? Fire Slime's always present. It never really left at all, right? I feel like everyone who still plays Fire Slimes has never stopped playing it at all. And the good old Fire Diao-chan, it just tries to burn you down very quickly and very efficiently with basically double dipping into resources with the champion ability here. So gonna be hot in here.
Oh, very, very much so. That's one thing about Fire Slimes too, is it is in a sense, it kind of plays like an aggro deck as well. And it's one of those decks that you cannot let it, for two things. You don't want it to gain influence. You do not want it to go +1. That is one of the biggest things, that if Slimes ever goes +1, you are in a much more difficult level 3 game plan into them. And then two, you do not want to let them have an uncontested level 3 turn, because there is a chance they could just do 15, 20 damage on their turn 3, and you just kind of have to just be aware, like, hey, this is something I can't let them do, because I'm probably dead if they hit the 3.
I think I heard somewhere that you actually like to play Slimes quite a bit, right? And as a non-very avid slime player, what is worse for you? Negating the dungeon guide going to level 3 or negating the slime that you activate with the buff counters?
I don't want to give away that answer, but it is definitely the slime. Getting rid of the slime is a lot more backbreaking than hitting the dungeon guide, because if you hit the dungeon guide, we're just going to wait a turn and then go. So if you don't kill us that turn, we don't care. Dealing with the slime makes the rest of our game plan so much harder because we don't apply pressure at 3.
And here we have the first round starting already. It seems like Rosie won the die roll and gets to glimpse with his wonderful spirit. And look at all those colors. I'm already amazed.
That is the most adorable setup I have ever seen in my life. This is how Fire Dao-Chan was meant to be played.
You think so? I believe she also won a regional with someone of the same list here. So for sure not short on practice here. And one of the best plays early on for Fire Dialchan, the Firebloom Flourish on the board. It's one of the cards that fuels the deck. Usually when you are playing an aggro deck, you run into the issue of not having enough resources during the game. Firebloom Flourish allows you to basically recoup one more card in your influence every turn. If you are below 4 or exactly 4 influence. And it also deals damage to your opponent. So you get all the good things you want here.
Yeah, this is essentially make or break for this deck. If we talk about we of course we see decks like Razor Gale, they want Razor Gale. We have of course Slimes, they want to see a +1. And well, there's a second one. This is kind of the start you want to see as Fire Dialchan. This not only are you seeing the key card in the deck, but you're seeing 2 of them. That is pretty strong.
That is indeed very strong. And Sangorio here, I think one of the players who almost never missed any online regional for that matter, going with his favorite deck here, Slimes again, as we already mentioned, activating the Creative Shock and discarding one of the more recent additions to the deck, the Ghastly Slime. How ghastly do you think NEETfull this one is?
Oh, listen, Ghastly Slime is probably one of the best pieces that we got for Fire, of course, besides Baby Gray coming back. But in terms of Ghastly is one of those where it's not a floating memory, so you don't have to necessarily worry about Merlin eating it. And then 2 is if it's still in your graveyard at the time you hit 3, that's going to come out as essentially a 2-cost 4 damage for pretty much nothing. And in case scenarios where you don't have another Slime to play, heaven forbid, you have to go to 3 with no cards, you can still play it from your graveyard as the alternative cost for Sylvie. So it is an incredibly strong card just across the board because of just how versatile it is, and it sits in your graveyard and comes back with almost equal to what Ethereal Slime can put out.
Oh, that is interesting. It's basically a hand extension is what you are saying here. What the Gaia Blessing does from the material deck is what the Ghastly Slime does from the graveyard. Very interesting.
And you keep influence. That is another big factor to it.
Speaking of influence, Sangorio here just increasing his influence. Drawing 1 with the Baby Grays on enter by showing 2 slimes. One of them was a Storm Slime, and then just burning the blob to draw 2 more cards.
Yeah, this is how you want it. This is what the essentially, if we had to say that, what is the cookie route for both of these decks? This is it. Got tongue twister there. But this is where you want to see. You want to, of course, with Dialchan, you want to see Firebloom Flourish. And Slimes, you want it in your first 2 turns of the game. You want to be able to go +1. And both decks have now achieved that goal. So we're kind of seeing both decks now, in this case, engines running at full steam. So now it comes down to, can Fire Dialchan find the kill before we see Sangorio hit 3 and just potentially push lethal as well with only having a 19 health pull.
What would you say who is in the driver's seat here right now? If we are looking at Rosie's board, she has 2 Firebloom Flourish, 1 Freckle of Sparks, leveled up, and also is now throwing around with a few Sparkle Lights here, putting damage a little bit on Sangorio here, and he has no board. Is this like a state known to you?
Yeah, this is actually very common for modern Fire Slimes, is to not have a board. A lot of times, mainly because you are sacrificing a lot of it to get the influence. Because the basic idea with Slimes is, if you don't have the way to go +1 prior to that, you're going to use the level 2 Sylvie to generate that +1. But if you're generating it in other means, you're not really necessarily worried about having early game pressure per se. You're more worried about having that more extended level 3, having options in your hand once you hit there. So the biggest key here is, for 1, drawing Dungeon Guide, and 2, being able to have a follow-up slime that can either end the game here or put enough pressure to stop the onslaught the Fire Dialchan's attempting to do. Which, to say who's in the driver's seat right now, it's pretty tough because of how both these decks, again, as we mentioned, are running now at full steam.
Let's see if Sangorio has a Dungeon Guide after this level up to put out the fire. That is Rosie cheering on her side here with all those Fantasias on the board. Oh, 3 down. Dungeon Guide, it happened. It's almost like you are getting kind of disappointed if it doesn't happen, if your opponent goes to level 3 and has a Dungeon Guide, right?
Yeah, at this point, Especially with how much this deck draws now, it's like it's a blessing if they don't have Dungeon Guide.
So it's the guide's blessing and not the slimes one. I see.
Oh, 100%.
What advanced slime are we seeing now? Is it maybe just the ghastly one from the graveyard here?
I mean, most common play would be the ethereal, just because it draws you a card. But
Ooh,
the
the
other one, as I
storm
mentioned,
slime.
about to say, the other one is storm, because if we have enough slimes in our graveyard, if we hit nothing but slime so far to our route to 3, then that's 5 damage here, 5 damage on the swing with storm. So that's 10 damage in essentially a free card play. So when you're Dao Chen and don't have a lot of life, this could essentially spell the end of the game.
And it indeed is as a spell. It ends the game as a spell. Most of the time. Waiting on interaction from Rosie here. No interaction at all. And now the trigger of the Storm Slime goes on the stack, targeting her.
And I could not tell if we banished when we did. I think we banished when we did the slime eruption. So I think this is actually coming in for potentially 7.
And here we see a Searing Rebuke. Searing Rebuke resolves, and then Rosie pings herself for 1 with the Fractal of Sparks. That means that after Searing Rebuke resolved, every time she takes damage, she will be basically putting 3 damage counters instead on the opponent, equaling to the amount of free damage. If she deals 1 damage to herself with the Fractal of Sparks, she creates 3 damage that are put onto Sangorio, and then,
From number 2 coming down.
Oh boy. That is almost like having a Sunday roast here, is it?
I think, yeah, that is. Listen, that's, as we mentioned, this what you have to do. If you let slimes get to 3, this is a very, very common route. And as we saw, that is an easy, what was that, 14 plus, yeah, so 19, 20, 22 damage from just Storm Slimes.
Storm Slimes are pretty good. It's 2 times 5 from the banishment, so it's 10 in total. The first Storm Slime is attacking for 5, that's 15, and then another 3 from the last one, that is equaling to 80. Considering she already had a little bit of damage, that is good enough here.
Listen, that is, if you want the cookie cutter slime route for Turbo right now, that is it. That is all you can ask for. And as we mentioned, we didn't need the slimes on board early game. It was more of, let's get the influence, let's dig to what is going to be our end game payoff, and then go for it. And that's where kind of the flexibility of slimes comes into play here. You have 2 options when you're good at 3. You have either the very aggressive option, which we just saw, or you have the option of a little more defensive, where you may play 1 slime like something like Ethereal, and then back it up with a Lustrous, or if you have enough slimes in graveyard, heaven forbid you pack it up with a King. So there's a lot of routing that slimes gets to make at level 3, and as I mentioned, the what is the biggest counter to target or negate here is hitting the slime at level 3. That is the one thing you want to stop, not the dungeon guide. If you can stifle trap it, try it. But
So the best course of advice for you as an avid slime player is negate the dungeon guide and the slime, right?
yeah, just do both.
Understood. I understood. Looking at the sideboards here, NEETfull, do you think there's anything standing out in particular that people want to bring in? I saw a very interesting card in Rosie's sideboard. Let's see if you spotted too.
Are you talking about the Restoring Embers here?
Yes, exactly. It's one of the AMB altar cards. It's a fast activation cleric spell that has Kindle 4, and it says recover 4, and if your influence is 4 or less, you draw a card into memory. I'm not sure if this is something you want to throw in. What's your take on this?
This, if you know the matchup and you have Fire Slimes, this is actually, because it is an anti-aggro card, this is a card you probably do want to throw into this matchup.
Oh, okay.
Just because you want, as we saw there, we almost put it almost exact lethal. I get a little bit over. But being able to throughout the game say, okay, I'm gonna heal in response to this, I'm gonna heal in response to your Fire Slime attack. Being able to get those incremental heals puts that threshold a little bit farther away. So I don't hate the idea of bringing that card into this matchup.
Okay. I think for the Fire Slime deck that Sangorio is piloting here, there's just Oh, is it? I think you might actually be bringing in 6 cards in total: 3 Expel the Departed and 3 Twilight Slimes.
Oh, for sure. These are the two key pieces in this matchup. For one, Expel Departed, being able to take your opponent's engine offline very early in the game is incredibly important. To point, we may even see a pass here if we have Expel Departed. It's sometimes likely just a pass the opponent's turn, and if they play it out, just destroy it, get rid of it, don't even deal with it. And then, of course, if we get to level 3, sometimes just dropping the Twilight means that burn has to go for the Twilight and not at face, which I like that trade.
So basically, you are saying that the Twilight Slime has Spell Taunt, right?
Oh, yes. That's the best way to put it. It is essentially, it's not Spell Shout, it's Spell Taunt.
Just like the good old Blanche back in the day. As we see, just good old things happening, players setting up as usual. Rosie with a Freckler Sparks here, and Sangorio just with the good old baby gray slime, drawing all those beautiful cards here. Is he roasting the slime right away?
Oh,
He
100%.
is.
Sylvie notorious for roasting slimes over a campfire. Part of the lore.
Is that part of the lore? Okay. Probably a pretty good idea would have been to attack with the baby gray slime, but with the numbers we are reaching for the storm slimes here, in the end, it doesn't even matter, as someone said.
Yeah.
I think it was a ban from my youth, but I'm not sure.
And I didn't even catch it. We also put out the Sanguro dropping the forest cake as well, putting that roasted slime to good use.
Indeed. Let's see if the fire slime deck has at least the baby red slime in the turn. He levels up to level 1. Frequently, when I sit across this deck, I dread the idea of my opponent having a baby red slime and a forest cake the turn where you go to level 1. That thing is so hard to remove, and it deals so much damage.
It does a lot of damage, and it clears Asen too. That's the real beauty. I'm not gonna lie.
Rosie here with the Ravenous Pyre. A very strong card, especially if both players are on low level, because it says whenever a champion you don't control, deal 2 damage to that champion. Today at Locals, I saw a player who was also playing Fire Deoxan, and he put 4 on board, while his opponent was level 0. And he was playing Fire Luxem Zender. That was burning in his eyes, you could say. Also, another interesting part of the card is that it says draw a card and discard a card as a class bonus on enter. So you get to fuel your graveyard a little bit with all those beautiful fire cards that allow you to kindle things, just providing more gas. Ooh.
Well, that is baby red, choosing not to eat the cake, but also attacking and pitching a liminal guide. That is what we call spicy.
It indeed is spicy, and here we have another Searing Rebuke. So Rosie knows what's up here. She needs to stop the bleeding early on and putting on pressure here, and the Searing Rebuke with the Freckler Sparks will be equaling up to 6 damage on Sangorio here.
Unfortunately, it will only be 3 because we did not have the fractal standing ready for.
I just missed this part then. Oh yeah.
This was more to stem the bleeding than it was to try to pressure damage. And wow, okay, this is another where things get a little bit scary. So one thing about when we talk about traditional slimes is usually the dungeon guide is being played to go to level 3. This is one of those situations where if we already have the one card we care about in hand, we can actually just go to level 2, guarantee the draw off of the animal that we have in play, and so it does 2 things for us. Puts our health a little bit ahead of our opponent, so we are less likely to get OTK'd by a random burn hitting the table. And 2, we are getting that +1, in this case +2 with the liminal guide, right off the bat. And we already have 3 cards down to go to 3 next turn. So we have a lot of routing options now without actually having to put
one card in Sangorio's hand.
3 now.
No. Did you see the one very important card?
Is it Storm Slime?
No, he has another dungeon guide in hand. Oh, whoa,
Oh,
whoa,
okay.
whoa.
Okay, so that's even better. That's even more degenerate.
That is pure gas without brakes here. I would assume,
That's worst case scenario.
yeah, if you're sitting there on Rosie's part and you see your opponent materializing the Beastborn boots as his materialization on level 2, you know already what's up here. Or just
Yeah,
the Quicksilver
you're not
Gray.
happy about that.
For sure not.
And bringing out that beautiful Terrafring too. I still want one of these arts.
Yeah. Terrafring is indeed a pretty good card here, and it also is pretty beautiful. What's your favorite version of the Terrafring?
It's a tie between, of course, the collab here, or it is the DTR, bunny Terrafring.
Oh, the bunny Terrafring. I see, I see.
Mainly because Murgledew pointed out to me that if you look at the bottom of the ring, it's two paws that are essentially connected at the
Oh,
bottom.
that's cute.
I never noticed that the first time I saw the Terrafring, and I was like, that's pretty cool actually. I like that a lot.
Artwork looks to me a little bit like a rim pop.
Kind of, yeah.
And here we have 3 down and another one.
Not wasting any time here.
No time to be wasted, indeed. 2 slimes, baby silver and baby red. Now we have Sylvie level 3 here, slime Subreigen. Which slime are we seeing? Oh, a songbird. Songbird looking at all those cards from his deck. And he finds a Twilight slime.
That's a good one to find.
That is pretty nifty.
And that gives us 2 layers of spell protection at this point, or we're going to call it spell taunt.
It indeed is spelled on very beautifully here. And 5 damage that needs to be put on the Twilight Slime within 1 turn for a deck that usually likes to throw hands at face. That is quite tough to deal with.
On top of already being fairly low on influence, because as we talked about, we didn't open that Firebloom Flourish, so we don't have a way to keep our hand restocked here. So
Yeah.
we have to pull something out of a hat. We have to pull some sort of rabbit or some atomic weapon out of a hat at this point.
Wait, did you just say I'm atomic? No, wait,
Yeah.
you didn't, right? Okay, I see.
We making Eminence and Shadows references here?
No, you did.
Game brought to you by Weebs.
It looks like Rosie's in a very tough position here right now. Drawing one more card is certainly gonna help, but with a total influence of 4, it is looking very rough here.
Something I've noticed is we did not make either game. We didn't make the Lost Providence. Which makes me wonder, are we on Quicksilver on this round?
We are not on Quicksilver Gray, but sometimes you just forget, right?
Listen, I do it all the time.
Same for me. I actually have to get very used to doing that.
Listen, it's one of those habits to get into, and especially if as we mentioned, if you've been playing slimes, you've been playing slimes probably since the beginning, most likely. We never had Lost Providence or anything like that, so it wasn't until last season we even started playing Lost Providence. So for our brain, we're so coded to be like, all right, next turn we're gonna go Quicksilver Grail, and then we look at it, and we always look at our turn at post 3, and we're like, oh yeah, that's Lost Providence, that isn't Grail.
It's kind of interesting. One of my favorite decks likes to empty his material deck basically the turn it goes to 3. Lost Providence, Shadow's Claw, another champion, and if you are feeling fancy, you might even get out the Mercenary's Blade on top. Why not?
Just put everything out, just here you go. Our Asana
Yeah.
wishes they could do that. Put everything out and their infinite combo. Just feel like, there you go.
Rosie's still here trying to solve the puzzle of the Twilight Slime being a menace. Even though he's kind of cute, isn't he?
Oh, he's straight chilling. He's also there's also if you look in the background, you got one of them Twilight Slimes dabbing off to the side too. You look over the
He
left
indeed
side,
is dabbing a little bit.
you got a little dabbing slime over there.
It seems
But
like
a
all
lot of
those
slime cards have a
slimes are
dabbing slime.
dabbing.
Oh, there's a lot of dabbing slimes. Just hit them with the dab.
The Convoking, the Rapwool. Aren't there more slimes that actually dab? I forgot. I saw a post today that was talking about it. And
Run a
Rosie
beast
here just
calling.
putting down another Fractal of Sparks compared to this Horn of Beast calling that is going to be a big issue here. Refueling the cards, banishing a slime card in addition for the cost. So the next Storm Slime might be hitting very hard here.
The worst case scenario, even if we don't Storm Slime here off Horn, the worst case scenario here for Rosie would be Horn of Beast calling into another Twilight, where this deck doesn't have a lot of ways to answer board at the moment besides Pepper Chef, and we don't have an ally in play and low influence, so. And we're digging. Means we don't likely have a beast in hand yet.
Another Forest Cake here.
Well, now we're gonna have a beast.
Gaia Songbird. Wonderful.
Yep, and Ghastly is not an animal.
Oh,
And shown
it's a
form.
Spectre, right?
It is, yeah. So it is a Spectre animal. It is not a beast.
Oh, that is an interesting point I didn't even know.
Yeah, it is. It's nice because it is an advanced slime that does not eat up the Gaia Songbird trigger. So that's a very big reason why we also are very big fans of Ghastly.
Wow, the more you know. Thank you for this insight, NEETfull.
Ooh, that's gonna be potentially 9. Well, potentially 9 coming in. Getting well, is it target off of this? I think it's target, right?
It targets actually. So Searing Rebuke has the class bonus line. Whenever damage is prevented this way, deal 3 damage to target champion you don't control. And there is no champion she doesn't control that can be targeted because of the good old Twilight Slime. And the army of slimes is just going forth here. It's not even an army, right? It's just two birds, 2 dungeon guides, 2 slimes.
Yeah,
It's
just a bunch of weenies on the board. Is that exact lethal too? Well, we had the Force Cake if we needed the +1, so we had it there.
That was a quick round 1 here. Oh.
Listen, that's one thing about Fire Slimes is people ask, is it a mid-range deck? What is it? It's Fire Slimes now is an aggro deck. That is where this deck is now. It is very much go all gas, get to 3, and say, here's my hand, good luck.
It is very ghastly to see how this game played out.
And we didn't even see a Ghastly come into play. We didn't even need it. We're like, I don't need those.
Don't need Ghastly Slime, don't need Lost Providence. If you have a full board, nothing needed. But on a more serious note, it kind of shows the weakness of the Fire the Auction deck that as soon as you establish a board that is somewhat threatening, it is very hard for you as the Auction player to get rid of it, especially if you are not drawing your combination of small board clear cards that you have in your deck. A good combination of cards for this case would have been a Rococo into Pepper Chef to just put a little bit of pressure on Sangorio here and clear off a little bit of his shitters, I would say.
Yeah, it is a deck that is still very much as an aggro deck, it is very greedy in the way it wants to play. So again, getting into decks that just go wide into boards are very, very difficult for the deck to deal with because you don't, unlike something like we see KFC where you are allowed to burn a lot of your opponent's allies and still get the value getting ready for that flip of the Shinju. You kind of have to use that burn a little bit more aggressively in that phase, going to face, kind of doing what kind of Fiza used to do back in the day, where you don't really get the option to necessarily clear allies. You have to kind of just put that pressure. But when the opposing deck just goes, I'm also going to apply pressure, it just becomes a race at that
Yeah.
point. And unfortunately, right now with Slimes being able to go +1 in so many different ways, it's very hard to try to win that race now because you're going to be stuck at 19 while they're going to be at 25. And that's kind of where the things get a little bit tricky. And as you said, you have to be able to use your peppered chefs, a lot of your kind of pieces like that to challenge board and then keep up pressure and hopefully force the slime player to use their slimes to then clear your board back rather than vice versa.
Also, not having the Fire Bloom Flourish early on in game 2 certainly didn't help at all. It seems
No,
like
that's
it seemed like the very bricky hand to me.
yeah, it
With
was I think for 3 fractal sparks, which normally would be great. But the finally when we got to the payoff of the 3 fractal sparks is when we had Twilight in play, and we said, "Hey, uh, because it is a spell reaction, we cannot target that 9 damage," which have been pretty great to see. We can't target it at face, and because it is only a champion, it's kind of a the payoff did not work out, unfortunately, for that routing. And it is also just unfortunate that kind of for Sangreal, everything fell into place both games. And then for game 2 here for Rosie, we unfortunately did not see that engine get started. We were kind of playing on the back foot the entire game, and it doesn't allow us to kind of have a chance to come back whenever our opponent's saying, "Hey, here's a 3-4, here's a 4-4. Just good luck."
having a board for this Fire the Auction decks is hard to deal with, especially with those slimes that, to me personally, the deck always seems like it wants to be an ally deck, right? But as soon as you fight this one angle, you are just putting yourself in a losing position as soon as your opponent goes to level 3 and says Storm Slime for game response. And you're sure. Okay, next.
No, I get you. I get you. I get you coming from. It is, and that's one thing that you have to go with this meta because normally Fire Dalchan to a lot of decks right now is incredibly powerful. It is very strong into Razor Gale. It is very strong into things like the Siryu. It is good into Gembu. A lot of these decks which are playing a little bit slower, they're not challenging the board as often. You are essentially getting free value. But in this very open meta, we have decks like Slimes, Win Wake Up, where the board does get challenged now. In that regard, so I wouldn't say necessarily that it's a deck that you don't necessarily play into this. It's just you have to be very specific of kind of what you're targeting and then understand that in this meta, there's going to be matchups where you just cannot account for everything. And I unfortunately think Slimes is one of those matchups where it's hard to challenge Slimes without having to commit a bunch of resources in your deck. And a lot of decks that can deal with Slimes right now are level 3s that have access to things like Lava Storm to clear the board. Because one of the biggest things with Slimes is if you can one card clear, that is going to put them way farther behind in that regard. But unfortunately for Daochan, we're not level 3. We don't get access to the fancy exalted cards.
You sadly don't. You know what other card is pretty good into slimes? Oblation for 15.
You are correct. Turns out 15 to the entire board and face, pretty strong. Who would have thought? Which yeah, dude, which actually kind of brings up to a point of I don't want to take too much away from the last match in terms of talking about it, but I think people may have seen Fire Slimes enough at this point. But that is actually kind of a list you bring up Oblation. Did you see out of I think it was out of Japan, the was the 12-15 cost card Oblation list out of there?
Yes, I
That
have.
that was a spicy list. We put it together, we tested it, and it is a lot of fun to pilot. It is a very fun deck, especially when you get to go at level 3, at post level 3 turn, drop the fan on your opponent, and you go, I have Spell Shroud and I have Stealth. And they go, what? And you're like, yeah, I'm above
Yeah.
31. I have 45. I have 45.
Yeah.
45 in my omens, and you're like, how do I kill you? And there goes, that's for you to figure out.
Yeah, your opponent is certainly not a fan of the fan in this situation here.
It is a very cool fun deck. I think it is very greedy in its routing, but I mean the deck gets to be CL gets to be very greedy because you are a guardian with 30 life.
And
If you are
applications.
yeah, and if you're a madman and you're playing even serene, you're 36. But
I think you are just
And
a
yeah,
madman if you are not playing Serene.
Yeah, you're pretty safe regardless, especially when you. I'm not gonna say from experience, but your opponent has 2 abnegations when you go for lethal, kind of, and on top of already having the curse underneath them, so they heal for 20. But it's whatever. It doesn't affect me at all.
The very interesting upside of the deck with 12 high cost cards for your Baleful is that you actually make the deck way more consistent, right? If we are thinking about the deck a little bit, you see, before the CL player could never put any omens into his banishment, right? Because you would just gimp your oblation turn when you want to pop off, and now you are actually incentivized in multiple avenues to just play a lot of greedy high cost cards so that your oblation goes boom, and you also get to use your level 2's lineage on enter.
Yep. And the other big thing as well is you also get the biggest thing that when you play Oblation, you were kind of locked out of is you only really had the option to maybe make 1 to 2 omens during the game because you never wanted to make something that was a lower cost. You can only do it once, and you would essentially have to trade it out for a 15. So it made it very difficult to have to be able to play that. You were forced to play Orb of Sealing as well because you have to essentially shut off non 15 cost out of your own out of your own omens. But now you have 12 cards. There is a good chance that at the end of turn you can just ping for 2 to get there. So sometimes if your opponent only has 19 health or 20 health, you don't need to do that. Maybe once make the what's the name of the card now? The door where you can trade out the omen. I don't know why I'm blanking on the name.
More.
Yeah, Amor. You make that and you essentially are able to swap the card. So at that point, you have 6 damage just in that leading into your kill turn on Oblation. So most 20 health champions you can just straight murder now once you
We
hit 3.
lovingly call it the wardrobe here.
Yeah. The wardrobe, I like it. I like it.
Spirit Haunt wardrobe. If you need funny names, just call me.
Got it. I want to every name. I want a funny name for every card that I have to cast for. We already made Spell Taunt, which I'm already happy with. I'm keeping that as a term.
Wonderful, wonderful.
Can we get is there an artist out there that can make me a token to put on my Twilight sign that just says Spell Taunt? Like, listen, if you can get me one, and if you can go ahead and draw me one and get me one, I'll pay you good money for it at Nationals if you can get me one.
Maybe I need to learn how to draw.
Yeah. Yeah, listen. Sometimes I wish I could draw in that regard. But yeah, this is crazy to look at because we have some time to kill. We can just sit here and talk about some decks in this meta because I think that's people really what they want to hear about, like maybe some insights with the meta, what's it look like. And on top of course, Oblation CL having a very, very strong list. One thing that we are seeing the return of, as well as like we talked about the return of Jin, we're also seeing the return of Rai as well. With Rai got a lot of tools in this last set, and I think people are just now figuring out how many tools Rai actually got for both fire and wind.
I think one of my favorite cards that I saw from RDO for Rai specifically is the one that says you can remove up to 9 enlightened counters, deal that much damage to, I think, the opposing champion. And for every card 3 enlightened counters removed, you draw a card. So it basically says, hey, pay 1 reserve, deal 9 to your opponent, and do the thing that you want to do with an enlightened counter anyway. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, it turns out pretty good. I think for me, the cards that are the standout cards for me that came out was, for one, we got Reverse Polarity, which one of the big things for Fire Right was having to deal with negate effects, being able to say, I negate your spell, and you're like, oh, okay. Now you play Reverse Polarity, and you're like, you do 2 things here. When you play Reverse Polarity, you're saying, does this resolve? If it does, everything you try to negate from here on out is going to do a lot of damage. So essentially, you force your opponent, kind of like how if you play Regal, you're forcing your opponent to interact with that card. And then from there, you go, okay, cool, the floodgates are open. I'm going to go for it. We got that card. And then my other favorite card we got the Surging Search, which is a floating memory arcane card, which, okay. I did not expect that, but man.
Turns out floating memory on a King card is pretty good, especially if it's a spell.
Having a discard outlet that's arcane is just because I mean at that point for a long time it was just Voltaic Sphere was our really only discard outlet for at least for arcane. But now we have Surging Search, we have Voltaic Sphere, we have some other crazy cards that came out of it. We had another charge counter card. I think it was called Aura Volt Current was the name of it. I'm kind of looking at it here now, which is another way that if you banish it from your memory, you get a charge counter, which lets you play it later. And the biggest thing to do is you essentially get to banish cards from memory and cycle other cards as well. So it's another way that Fire can just say, I need to dig for my kill. Let's just keep digging, get more arcane cards, keep doing it. They got Raziel, which is probably one of my favorite angels that we got in terms of what it does. Being able to cycle some dead cards into cards you want, kind of like Angelic Channel, very same way Angelic Channeling does. It just it is a very cool deck. We gotta see it at the very last round of the weekly on Thursday, and it was a I had to stick around to watch it because it was so cool to see Fire Rye especially come back and be able to put up results again.
Turns out Rai is a pretty strong champion as soon as he gets a little bit of love.
It turns out it only took a little bit of extra love from Weebs to make Rye menace once again. Which, I mean, even last season though, Hyuko's already shown that hey, Rye is not something to sleep on. It is a deck that a lot of kind of like the slime players where they've been playing the deck for a very long time. Rye players have been playing the deck for a very long time. They know the routes, they know what cards they needed, they know the cards they wanted, and once they got them, they're like, all right, cool. I've had this deck on the back burner for ages. Let's bust it out. Get the dust dust off and let's go. Let's see what we can do with it.
I still remember the quote unquote good old time where you just could have infinite turns with Rai, with what's the card called again that is on the ban and restriction list?
Oh,
I forgot. I really tried to not remember this one again. Oh yeah, thank you, production. It is reckless conversion. The card that says, "Oh, take another turn."
listen, I don't think any of us missed that. And it wasn't reckless conversion wasn't the problem because it would just you take an extra turn and win. It was almost always they take an extra turn and then don't win. And you're like, sweet, we just spent 15 minutes doing absolutely nothing. Why are we here?
It was actually the worst part about this card that if your opponent resolved it and just didn't know what to do because there are so many decision trees that are not super obvious, you're just sitting there and just waiting for it to end, kind of.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the doom to happen. You're just like, please put me out of my misery.
Yeah. When I started playing and my friend resolved this card, I was just like, yeah, let's go next.
Yeah, no, it's very much kind of a when you see it and you're like, do I want to watch him do it? Like they may not have it, but maybe I do. In terms of that, outside of course, I've already said two decks that I'm happy to see come back. Or I'm happy to see some of these results. Is there any deck list right now in the meta that has maybe popped up or something that has returned that either you didn't expect or you're excited to see come into the meta?
I think Jin has a lot of cool avenues, but there's nothing that I'm super excited to see yet. Obviously, since we are close to nationals, most teams, I would assume, are just holding back the big spice to have an afterburner at the event for everyone who tastes the food they are cooking up.
Yeah, I think there's going to be. I think there is still some hidden tech getting ready for nationals. I think nationals will be the big, uh, of course, Ascent as well. We are going to see the big standout decks that people have been pocketing, kind of waiting their chance, to kind of show the list because unlike kind of like an Ascent where it's cool, you win, you get the prize card, you keep things to secret tech, stuff like that. I think this season is even bigger because not only is it you're wanting to top nationals, but the nationals is a source is also your way into worlds, and that is like the event. If you can keep tech ready for then and get it ready for nationals to get your ticket into worlds, that is already one step closer to essentially getting what is going to be the highest honor in the game and getting your champion to level 4. I think is what most people want.
I think I already got the champion that I want on level 4, so I'm good.
Listen, I want to see level 4 Sylvie. I want it so bad. I don't know if we'll get there, but I want it.
I'm not sure if the art direction would be good for this one.
I want the level 4 slime god where we just like we'd have to pay what 26 would be our number. Pay
Yeah.
2026 and get 800 slimes into play.
I think though, still going back to your question, that all the Diana deck that are trying to do things with weapons are a little bit more back into the meta because of the baby green slime ban. Because this card alone in itself was already holding back this champion by quite a lot. So I wouldn't be surprised to suddenly see some Astra Dianas pop up, or again some iterations with the DTR Dianas for level 1 and 2, and like Dust Stalker for level 3 as like the final champion. We already have seen a couple iterations of those lists, so there's still room to figure things out. Who knows?
And even then, like because we saw back in it was an Ascent Akihabara, we saw Gun Diana do some work, and that was with a meta with a lot of decks on Baby Green. I want to see how that same list is going to do now into a meta where there's no Baby Green interaction into it. You only have spells, and of course, as we've seen, there's a lot of ways to get around spells and set that up. So we could see Cursebreaker become a very strong breakout deck if it sees the right matchups. Of course, I will say there are some matchups which are pretty rough for it. In terms of not having a fast way to kill Jin is one of those ways. But at least there are some ways I guess we can have them draw some extra cards. But Cursebreaker, we're not as often putting those curses on our opponent, so it's a little bit trickier to go for that kill. But
and
if
you
the speed of the
also
deck
have
can
to
beat 'em
pay a
with
lot
3,
of attention of not getting hit in the face before the end phase, right?
yeah.
So might be tough. But also, Steve showed up with the Cursebreaker and I think Duststalker deck for Ascent London and performed quite well. So the deck is already there. People just need to pick it up now.
People just need to give it a shot. I mean, at Store Championship, I got murdered by a Cursebreaker on Fire Slimes, where I'm just like, they went to 3 so fast, and I was like, as long as they don't do 4 curses, and they go, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just
Umbra
play
Sight, Umbra Sight,
Umbra Sight, Umbra Sight. And then he goes, I'm gonna make the ring, and I'll put the ring under it, and I'm like, yeah, I'm dead, ain't I?
and then I took an arrow in my knee.
Yeah, it was a bullet. It was 3 bullets. Turns out.
Oh,
It was a triple.
shouldn't
It was
it
a
be
triple
4?
tap.
Shouldn't it be 4?
I only got killed by 3.
Oh.
So that's all they needed to kill me was 3 bullets. I yeah, I didn't need they didn't need the 4th bullet. I was already dead. I was dead after the 2nd bullet probably. I just let him play it out.
So what you're saying is they don't need it to shoot a dead man already. I see.
Oh no. Listen,
Okay,
you don't need to shoot a dead slime more than once. Listen, slimes are the entry level kill you get when you walk into if you're first with the home world. We don't need a lot. We're there to get for you to gain experience. We don't, it only takes 2 shots.
Turns out Diana killed 1,000 years long slimes.
Yeah, turns out. Well, hey, I think we are getting a little bit closer to the end of this round. We're gonna go ahead and we are gonna take a quick break. We'll be back a little bit before next round to kind of introduce the next round of casters, and of course to see some more great Grand Archive action. So do not go anywhere. Go ahead and stick around. And as Joy Boy says, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, and welcome back to the True Champion Gaming online regional for North America. I'm Garrett, and I'm now here with Valkyrie. How are you feeling this morning, my friend?
I'm doing well. I slept really good, and I'm ready for an exciting day of Grand Archive here. And it's always good to be here for an online regional. We do these quite often, and I enjoy them because you have a really cool mixture of some well-known players on some interesting decks and some unknown players on some amazing decks. So always great to see what we see on stream and sort of what people are brewing up in this RDO season as we're getting ready for North American Nationals.
Yeah, National is the hot topic right now, and so going a little bit on a tangent here, since we have a little bit of time, did you have a good breakfast, Valkyrie? Was it spicy as the decks we are seeing today? Or was it more on the cooked side, just some bacon and eggs and toast?
If I had to compare my breakfast to a deck, I think I ate the Dao-Chan fractals of breakfasts. I just had a granola and some fruit. Nothing interesting at all. Just a plain old slap in 28 fractals and 4 burst asunders and call it a day kind of deck.
Okay. That is indeed a very watery and slippery than wet take. Yeah. Well, but that's...
How about you?
I don't have breakfast at all. It's just the breakfast of champions. It's 2 cups of coffee, and when I was still smoking, I had 2 cigarettes. But now I just have 2 coffees.
So in comparison, then, if that was a Grand Archive deck, you're playing like Fire Suzaku. Then you're just all in.
Nah, I don't even know what would be a boring 2 cup of coffee deck. Probably Oblation CI, right? You draw Brazilian cards, put them back, put them in the graveyard, and then hope to do something with it. What an interesting conversation that happened just now. But speaking of deck, is there anything that you are looking forward to see pop up that we haven't seen already show up on some of the regions that happened already?
Ooh, that's a good question. I feel like the meta has been really diverse from what we've been seeing with the reports of store championships and for regionals coming up, and it's really great to actually see here. One thing that I'm sort of been talking to people about, and I think it's a dark horse. It doesn't have the best matchups into certain decks, but I feel like it's once again gone untouched and is slipping through people's radars. Wind Shadow Strike Tristan. I really think this deck has potential again this season. Its matchups that you want it to be good in are pretty decent right now. There are some scary ones out there, but it fell completely out of favor for PTM. And with some bannings once again not touching this deck, I really think it has a chance to just slip in and take one of these regionals.
One interesting thing about Tristan as a deck is, since I like to play it also myself a lot, that you somewhat need to have an idea of the meta that you're trying to play it in to adjust it accordingly. One of the strengths of Wind and Tristan specifically is that you are so flexible in deck building while keeping your core cards together, right? And the tech pieces are the key to either losing a matchup or just having a somewhat matchup, I would say. And for me personally, the meta is not set enough yet to say, I'm just bringing Tristan, right? What could go wrong? There are always these 5 cards that you want to change around in your main deck accordingly. Sometimes Spirale is good, sometimes you want to have 2 abnegations in addition to the Shadow Strikes, sometimes you want to have Penumbra Waltz or Shadow Resonance. There are different texts that you need to survive specific matchups. But you bring a very interesting point, because one of the more scary matchups for Tristan was Aether Wing Diana with Water and the Carpsum Coda. And this one is gone now. Not gone in the sense of, the deck is not present anymore, but more so the mixed type of damage that you are were expecting beforehand is gone, and you're now just facing attacks. And Tristan is historically a pretty good deck into attack-based champions or strategies. Because as soon as you're going to level 3, you get to spend your preparation counters that you hopefully accumulated freely on just saying nope to any attack. So we will see.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see from your thing. And you play a lot of Tristan, so I really like your insight on the deck itself. I just feel like in the open meta, all it takes is that one player to get the correct 5 cards, right? And sort of, gets like, oh, 2 abnegations, a penumbra waltz, like we're in there and just sail through, right? It's that small combination, because we're seeing a resurgence of so many decks. Like Jin, of all champions, we're now seeing being played a lot again. We're also seeing some of the aggro decks come back, like Fire Dao-Chan, Fire Suzaku. We're seeing Suited put up great performances now with that new Proxia's Vault card. So it's just such a diversity to it. I feel like a player who wants a consistently good deck, as you were saying, can and should pick up Tristan and just see how it feels. Along with other decks that consistently feel good, Ablation is one of them where if you know how to pilot that deck, you're able to consistently get results you want. There are some matchups that are very difficult, and if you do make a mistake early playing Ablation, it is very harmful, but it's very rewarding if you've put in that time learning your lines, playing it, because it's, I don't want to say it's the A-B combo, but it's more like it's a flow chart, right? You go from point A to point B to point C, and if you don't mess that up, you're more than likely going to be winning that match.
It's also amazing that in a game as complex as Grand Archive is, you kind of have decks that are basically just a flow chart where you tick your boxes. Do I do this or do I do that? Okay, let's go there. And it also promotes somewhat of an incentive for newer players to pick up those meta decks because they are not that intimidating, as one would say. It's not that they are bad or low IQ. It's just you have a straight plan and you just need to solve the puzzle from I'm here, how do I get there? While with other decks like Shadow Strike Tristan, you need to do some think around on, do I do this? Have I enough influence then to do that and all this? While in Ablation, you just, can I draw 5 cards? Yes, okay, do that.
See, I feel like there's a little bias going on there, Garrett, because from the other side of the table, we see a lot of Shadow Strike players being like, mastermind scheme, Shadow Strike for 20, I don't care what you have.
Yeah, but how do you get to those 10 preparation counters in the first place?
Well, all you have to do is play Surveil the Winds, play your little Windblessed Lookout, and before you know it, you're already at 10 preparation counters.
While I'm a little bit biased, I also like to play Oblation CL, and one of the very big key differences here is that one deck thrives on you having the knowledge of what your opponent does, in case for Tristan, while Ablation just needs to know your own game plan and maybe know, is this deck possibly playing Crystallized Destiny? Yes, no.
Yeah, it is. And that's the cool thing about Grand Archive with just the different decks out there is you have to know your matchup, you have to know your opponent's matchup, and depending on the specific deck as well, you need to know a bunch of different X factors. And it's always really cool to see. I feel like Tristan has the same playstyle as aggro does, right? Because aggro players always need to keep and count what their opponent has and what lines they could take to get around that. And I feel like Tristan also does that. Even though it's a level 3 deck, you're still playing with the, hey, can I activate this card and then keep this in cap in response? Or do I need to keep a defensive option and just play this kind of slow? And you really factor in what your opponent can do and interact with you in order to make it through. So yeah, it's all about player, their own style, and the deck style itself. And I've seen a lot of players play decks, top players play decks maybe that aren't suited for them. And one of my favorite examples is Hanky. We love him. He's a great guy. He's really good at ally decks. Have you ever seen Hanky play Luxem Xander? It is not the as proficient as ally decks he's on. And I just don't think Luxem Xander is his playstyle. And so that just happens with players, is even though, you know, a deck may just not suit how they like to play Grand Archive.
That is certainly correct. And one thing in particular about Henki is that I think what he does very well is materializing the correct card almost every time.
Mm-hmm.
That is probably one of the things that makes him stand out of quite a couple players that I can think of here.
Yeah, it's actually scary how accurate you are about that. Like, it seems every materialization is methodical on Henki's end, and it always ends up being the right card for that situation.
Also, he has the right mentality. If I have it, just send it. Okay, it seems like we have our second round matchup, and one of the decks we will be seeing is one of my personal favorites. It's CL in a more toolboxy attack-based variant versus. Is it just Wind Wake Up with the Ranger subtype? It is exactly that. Are you excited for this, Valkyrie? I am.
Oh yeah, this is actually the Wind Wake Up list that goes champion list, right? This is the
Yes.
I'm gonna go purely try and OTK with a Ranger Boots on a ally, waking it up, going in again. So yeah, and this is a very scary matchup because you're stuck at 15 life as a spirit. There's no gaining, no healing here, and CL kind of can deal a lot of damage in one turn very quickly.
You know what my favorite line with CL is always? Going to level 1, materializing the Inert Sword, and then just heavy swing. Next turn, materialize Armoire, or the Wardrobe as we call it here. Heavy swing again. GG.
Oh yeah, it is scary, especially with the I almost called it the Phantasmagoria, but that's Alice's. His
Yes.
Survival Possessions. As you get omens, you just get stronger with the attacks. So that heavy swing with like 3 omens can swing in for 8, which is a lot scarier. That's half that spirit's total life. And omens come quickly. It is just 2 turns in order to get that sort of like bonus and that effect. And, you know, it's Wind Wake Up has to win early, right, Garrett? There's no possible way Wind Wake Up can beat CL once they hit level 3 and sort of secure the race there.
That is a very tall ask to be made here, because CL as a champion has 30 maximum damage counters to be put on the champion. And if we are thinking about it, the deck is also running the Spirit of Serene Fires, so we are at 36 and a couple abnegations for good measure. You need to be dealing a lot of damage if you are going into a long game.
Yes, but
however, it seems like we are having a feature match swap here for one reason or another, and oh boy, this is going to be a good one. We have a Fire Tonoris suited versus Fire Crux Knight. Damn. Are we seeing a couple Sabellas hitting the board and the Duchess, whatever it is called again? The material card? Duchess of Thorns. Thank you, production, for reminding me what the name is.
Indeed, the deck and sort of Proxy's Vault we were talking about earlier. If you guys were interested with that CL, we'll have to catch in later. Maybe we could see that deck. But it is Tony suited allies now on our feature matchup versus Fire Crux Lorraine. And I do want to just say that the Fire Crux Lorraine player is one of my locals, which is going to be really cool to see them in action and play here. And they are on the Sabellas here, 2 of in that deck. And I think that card is so good, Garrett. Sabella has, like, I think taken the place in a lot of Crux players' hearts as like a mini Pendragon, right? Because traditionally you're going to be getting the Drawn Blade back, and then you attack in for 3, break that Drawn Blade, and then you can just play another Sabella, get it back, things like that. So, you know, I think the card is just super, super strong.
Me personally, Sabella So as soon as I think of Sabella, right, it's not about, oh, I'm a mini Ghost of Pendragon, but more like this is representing now 8 damage. Or no, 7. Because one of my locals just used to get out the Vorpal Sword with it, and suddenly I get hit for 5. And I'm like, wait, what? No, don't. That hurts. And 5 is a big number. If you consider herself attacking for 2 more, we are at 7 already. If you are then on Crux Knight and activated, like, let's say, 1 Fluffy Shopkeep, you are hitting only with the Vorpal Sword for 7 damage without any attack cards at all. So it is hitting very hard, very quickly. And you don't even need a lot of influence for this one.
That is true. However, you always got to keep in mind, it is for Crux Knight, or for Sabella, you bring back a sword back from your Crux Knight. So you lose your damage. So that Vorpal Blade, though, is actually a really good card. I'm glad you mentioned it in Lorraine. A lot of players are running the Spirit Ruler version of Lorraine to bring back Vorpal Sword to make it a 3/6 durability sword. So now you just have a big sword that you could beat with constantly every turn, and it is very strong because one of the hardest parts about Lorraine is you run out of durability really fast with your weapons, right? You can't do a lot of attacks, so this is a way to have a high statted weapon that you're able to attack with consistently over and over again, which can really help like clear the board or just secure the game with some attack cards depending on what element you're in, of course, fire or compared to wind. But we are jumping into game here, Garrett. Who do you think is going to have the upper hand in this initial matchup?
I think if Phil gets to draw one of the flame sweeps early on, he might be in a pretty good position as soon as he goes to level 2. But other than that, the aggression that those suited ally decks can put out very swiftly and very quickly is quite threatening. So you need to intervene there in some way. And if you can't, you just have to eat it up and most likely just lose.
Mm-hmm. Have
this
you
is at least
seen
how I perceive this matchup.
Have you seen the Duchess's Throne in action quite yet?
No, so I'm very glad I get to watch the game actually firsthand here, because my personal knowledge against this is very much so lacking.
Yeah. The card is scary how like it just blows up the board, right? Because you go, okay, I'm gonna play a 2 of spades or play like a 4 of hearts, and then you like activate, bring in another ally, activate, and now that's an additional like 3 damage on the board that originally suited wouldn't have had, which just makes your like kill turns and math so much easier. Like the damage threshold has exceedingly like shot through the roof.
One other very scary thing is that the staff doesn't even protect you anymore for them.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you activate the cardistry ability of the suited ally, you also get true sight for the turn. So, oh yikers! And here for TL, so volatile. How do you pronounce this name correctly? I'm so bad at this.
So bottle.
Oh, he got one of the premier suited allies out with the 4 of hearts and then activating the cardistry ability to get out the 3 of hearts. His heart here is for sure pumping very hard on the board.
Oh my gosh, Garrett. I also think Suited is a great deck to look towards bringing to NA Nats, which is going to be in Vegas, right? It's a it's a very thematic deck to be playing at Nationals. So I'm curious to see how it's performing right now. To wonder if that's even a potential pick players might be really considering. I hope that Sovatel can show us really why Suited is doing well right now in the current metagame. And I think it's off to a great start. 2 allies for the cost of just 1 is insane value.
Yeah, the value that those suited allies can create is very huge, especially if you get out the new proxy as Valkyrie. And I think Phil needs to try to stop the bleeding here already. And swinging with Lorraine and the limited guide that hit the board here into the three of hearts would be a pretty good start here. Especially since Sovatel can't activate the Cardus 3 ability here because he has no influence, right? Good old Fluffy Shopkeep coming to the board, and she will be assisting us in stopping the bleeding, giving us more influence, and banishing cards. 3 things we want to do. Suddenly, the tides have turned here for Phil versus Soval. Is he clearing all the 3 of hearts?
I think you'd have to, right?
Yeah, you probably should do that.
Just because if Duchess's Throne is brought out, that's an additional damage from that 3 hearts, helps Sovatel cycle. But it looks like we're going straight to Spirit here, leaving that 3 of hearts on the field. And this is where Suited really thrives, having a wide board. And we also have to keep in mind, we have to do math as we're watching a Suited game. We have a total 7 reserve costs on the field for Sovatel, which means if we have a 2 cost plus an ace, we'll be able to get the second effect of our aces. And that is when things really start to get scary.
For sure, it might gonna get very scary here. But I would assume that Phil already has 2 of the key cards he wants to have for his next turn in hand, and wants Sovatel just to overextend a little bit, that he can sweep it all up. Almost quite literally. Going to level 2 and having the Flame Sweep in hand would play into his cards and not into the Suited here. And clear off all of his allies, put Sovatel quite far behind, and give Phil a lot of more influence to work with here.
Is there any better feeling than going to Lorraine level 2 and sweeping for 3 or 4 and just being able to draw that many cards?
Drawing more cards.
You just want more.
Yeah. Always drawing cards. As Hanky taught me, if you can draw more cards, just do that.
How many cards would you want to draw in a turn to be satisfied? Would it be like, okay, I've drawn enough?
Probably 10.
10?
Yes?
Oh my god, that's greedy. That is very greedy.
Is it greedy? I'm not sure. With some of the more advanced element decks, you can almost do this every other turn, I feel like. If you think about one of the new fan favorites here, Exiargin, you can draw, including your draw phase, already 4 cards before anything else happened. And Sovatel putting down more allies on the board and a Terraforming here, so putting the bottom of a die box on the Arthur to signal that it is immortal, I suppose.
I really like the materialization of Terraforming here, because if we're counting Phil's influence at 8 currently, you lose 2 to get level up to 2, dropping you down to 6, and then you draw a card for turn going to 7. That means 4 down for a Flame Sweep, plus the 5th card being Flame Sweep. Oh no, that's exactly enough. Never mind. I was going to say that stops him 1 card short from the clearing the board here. But it looks like that's what Phil's going for. This may be a huge momentum shift in Lorraine's favor if you're able to sweep for 4 and draw only 3 cards, unfortunately, because Arthur's immortal.
He has only 1 line of text, Arthur is immortal. Oh wait, no, that was actually Jin, right? Nevertheless. Clearing off the board here and putting 4 more damage onto Sovatel here is a pretty huge shift, and will for sure assist quite a bit in facilitating a comfortable life total when going to level 3 for Phil here. And here we see the Terraforming being popped, Phil drawing his card for turn, and Is he putting down all the cards besides the flame sweep? Let's
You just windmill slam it, right? You just bam right on the table, like
Hoo-cha! Exactly.
put some oomph on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and whoopee,
Hey.
oompa loompa, it happened.
Would you like to draw 3? Yes. By chance, waiter, I would love to draw 3. Delicious.
It seems like he
scrumptious.
didn't use the sword alongside it. Interesting.
He did.
Oh,
use
he
the
did.
sword, yes,
He
yeah.
did.
Mhm.
Okay, never mind. That is a lot of damage for a spirit that is put on there, right?
Yeah. That is insane. And even if you were Tenoris level 1, still wouldn't save you from that flame sweep. Taunt can only get you so far.
Just thinking a little bit about it, if you are not leveling here right now, and Phil just drew another attack card and he goes up to level 3, it's basically just game over, right?
Yeah, I honestly think it's if you don't level up or you don't have a way to like put pressure against Phil, you just hard level up to 3 here as Fire Lorraine. And we're on Crux night and we already have 3 banished weapons. And if there's an attack card, Garrett, that's game. There's nothing you can do about it.
Okay, here we see Tenoris level 1, giving us a little bit more health to work with. And I just spotted that Sovatel is on a couple Trump sets. Those are basically cries for help, right? Because it gets to redirect an attack. Only to a suited object, but you most likely find a suited object or ally in this pile of suited deck. I would hope so.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if you don't have a suited object to activate here on the field. The question is, though, what? Because there are some costly suited that you could play here. However, you may not be left with enough influence to play that Trump set. Although it costs only 1 now since you're a Guardian, so I think you are set as long as you're not playing like a 5 of spades.
5 of spades is surely a very costly card right now and might not be what you want to put down.
No, some deliberation, consideration, and pondering here for Suvatel. It's a tough spot to be in. Staring down a Lorraine who just drew 3 cards, cleared your board. They're looking to level up on your next turn, and you're trying to be the aggro deck. It's a hard place to be in. You really have to fight your way back. And a Arthur on the field is a great way to start. We just need a teammate, a partner, someone at the round table for him. And who else? None other than the trusty steed, Red Hair.
It is indeed a trusty steed, but it is lacking the floating memory.
It doesn't have floating memory because it's no ordinary horse, Garrett.
Oh! You saw what I lined up to. I see. And here we have the pepper chef. What is he cooking? Is it going to get lasagna today?
We're not having any. No one's in the kitchen. That's just a normal peppered chef. That's a sous chef. That's a.
It is indeed. And here we see from Phil a good old trusty backup charger, increasing the influence by 1 more.
If I see my opponent backup charge here, I'm pretty sure they have a dungeon guide, right? This is a.
That might be it. Or he has just a different plan. But dungeon guide is the most likely conclusion here, and being a warrior to have 28 max damage counters that needs to be put on your champion here, you are having quite a big of a cushion and have more leeway than you probably need.
Yeah, that is correct. We are needing to clear the board or level up here, as Suvatel does have lethal staring on board right now, so we do have to do something to answer. I feel like a dungeon guide is coming up here. 3 down, carefully choosing what we want to put in memory. And there we go, Garrett. We are about to hit Crux Knight. And what do you think's following up? An attack card? Or maybe like a Flame Sweep, a Rending Flames? Or are we possibly going to see some Pendragons?
Maybe a Pendragon and just going to town.
We want to see some Pendragon looping, or maybe we could actually see Sabella. We talked about her earlier. Maybe we're gonna see some Sabella gaming in action. We had a Pavlar sword banish off the Fluffy Shopkeep, which is gonna be a perfect target for her, making that sword swing in for 4 plus the 2 already banished earlier. So that's gonna be a 6 attack Pavlar sword. I'm counting 1, 2, 3 down, Garrett. It's happening. We're calling it Sabella.
Bella. She is going to pound down here. What is it going to be here now? She is dealing 2 damage, putting Silvatl at 11, and we are getting all the power. That's 15, 2 in banishment, that's 17, and 1 from Dungeon Guide, that's 18.
Just slightly shy, but if we have a ghost in hand, that can be lethal.
Exactly, I was about to say, we have 3 more cards in hand, so you just swing with Lorraine, Crux Knight first, then activate the Ghost of Pendragon, and you go next, because you accumulated enough damage on the opposing champion here.
Some big DPS coming in already at 15.
It's 6, 15, 17, yeah. I did the math correctly, wonderful.
Garrett, guaranteed mathematician.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that one. Is this now my official title?
We have it all, Garrett.
We have the ghost. It's so spooky to be so mortal right now.
Man, oh man, what a perfect hand from Phil there. That draw 3 off that Flame Sweep, I think, really changed the game. That was the deciding factor, that turning point for this matchup. And, you know, it's just, once Lorraine's able to get away with that, she's just so far ahead. And being an aggro deck, getting your board cleared like that it feels so bad, and it's so hard to recover.
It indeed is very hard to recover, even though Suited might be one of the few aggro decks that can actually reasonably do that. If you are thinking about it, the 4 of Hearts is basically an ally that puts another ally on the boards, and you're going kind of influence neutral this way.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the cardistry ability that says you draw 1 card on activation into memory, and then you can put a Suited ally that costs 3 or less from your memory onto the board. So that's already pretty good. And some other Suited cards can be activated for cheaper costs, like Verita, for example, where you just banish cards from your graveyard, so you don't need to have that much influence. And Arthur, of course, being a menace, staying on the board because he's immortal as he is.
Our favorite line of text next to draw 2 is I was
immortal. About to say, if it doesn't say draw 2, it's not my favorite line of text. It's just 1 line of text.
Fair. Garrett, can you take us through the sideboard here for our Suited player? What are we working with?
So I'm pretty sure one of the cards that you want to throw in 100% of the time here is Mortal Ambition, the namesake card of the set, Mortal Ambition, that basically says, if you cleave my board, you take a ton of damage and maybe even my guys survive. What Mortal Ambition does is it gives... First of all, it's a 6 reserve cost card that costs 2 less for every unique ally you have on the board with a different name. So usually it might cost 4 to 2 in a Suited deck because of all the funny unique allies you have. And the very important parts on Mortal Ambition are all your allies get 1 more health for the turn. and they get Steadfast and Ambush. That means that basically every time you hit someone on your side, you can retaliate with every dude you have on the board. So if you tap your team, you get hit by quite a bit.
Yeah, that would have made a difference on the not hurricane sweep turn, flame sweep turn. Definitely for sure. I really like the Mortal Ambition. I think that's a great pick, Garrett. And moving into our Fire Lorraine player sideboard, we're seeing some things like Crystallized Destiny, Imperial Countermeasures, Topsy Decree, Immolation Trap. A lot of anti-Merlin, anti-Shenju tech. I'm not seeing too much of like help stop the aggro. The matchup's already sort of, if you see the clear, you're more than welcome to start going to level 3. Perhaps maybe you want to bring in an Imperial Countermeasure to help stabilize once you hit 3 if you have to go down a little bit low on influence. But other than that, I think you sort of shuffle up and get ready for that game too.
That is also what I would personally consider. Just shuffle up, go next, go face.
Face is the place.
Yeah. I think there was once a funny card game where a subclass had this saying that was accompanied by it. But who remembers old games, right?
Who remembers? The only thing we remember is that we're playing some Grand Archive TCG here on the True Champion Gaming channel for our first online RDO regional. We're jumping into game 2 between Fire Crux Lorraine and Fire Suited Tony allies. And Garrett, we're starting with an Immortal Arthur on turn 1.
And he has this one line of text now. If you have nothing else to play on turn 1 with a fire aggro deck, you are always happy to see Arthur because you can't really hit your opponent because you're not allowed by the rules. So might as well put a body down that is 100% of the time surviving, unless your opponent is playing Wind and has a cheeky Dream Fairy. Then you're very sad.
But that's like the FTC DOA traditional meta, right? It's turn 1 Arthur's always met with a turn 1 Dream Fairy. That was sort of like the handshake exchange back in the days.
Yep. And here we see from Silver a sensor of rest for peace on the board, so saying liminal guides and floating memory, not so much my cup of tea, and you don't get it either, so pretty good choice, I would say.
I do want to ask you one question here, Garrett. This
Of
might be a
course.
little controversial. Do you think Arthur is the best fire ally in the game?
No, because he's not Rococo.
Interesting. Okay. Doing a little survey out here. I honestly think Arthur, a DOA SR printed card, and still seeing play today in almost every like fire ally based deck. I feel like this card is just so good. It's hard to like print a replacement for him as well, right? Because like making a card stronger than Arthur or like similar in power, it would be difficult because he's already like insane for what he does.
He is indeed insane, and one of the strong parts about him is that if you need him to be present the next turn, you can just facilitate this for the small cost of 2 damage for this one turn, and you still have his key passive ability active. So that is just good enough. Also, with the recent reprint, it just shows how relevant the card still is and was, and how long the longevity of cards in the meta actually are. If you once accumulated enough of the meta-relevant cards for your deck, you most likely can keep playing them for quite some time.
Yeah, it is. You know, I'm glad we got the reprints, right? It feels
Yes.
like players who couldn't be a part of the DOA or just got into the game now can easily get some of the really strong staple cards that a lot of these decks are playing here. No, we've lost the Sibella to level up. You hate to see it. It's really
Agree.
unfortunate.
I'm pretty sure where this came from, there are more. It's
Hopefully
just
not too many more. We only can have 4 in the deck.
It's just like with the Ghost of Pendragon. If you see 1, you see usually 3, and if you see 0, you will see no more.
Oh my god, you are so right, Garrett. Ghosts of Pendragon, they come in a pack. Like, they are pack animals. If there's one ghost, there's 2 more in the hand of the other player. But if they don't play a ghost, you're safe for the entire game. Like, it's scary how these Ghosts of Pendragon sort of just always are in a herd together.
You are correct. And we are seeing for failure another Three of Hearts put down on the board and is most likely clearing up the Alpha here in combination with the champion attack. And the Trump set being activated, redirecting the attack to the Two of Hearts. That is so good. Trump set is basically a card that says you get to redirect an attack to a suited object, and if you do that, the suited object gets a free attack and free health for the turn. That means that the Two of Hearts also survived, so high investment for failure, and so Waddle just got away scot-free and kept all his allies. That is pretty good for him. Let's see if you can capitalize on the board state here and put down more pressure. I'm pretty confident in saying that he finds 1 ally to activate his turn.
Only 1? We're not trying to get spicy and go for 2?
I'm not sure. Most likely because I don't know how much the influence of Sovatel actually is. And here good old Alpha going for face, and so is the Two of Hearts most likely. And the Red Stallion coming to town again. Now in your theaters. And the Stallion is clearing off the Three of Hearts with the on attack ability being activated to discard a card, to draw a card. And that fuels your graveyard for some most likely kindling cards that those decks at times play. But more importantly, you can also discard your suited objects or allies to activate the Verita, Queen of Hearts here. If you find her at least, and the corresponding cards that you need.
You have to assemble it, but if you do assemble it, it does enable it here. And we're actually seeing sort of the same play route of game 1 with the Terra Freeing looking into the level 1 turn, but with Phil not being able to use that Liminal Guide thanks to the sensor, and going second, they are unable to do the level up Flame Sweep into draw multiple card turn again. So we're going to see an off turn with a backup charger drawing into memory, but now we really have to look into clearing this board here, because if Suvatel is able to wake up with this, they can put in massive amounts of damage into the champion.
You're correct. What do you think about the Terraforming usage here right now?
I think it's what you want to do no matter what, just because it does protect the board as well. Because if Phil is able to go like ally, attack with 2 allies, attack with weapon, clear 2 allies off the board, but now it's only ally attack or attack, play a defensive ally, and which we're seeing here with the Fluffy Shopkeep.
I think one of the more scarier lines might have been that Phil just levels up with a dungeon guide into level 2 into Flame Sweep. I'm not sure if the influence is big enough for him right now.
He only had 8 influence, so DG down to 4, and you wouldn't be able to.
Okay, that wouldn't have worked. 1 shy. Okay.
3 shy because the Terra Freeing was activated as well.
Yeah, so, but I was more thinking of would I use the Terra Freeing here in Sovatel's situation, and I probably would not have done it unless I'm expecting a line of Dungeon Guide into Flame Sweep.
And Savatal just answering the not terraforming the backup charger with another backup charger, taking their own off turn to draw a card into memory. Recollect here, and that's going to be a recollection with 7 total influence. So it's very possible we get an ally turn from Savatal, and the red hair will clear the Fluffy, and then that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 potential damage into Lorraine. Very close to lethal here.
Big numbers. And here is the red hair attacking the poor Fluffy Shopkeep. And are we resolving the on attack here? It doesn't seem like it to me. 3 down for a resolute stand on the Fluffy Shopkeep.
Oh, very smart play. Infinite intercepting. It's you've heard of unlimited blade works. We call this infinite intercept. It's a very sacred technique a lot of Lorraine players and Merlin players use with a Fluffy Shopkeep or a any kind of interceptor or taunter. You just give it a resolute stand and then prevent 3 damage for the entire turn.
You know what would be a shame?
Really good.
If another suited object with a different reserve cost hits the board and the straight flare clears off the Fluffy Shopkeep here.
Yes. That would actually be very unfortunate. You found the one weakness between Infinite Intercept. It is dying to non-attack means.
I think I also spotted the cards in Savatal's hand for exactly that line, so it might just be a matter of seconds to see another suited object hitting the board and the straight flare that he is now showing as the top card in his hand to be activated.
All we need is that one suited. Trying to take a peek though. I'm not seeing any suited allies. Oh, I think we might have an ace, and that's why the one card is being put down and should flipping over. Any ace would do it here.
He probably tries to map out if he can do something with the on enter. And there we have the Noir, ace of spades. And now a straight flare on the Fluffy Shopkeep for 3 damage. Straight flare is a fast activation suited spell that says you deal X amount of damage. X equals the amount of suited objects with different reserve cost plus 1. I can't even count how many cards I lost to this.
Oh, a suited trickery activated at the end of the turn. And we're actually going to read this one here, Garrett, because this is not one that is played often. This one says, until the beginning of your next turn, players can't declare attacks with champions they control unless they pay 2 for each attack declaration. So, and then, of course, if you have a suited ally, why not draw into memory? So this is pretty much saying, Lorraine, I'm giving you a Terror Freeing, but specifically just for your attack.
That is correct. That makes lines with the Votive Runeblade also quite a little bit of awkward. Okay, just cut a little bit. It makes the lines with Votive Runeblade a lot worse than it is now before. Luckily for Phil, he is not on the Votive Runeblade, but just a very interesting thing to know because Lorraine decks like to play a different setup of Regalia swords with all sorts of different things that they can do. Votive Runeblade is one of the Crux swords that can be played in decks and might pop up here and there for one reason or another.
I think it's a lot of times Votive is paired with Ensoul, just so you can get like a lot of attacks in through that way. But I've seen Merlin lists also run it for their like even turns as well. So it's a very not unique is the word I'm looking for. Very goes it like has its own place in multiple things sort of deck.
If you think about it, you play level 1 Lorraine, right? You play Crux Knight, get out like a Clarent, banish the Votive Runeblade, and the Clarent Sword of Peace, and then go to level 3, activate Sabella, get out the Votive Runeblade, and attack a couple times.
That's actually a really good line. Sabella with the Votive Runeblade.
Oh damn, I shouldn't have shared this with the class. Isn't that actually, that's 15 damage or something?
If you have an additional sword, Votive swings for 3, for 5, banish, 6, about 11 by the sword attack itself, and then 2 from the Sabella. So 13. 13
That's
damage.
quite a lot of damage for.
Yeah.
Oh boy. What
Here we
might have I done just now?
And one thing to note here, as we're talking about damage Sabella lines, Phil did level up into Lorraine 2. Go ahead and pay that suited trickery taxation and swing into the Arthur, removing off the field, getting the on kill and drawing. And unfortunately, no dungeon guide, just kind of passing the turn, staring down NEETfull. We have, or not NEETfull, I'm sorry, Red Hair doesn't have anyone to tell him what to do, so he's just sort of grazing the fields right now, but it's possible there can be another unique fire ally coming onto the board.
Would you say the Stallion is just touching grass?
Yeah, the Stallion is consuming the grass at this current moment.
With the amount of influence that Savardl has at his disposal, there might be another fire unique ally, right? Okay, it's just a 3 of spades here, for good measure. One of the more annoying suited allies. Because her cardistry basically reads, whatever you attack, it survives, and you have to do it 2 times. It's so annoying.
Yeah, it throws off clearing the board so much. It's so frustrating when you're like, okay, I finally get to remove an ally, and they go 3 of spades activation. You're like, well, okay, I'll pass turn.
Not anymore. So Phil, yeah, however, protecting himself a little bit with a resolute stamp being activated, so he still gets to be in the game here. 1 card in hand, a 5 in memory, and he gets out a Clarent, banishing the Drawn Blade and the Clarent Sword of Peace here to reimagine this wonderful sword. One of the Proxia Vault cards that actually quite shaked up the meta during its release. During HVN, where Water Fractals, the auction was running rampant, you might say, and Clarent turns out to be pretty good into those decks.
Yeah, Clarent actually really strong against decks that rely on small bits of spell damage coming through. A Flame Sweep attempt here from Phil, and that's going to be used with the Clarent, and this is only going to be for 3. We just talked about it. Thorn in the side, that 3 of spades is going to be able to keep any suited ally alive here of your choosing. Pick your poison. Who do we like better? 2 of hearts, ace of spades, or the 3 of spades herself?
You know what would be super nasty? There are 2 unique allies right now on the board.
Oh,
Immortal Ambition coming down for 2.
Yeah. Also, we can just retaliate for 5, 6 right now as well for this flame sweep.
Not 6, 7? Damn, what a shame. But yeah, Immortal Ambition would hurt quite badly here. It seems like, though, luckily for Phil, Savardl doesn't have it, and is forced to use the activated ability of the 3 of spades to keep herself alive, because she gets 2 more health for this turn, and that is good enough to survive an attack with 3 damage.
3 damage, yeah. I thought it was +3, but it's only +2, so that means only the 3 spades can keep herself alive.
Yes.
Which
However, you get to retaliate for 2,
for
4,
6,
7. 7.
3, 4, 5, 6, right?
The stallion is 3, and the three of spades is 2, and 2 times 1, 7, right?
What? 3. The stallion's 3. The 2 of hearts is 2, so that's 5, and the ace is 1.
Oh, yeah, the 3 of spades attacked. What I am smoking? Oh my, oh my. I'm even watching the game right now? I'm not sure anymore.
That's like when you were doing the math, Garrett. I was very easy. I was like, whatever you're adding up, I want some of that. That's but it is a very detrimental spot for Phil to be in. Only 2 cards left in hand. You're staring down a 3 of spades, and which we know can possibly be a materialization of the impact hammer. So Servato's only needing to find 3 more damage in order to close out this game, which it's possible that in suited allies you can easily find it.
You most likely can find it, and is it another trump set we are spotting in Servato's hand?
I'm not sure what the was. We will have to wait and see when it is played. It does look like a trump set. It's a 4 of spades or a trump set. I see her little gardening hat on.
I always mix those 2 cards up because they're looking so similar. You probably do the same, right? And here we have the Duchess Fawns on the board. The first appearance during a regional on stream here. 2 damage from the 3 of spades here, and is this...
Oh, this is so good.
Oh, this might hurt very badly. The 4 of hearts hitting the board. The card is 3, costs usually 4. However, it gets discounted for every suited object with a different reserve cost. Right now, we have 2 suited objects on Servato's side of the board with different reserve cost, the 4 of hearts and the 3 of spades. And he has exactly 2 cards in hand. That means he can activate the ability. And for 1, we'll get another ally on the board, trigger the Duchess Fawns ability, and gets 2 bodies to attack with. So Phil is in a lot of trouble here. The 2 of hearts can also activate the card 3 ability for free, and that is game here. Both players backing up, shuffling again for game 3. Damn.
What a spicy way to close out that game. And so we sort of saw the power of the Duchess's Throne paired with the 4 of Hearts. Is you activate a card you are already planning on activating, you get an additional power, you bring out something like the 2 of Hearts, or it could have even been a 3 of Hearts, activate that for completely free since you'd be at 3 allies, and go ahead and attack in and close out the game there. It's whew. That is a very powerful proxy as well. I'm excited to see more players or more suited players pick it up and try it out. And, the secondary effect is just icing on cake for it as well. Being able to banish the Regalia and make your next cardistry ability cost 6 less. I've seen people pair that with Duchess herself, with Chance, the 7 of Spades, to be able to buff up the board. There's a lot of possibilities.
Activating Duchess Fawns on Duchess sounds somewhat funny to me. I love that thought.
Would you call that a flavor win or a flavor fail if you have to use your Duchess's thrown on the Duchess herself?
I mean, she's very well aware that she is the main character in the story, as the flavor text says. So I'm good with that. It's a pretty flavorful card for me.
Do you have a favorite suited ally? Whether it be a unique one or just a non-unique one? Is there one that you're like, man, out of all the suited cards, this is my favorite?
Well, that would require me to know all the suited allies, and I don't. However, I like Edelstein a lot. Maybe you
Edelstein,
can
that's
figure out why.
the queen of diamonds out there.
That
And
is
Garrett,
correct, Valkyrie.
I know exactly why you like her, but um,
Because her ability is very flavorful and super cool.
yes, she has a really cool ability, and frankly, there's two things you really like about her, but we'll get into that later.
Also, another fun fact is that her name is German.
Oh yeah, that is true. I did not pick up on that until now, but you are correct. That is a. Are the other diamonds unique allies German? No, blue is French, and then
yes,
is it Fenris is the sixth one?
I don't really know. I have to be honest.
Yeah, well, oops. We'll check it out right here. I think it is Fenris. I may be mispronouncing that. Or is it Cineris? I can't spell. One of them. If anyone in the audience knows what language that may be from, very curious, because maybe they did like a European naming convention for the diamonds, which would be really cool.
I just know that Edelweiss is German because Edelstein is German. Because it literally translates to gem.
But a really cool play just happened here on the side of Savatal. We saw Phil activating the Gentle Respite, trying to go ahead and get that drawn to memory, and Savatal going, not so fast. I'm going to fast activate this Two of Spades to prevent you from getting that additional drawn to memory. And going second, being able to attack then, meaning you can develop another suited ally onto the board, activate the Two of Spades for free, since you'd have two allies for your cardistry, and go ahead and get that additional damage in. That is one of those like heads up play that suited players look for as players are, or now since players can both draw their hands at the same time in Grand Archive, right? Because in old school ruling, this play would never be possible since the second player would have no cards in hand. They technically haven't brought out their spirit yet. But with the new rulings and new update, you can do these really cool interactions to stop your opponent from actually getting value on their first turn.
Stopping the value train is probably in Sovatl's favor here, and Phil seems to have somewhat of a start, starting with a gentle respite here early on is not too bad, followed up by a hasty messenger. Let's see if he has a floating memory to accompany this attack of the hasty messenger here to get more value out of it.
You want more value?
Yes, always more value.
Well, more value indeed occurred. We have a liminal guide being discarded from the hasty messenger. Now, the scary thing is, we saw Sovatal do it in game 2. We may see it here. First materialization, censor a restful piece, and that kind of shuts down that liminal guide, puts him in graveyard jail, and will be unable to escape.
Let's see what he can come up with now.
We are... I think we're attacking into spirit. We don't want to play around that 3 of spades since Savatal does have 1 card in hand. I was going to mention why aren't we clearing an ally, but then I saw that 1 card left, which clearly explains that there, along with that. So just get our damage when we can. We do see the materialization of the Censor Restful Piece, as mentioned before, and Savatal did in game 2. We're locking down that liminal guide at any potential float. And this is where Lorraine kind of struggles, is you don't want to go too low on influence as you're leveling up, but you want to be at enough to be able to flame sweep at the level 2. So I wouldn't be surprised if Savatal does Terrafring on the next materialization just to sort of try and lock Phil out of the game once again for the additional 1 to 2 turns.
And here we have the suited trickery, making it difficult for Phil again to clearing off both allies with one fellow swoop here. Would you say it was not so good for Phil to not try to bait the activation of the Three of Spades ability here the turn before?
I think trying to get it off the board may be the more beneficial play, especially when we know there's a Duchess's Throne sitting in the back. So if that Three of Spades just sort of can sit without having to use that cardistry ability, it's potentially additional damage later on in the turns. So might as well draw that out now. You're not really trying to race your opponent with damage at this point. You're just trying to play board control. And I feel like trying to bleed the resources out of the suited player is the best possible option in this situation.
This turn is looking rough here for Phil. A lot of influence, however, every attack costs 2 more and he can't reasonably level up to sweep the board here. So let's hope he found another resolute stand that keeps him a little bit more safe during the next turn of Survival.
Yeah, something like a Creative Shock into holding a Resolute stand up just to try and help dig a little bit deeper in the deck, build that influence, could be very valuable here. A Cheshire Cap. Okay.
Ooh.
This is a nice card to have on the board, but it sort of comes back to that thing we just talked about, Garrett. It would have been nice to get the Three of Spades activation out last turn, so this turn Cheshire could clear an ally off the board. But now the fact that Cheshire is going to have to bait out an activation instead. But Phil's just opting into swinging into the Spirit itself. Interesting.
How many fire cards do we actually have in the graveyard for Phil right now? Can you
Just
spot
one.
this?
Just
one.
Uno.
That's not so good.
That's not good, or das ist nicht gut for our German audience out there.
I'm pretty sure some of the Dutchies also understood this. Wonderful, wonderful. We are a multilingual channel, as you can see here.
Wunderbar, yes, indeed. We speak a lot of languages, but the most important one we speak is Grand Archive. That is the universal language we're all here to watch and learn about.
Is it now time for the Duchess Throne?
I think
just
you go
do it, right?
I think you go Terrafring if you're scared of a Resolute, or Duchess's Throne to try and close out the game this turn. Oh, and it looks like we're going at Terrafring here instead of the Duchess's Throne, which we kind of guessed it, but there is a Resolute Stand.
Okay, that will keep Phil a little bit safer, and he has now quite a bit of breathing room here. More suited objects on the board. What did Sobotl play there down? The glare makes it so I can't really see. Oh, it's
as
the
our
Rouge
production has
Ace of
done.
Hearts.
Yeah.
So we had 6, 7. I'm not doing this on purpose, I promise. It's 6, 9. We are at 10 counters, so it's 4 damage. And this is also another unique human ally of the fire element. So the stallion is now running rampant here.
It is the Stallion. It's unbroken. It is off to the races, out of the gate. It is hitting that straightaway spurt, that Professor of Curvature, and coming straight in for 3.
But there's 0 damage because of the Resolute Stand.
Oh, that's correct. We did have a Resolute stand. You're right.
But there's a benefit of getting more fire cards into the graveyard for one reason or another. So we might see something.
Yeah, it's still a good way to filter your hand, right? As you said, it's the hasty messenger effect. As long as you can discard and draw, even though you're not dealing damage, it's still really beneficial. Especially as we saw, discarding another horse. That one's kind of glue at this point since we already have a red hair on the field. Just, get a more playable card in the hand for the next turn.
Using glue in a sentence with a horse, that's very funny to me. And here we see Phil leveling up into Lorraine Blademaster level 2. Most likely we're gonna see the Terror Ring being popped here, and that is exactly what happened.
Terror Ring into... Did you catch Phil's influence here? I don't know if we have enough for a Flame Sweep.
It should not be more than 5, so the Terror Ring will not help a lot here. However, you need to start picking off allies here to stop the bleeding, hopefully get more cards into your hand, and most importantly, just getting rid of the Three of Spades. This card is an annoying hindrance and will keep bothering you until the game is over, unless you take care of her.
Yes, it is. And it's all coming down to that first play of... Oh my gosh, Garrett. Talk to me about this. Talk to me about it.
Yikers! Yikers! Okay, what actually happens is Mortal Ambition now only costs 2 reserve because we have 2 unique allies on the board. And it is, as I said before, all the allies get 2 health. The keyword is Steadfast and Ambush. Ambush means you can retaliate whenever any object on your side is attacked. And Steadfast says you can also do so while being rested. This is a lot of damage that is now going into Phil's face here while he is having the active turn and just attacking. That hurts. That hurts.
A famous online quote is, "That's a lot of damage."
It is. It was actually 9 damage being put onto Phil here. And we see a dungeon guide. Oh, wonderful. So the game will keep being played here. We are losing the first card and most likely second time the first card. Huh?
The question is it one turn too late? Are we already too far gone? 16 damage counters on Lorraine level 3. No cards in hand for Phil. We're at 28 total life. We're staring down a board of potentially 3, 4, 5, 6 right now. But if we bring up the Duchess's Throne, we have an activation of the 3 of Spades plus an additional suited ally. The game could easily be closed out here for Suvadl. 12 damage is not that difficult for an already established board of allies.
You're correct. There is a lot of damage on the board, and since this is open deck list, I can just go ahead and mention it. So Waddle is playing a one of heavy swing. He might just have it. And swinging on for it.
22, 6 damage from a heavy swing would do it, and here it is.
He actually had it, oh my lord. What just happened?
He had...
That
was
so
the
mean.
heaviest swing. Did you see the amount of oomph Suvadl put that card down? The card itself was a heavy swing. That was crazy. But we have Suvadl closing it out on Fire Suited to Norris. 2-1 on Phil's Fire Crux Lorraine. What a matchup. What a time. That was very close. From Phil taking that game 1, very deterministically, I think is the word for it there. And then Suvadl sort of catching on how to play against Fire Crux Lorraine. A really good use of Terror Freeing, really good use of Suited Trickery. And in that game 3, we saw that Mortal Ambition sort of, I think, seal the deal for closing out the game. That was a retaliation for 8, I believe. And I feel like that's a aggro player's favorite moment, is when you get to deal damage on your turn and your opponent's turn.
That is indeed a very satisfying moment. For sure, for sure. The Mortal Ambition in suited decks is, for me personally, always a very scary card. And as soon as my opponent throws the thing on the board, I'm like, again, you forgot it again, you dingus, dude. It's also very scary because it represents a lot of damage while you just, quote unquote, try to clear off the board here from the allies. So you need to be prepared to deal with the consequences of your actions, as one might say. And the one-off heavy swing hitting the board, just as I mentioned it, was quite something. I didn't expect it to happen, actually.
You almost prophesized it, right? You know, like, oh, there's a one of heavy swing. It's possible. And that was the one possibility out of 1,000 futures, or was it 400,000 possibilities? You saw the one, Garrett, and that was it. Oh my God. It's crazy. It's wild. But we do want to mention a couple of things here, Garrett, because I specifically want to mention it since you're here. If you guys are actually enjoying this RDO North American online regional hosted here on True Champion Gaming channel with Serene Balance Productions running production, fun fact, this isn't it. There is another regional happening tonight this morning on the European side. We have the Cake regionals that will be also streamed by Serene Balance Production. Garrett's going to be one of the lovely casters. And it's going to be 1 a.m. Pacific time, so that's going to be 4 a.m. Eastern. So make sure if you want a more Grand Archive, if you're, working the night shift or you just can't sleep, tune in. Enjoy some more Grand Archives. See what the Europeans are doing over there at their regional. A lot of Tristan players, I know that for sure. And some lovely casters. We'll have Garrett, we'll have Clem. I believe we have Joy Boy, and we have Flom, I think, as well. Gonna be there. So make sure you go ahead and tune into that. But you're like, wait, Valkyrie, how do I know when that is actually going live? What if there's a slight delay? What if it goes early? Well, I'm glad you asked, audience. In order to really truly know when it goes live, go ahead and subscribe to both True Champion Gaming and Serene Balance Productions. Give the stream a like, and then that little bell icon, you can go ahead and click that, and you'll be notified every time the stream does go live. It is handy to know when there is action-packed Grand Archive coming your way. And speaking of which, we are finishing up our round 2, which means we're going to be going to a quick break. Go ahead, get some water, eat some food, and we will all see you for our 3rd round. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. If you're seeing my face, that means we are here for round 3, and we've swapped out Garrett for none other than the ClemHopkins. How are you doing today?
Good, I'm doing good. It's bright and nice here today, and I'm instead casting here. But I would rather be doing nothing else. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's a great day to be indoors and play some Grand Archive, or in our instance, talk about Grand Archive.
Watch people play some Grand Archive.
Yeah, I feel like that is the one downside of playing Grand Archive in a regional is, as you mentioned, when the weather's very nice, you're just like, man, I wish I can, be outside. But maybe some people can be a little inventive on their setups. Maybe an outdoor webcam setup. Yeah, could be fun.
There's this video of this one guy who was playing I think it was like a Pokemon or One Piece regional next to a highway. His setup was just playing like right on the side of the road, so maybe you could do that. Someone could do that for Grand Archive.
That would be amazing. I want to see like a webcam hanging like above an umbrella, and then sort of like at a barbecue. So there's like people around, food being passed around, and it's just someone playing Grand Archive, middle of the table here. Oh man, that would be the dream.
Okay, but it seems that something did happen. I completely forgot that Asuna was playing at a train station for the last cake regional. I even saw like screenshots of that. He was actually just on a bench with his little setup next to him playing Grand Archive. So that is true. It did happen once. Respect to Asuna, world's competitor, by the way.
Hey, when it's time to play Grand Archive Regionals, it's time to play Regionals, no matter where you're at, right? You just gotta set up and go from there. I'm really curious if, like, in between rounds, he was relocating, trying to get to, like, his destination. So it's like, round 1 when he was on the bench, round 2, like, he's further down, round 3, and then finally, like, by round, like, 4 or 5, he finally made it to where he needed to be.
Could be. Or, like, in between rounds, you quickly go home. You start playing on the bench. You're like, all right, I'm gonna miss a couple trains, but if I play fast enough, then you have time to get home, and maybe that was the strategy. Throw them off by playing at a train station.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Imagine you're playing like mid-match, Clem, you're about to win, but then your train like pulls up and is leaving. You're like, do I take the round win or do I take the train?
Yeah. Sorry, let me just delicately lift my playmat on my cards and not have to take multiple trips back and forth from the train, because it's not gonna wait for you. It's just gonna leave with your cards.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a very interesting moment, but part of Grand Archive history now, and I'm happy to have known that and been aware. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
Alrighty, it looks
we
like
are getting a pairing a feature match soon. Oh, it is already here. Half of this is interesting, half of this is also interesting because I do not see a Razorga calling.
This is your traditional level 3 Ari. This is someone who hasn't been corrupted by the Crucible, the Essence Crucible, the Siren's Call of it that a lot of people are playing Arisana Razorgirl for. And that match in particular is we have Astra Arisana going to be against Wind Dragon. And I believe, Clem, looking at this is the Influence Dragon.
It's really hard to tell now without being green, because you could be playing more for either. I think at large, both of the decks are kind of just conglomerating together and becoming more of the same, like a bit less influence for the Influence Dragon and a bit more influence leaning for the Go Attacking Allies Dragon. I think we're finding a nice little uniformity between dragon decks. Because yeah, I can't tell. There are Asins, but Asins can be used for either channelings, Benediction Angel, also draws cards.
It is very good. Yeah, I agree with you. A lot of the not suited. A lot of the dragon decks are starting to converge, right? There's the three different variants. Now with the losing of Baby Green, a lot of decks are like, okay, we'll go. And we're seeing a lot of them start to pick up the Royal Oathguard tech that we saw actually at Ascent Los Angeles from our second place finisher for Serio. A 3/4 Intercept Vigor is really strong.
Yeah, it is, and with you rushing to level 3 either way, it doesn't matter that it's exalted. You just slam it down, and everything is sweet. The cool thing is there is 4 auspicious manifestations, which we immediately knew would be the most played ult, probably in standard. Um, I really like that card. I really like that you can activate its ability no matter what, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, if you draw it early, it cycles itself, and if you draw it late, it saves your dragon, which is really cool. Probably one of the best alts. Also, the only alt that costs less than 5, so, does cost
You
equal
forgot
playability?
Facet is also 2 cost, sir.
Facet, which is
Facet the
Facet.
Forgotten Merlin's ult. It's a 2 cost Fantasia.
Isn't it 5 cost?
I swear it's a 2 cost. No, you're right. You're right.
I was like, did Facet get better? Was I...
Yeah, no, I just was like, oh yeah, Merlin can play it every time, but it's Crux, that's why. Not because it's
Yeah.
a low cost one.
You're right. It is because it's Merlin and Crux. That is the problem.
Yeah, but let's look. I'm more interested in Fruitcake's deck, obviously, because it is the more fun one out of this two. He did top 8 Ascent Niagara on Arizona, so he's not betraying the deck that got him to top 8 by putting Razor Gill in there, which I respect a lot. I think that is the way to go. But there is so many one-offs in this deck that I'm kind of nervous.
What are some of the one-ofs you're nervous about?
Like there are some fine ones, like Hide in Bush being a 1. That's fine. One Psychopomp scale and main board feels crazy targeted to like, oh yeah, and there's this one person that I don't know, so I'm gonna play one Psychopomp scale. Because I don't see why you would just stick to one unless you're seeing something that I might not be seeing. One Stifling Trap, single copy as well. One Meteor Strike, that's more fine because you just want to Star Call it and it's not as good. But one Stifling Trap, one Tempestuous Seraphim, and one Psychopomps is kind of crazy.
I agree. I think we should have more Tempestuous Seraphim. I think that card's really good, actually. It's one of my favorite of the elemental angel cycles between the fire, water, and wind. Really good. The fast activation, removing an ally, and the fact that it's 4 damage is really strong because it removes like your Asins, the stubborn allies that are sort of more difficult for wind to attack into.
Yeah, but I'm curious to see how it'll play. Surely, I'm 100% sure that Fruitcake sees something that I don't. I know it's Arizona looks at a lot of cards, but one copy of some of these cards is just straight up not enough. It's not that if you don't see it, it's not. It's something that you need more copies of. I feel like, but High Tech showing a Byaku's Command and a Windmill Engineer to imbue a Windmill Engineer. It's pretty solid start from him here. Meanwhile, Fruitcake also having a Fertile Grounds, which is also a good start.
Yeah, probably the best start for Wind Arizona, right? You really want to
Yeah.
start that herb generation as fast as possible for that level 2 inherited effect. And here we got a 6 and a 4. Clem, pop quiz. Do you remember what each of the herbs do? No.
I believe 5/6 is the one that return a card, put a card from your hand to the bottom of your deck and draw a card. And I think the 3 and 4 are the +1 level ones.
Those are the recover. The 1-2 are the +1. So you're close. Yeah, you got.
Crux. I was actually gonna say it's the recover one, but I was like, no, I think I'm misremembering.
You should have went
I
with your gut
almost
feeling,
knew.
Clem. You had it. Yeah. All right.
I just talked to Kim. Oh, the speedy level up.
That besiege was actually very valuable here. You besieging into RE2, and then we're going to recover a card back thanks to the inherit effect.
Is gone. So now Hightech can freely, because this is an open decklist event, Hightech knows that he can just dungeon guide now. It doesn't matter. There is no more stifling traps available for Fruitcake.
Is gone indeed. What is the divine relic for this Arizona? Let me take a quick look here. We're looking at Lost Providence. Okay, so on this next turn, we're not going to be able to get like a GCR to draw up a card and then potentially dungeon guide it on your own end here as Fruitcake. So gonna have to wait and at least one more turn to be able to get to level 3. Both the value generation of.
Sorry.
You're all good. You're good. I missed it. What happened?
Cool. The Auspicious Manifestations ability was activated, even though we're on level 1. This is exactly what we were talking about before the game. That's why I just wanted to make a note of it.
Get the prep counter and draw a card.
Yeah,
yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I see what you're saying.
Quest counter, not prep counter.
Oh, did I say prep counter? Woo! Too Tristan.
You're too Tristan filled.
Yeah. Well, if you think about it, Clem, you're just prepping for the dragon, right? That's.
It's not like Goja's gonna use any prep counters, so.
The traditional play windmill engineer imbued, attack end, play an ace in, return your windmill engineer kind of value package. Very, very strong here. I'm curious to see what Fruitcake does on their turn after this sort of insane turn 1 start they had. If they're going to sort of peter out on Steam, or if they have something more planned with only 2 cards left in Influence.
Yeah, that is exactly my worry, is that having such a strong start, and we haven't seen a single Astra card, which is going to be good for later in the game, but having such a good start means that his influence is non-existent going to level 3 here, and glimpsing is now all his games options are gone with the 3 as it's being played, but I believe he kept all 3 cards on top. Sorry, all 2 cards on top, both cards on top.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. We're just gonna gather some more. We're tend to the lands a little bit. Get some herbage. We'll get 1 herb this time. And we'll recollect and draw to go to 3 total influence, and then pass the turn to consume 2 herbs and draw, setting up for your potential next. And I think that's exactly what we're doing. We're just
like you foresaw.
Just not much to do with that low influence. But the value engine is online. As like with Ingredient Pouch and Fertile Grounds, you're guaranteed a card at the end of every turn, right?
Exactly. So it's really solid here. Being the guaranteed card draw is exactly what you want. Really cool power cell on Hightech side, by the way. An actual battery.
That is a non-distinct, non-labeled battery, but one of what are they? 9 volts, I think, are the big ones, right?
Sir, I just the one that the package tells me to. I don't know.
Is it well, those are the ones that you can lick, and then they make your tongue fuzzy, I think, right? Or is that
for legal reasons? I do not recommend battery licking to anyone. I don't know about that. Never tried or heard of it. Genuinely, I'm not a battery licker.
Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Yep, it's.
An automaton came, licked the battery, and took the charge.
Like, is turbocharged? You're charging the battery like past its limits, and that's why you get to draw 2 cards. Yeah, or are you like sucking the energy out of the battery into like the machine?
My thought was it because you're sacrificing the power cell that it is gonna charge you, but the art would suggest you're like overcharging it.
And it just like is unusable at that point. That's why you
And
sacrifice
you
it.
ruin
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Windmill Engineer,
Okay.
save 2 cards. Yeah. Dude, this is a pretty classic, boring Guoja game so far. And Ari is also doing just Ari things, gathering, drawing cards. What would be the dream hand for Fruitcake here once they level up to 3?
Dream hand. Whew, that is. Well, I think the dream is using 6 counters on Polaris to get 6 Cosmic Bolts shuffled in, and then having like Astrocytes into. I see. I'm a fraud. I don't even remember what most of the Glimpse cards they use are going to be. I think having like a Horda counter, a Astrocyte, an Astrosil, and then like another way to glimpse is probably like the dream hand into seeing Cosmic Bolt off the Astrocyte, and then next turn glimpse into another Cosmic Bolt.
Now, the next question, speaking of Cosmic Bolts, Fruitcake already has 4 counters on that Polaris. At this point, do you think it's better if they just continue drawing cards and then waiting until the Seryus flipped?
Oh,
Can they even win the
interesting.
game without popping the Polaris?
That's a
Also,
good question. We are, though, at an unfortunate situation that just happened. High Tech expelled the Departed, the Fertile Grounds, so now Fruitcake's draw engine is the less consistent, meaning you're really relying on the random RNG of this ingredient pouch. So I think now you have to really consider using this Polaris sooner rather than saving it for the dragon.
yeah, it's really unfortunate because we were just talking about it. I feel kind of bad because we might have cursed Fruitcake to have the Fertile Grounds expelled and it's been gone. It's a very sad situation, but what can you do? As long as that Polaris still clears at least something off of the board, he's in a very comfortable situation. Now, High Tech, yeah, it does play multiple Stifling Traps, and we haven't seen a single one, so there is the payoff for Case Dungeon Guide, unfortunately, being Stifling Trapped. I don't think there's much that Fruitcake can do against this. Can't even play a second Dungeon Guide.
Yeah. Oh!
Polaris Sacrifice. Oh, to clear the board in response to the Stifling Trap. So because the Stifling Trap doesn't hit the Dungeon Guide, doesn't deal damage to it, doesn't have a target, the Stifling Trap will not resolve as is. So Fruitcake, the Dungeon Guide's on-enter effect will still go through, and Fruitcake can level up to level 3.
Yeah, very smart heads-up play by Fruitcake. It's one of the reasons that like the interaction with yeah, make top 8, but the interactions with like Stifling Trap is it has to deal the damage in order for the negate to actually occur. So that's why people run like Undeniable Truth, Escape the Wreckage, just ways to just get rid of the Dungeon Guide. So it's never like dealt the damage. You still get your level up. You still get to move from there.
You know, if there was just a dot instead of the comma after the deal 2 damage to target ally, it would be fine. If it was deal 2 damage to target ally, negate all on-enter triggers from that ally, that would work. But luckily, there are ways to play around Stifling Trap.
Yes.
And
it's
and it's not all lost for Fruitcake either, even if the Seryu flips, in terms of being able to get rid of it. Because there is still Meteor Showers. You can absolutely use Cosmic Bolts on it now that you have 8 Cosmic Bolts in your deck. Every Cosmic Bolt you play gets stronger, so 2 Cosmic Bolts is almost enough.
Cosmic Bolt is the namesake of, not the namesake of the deck, but the reason the deck's so good, right? It's the scaling damage, being able to shuffle more in. Because before we had Polaris, it was like I only have 4, so there's a damage cap. But now with Polaris, it's there's no limit. As long as you have herbs for that Polaris, you can get as many Cosmic Bolts. I guess the limit is how many Cosmic Bolts you actually brought with you to the match itself.
Yep. Oh, there is, and there's the free Astral Seal because Fruitcake has a dungeon guide in banishment. Because they use one to level up. Oh my god. Yeah, it doesn't have to pay for it. It costs 3 less. It's free because there is a dungeon guide in at least one banishment.
There is Astral Seal, such a good card, and one of the cards you really want to have when you're low on influence after a DG, because it stops your opponent from progressing their board state.
It's actually perfect. It was meant to be this way. Fruitcake foresaw this. So there, maybe I was just wrong. It does matter. It doesn't matter that there's only one Stifling Trap, one Astral Seal. There's more Astral Seals. I'm not. Yeah, it doesn't matter that there's only one Stifling Trap because you know what? There are a lot of different ways that Fruitcake can deal with dungeon guides.
There is answers, and we're starting the Glimpsing train and find a Stellaria Shower.
I love and hate that it's a fractal, that it just stays on the board. You star call it for 1 or 0, depending on if you're planning on glimpsing more in a turn. You star call it for 1, and then it also just grows, just like Cosmic Bolt. And if you play, for example, Fragmented Spirit of Wind, see what Fruitcake is playing, and he still has that Spirit Shard token. That means that's 2 damage off the rip, and then every single Stellaria Shower is just going to add 1 more.
An additional one. I love the Orbiting Cosmos, Clem.
Yeah.
I feel like this card was very underrated for Astra, and then actually seeing it in play and like playing it with it myself, it feels so good to just get that +1 on Glimpsing. There's so many cards you're like, man, Glimpse 2 is kind of bad, but Glimpse 3, now that's the stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. That sounds amazing. Both in Arisana and Astra Diana, I would play it. Because honestly, even if you're not like a Aether Calling Astra Diana deck for some reason, I feel like even then this is just a good card. Glimpsing 1 more. At worst, it's a backup charger. At best, you get a lot of value off of seeing more cards in your deck.
You do get to see a lot. It also makes Astrocyte a lot more valuable.
Yeah.
Like the Glimpse 1 draw is good, but if the Glimpse 2 is, I think, what makes that card from good to like amazing. And if it normally has the text Glimpse 2 draw, I think it'd be one of the better sites.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. You know, I feel like if we had a card that just said 0 cost, Glimpse 2, draw 1, every single deck with that element would play it. I think it could even make some decks more playable. Ooh,
I'm actually really curious.
Fatestone.
Oh, okay, here we are. Astrocyte,
Oh,
Glimpse
no.
2, draw.
1, 2.
I'm curious why we still have. Oh wow! One of 8 has been found.
Yep, it's 1 of 8. It's not a lot of damage for now. Only 4. But that is what begins the cycle of abuse from Arisana. Sorry, you were talking about something.
Oh, I was just, the Lost Providence still hasn't been used by Fruitcake,
yeah.
so I'm wondering if they're saving it for like, if they see a really good card off the Glimpse, they'll, leave them on top, then draw both of them, sort of deal. But yeah, it could be an additional influence. or it could be a way to help when you're trying to like stack your deck through the glimpses themselves.
Yeah. It's also like if you don't find anything with I was thinking of a way, but I realized that because Star Calling puts everything on the bottom, if you find something with Star Calling, you can just bottom it and be free from the shackles of having to make a decision.
Yeah. If only Star Calling didn't put everything on the bottom. Yeah, there's been so many moments when I played Diana and like I glimpsed 5 and saw a Star Call card in the group, and I was like, haha, I'm just gonna Star Call this and then put this on top. I'm like, wait a second, it doesn't work like that.
If only that would also be really broken. Yeah, there's Goja from the besieged tree. So recovering 3 because he does have 10 quest counters already. The high tech, I mean.
You don't need more. 10 is enough. That's it.
Yep. Also, it feels good seeing Lost Providence on both sides of the board. And I'm not sure how you feel about it, but this feels a bit more balanced and fun than Unmake with Looking Glass.
Yeah, I will say I do not miss Unmake Duality. That is for sure something. And both players actually remembered to bring out their Lost Providence on the turn they leveled up to 3 as well, which is very important.
We're very proud. And flipping the Besieged Fatestone as well. Wow, we have a big panda on the board, rested, but it is definitely daunting because it has vigor.
Alrighty, just passing the turn, getting that Seiryu trigger.
Oh, Harness Lightning is a beautiful banish here. +1 arcane card.
End of turn, Fruitcake. What are we going to be doing here? Scout the land. This might be the card we were waiting for to use the Lost Promises, or Lost Providence, off the top. Since it doesn't glimpse technically, it's just rearrange the top 4. It helps you get through the those 4 cards a little bit faster.
Yeah, it's a better... Oh, I wanted to say it so fast that I forgot. No, it's a better Idle Thoughts. Because it draws you a card and it's not just floating memory. That's probably what makes it so much better than Idle Thoughts instead of drawing a card.
Oh, Orb of Glitter.
That means that also glimpses 2 every single turn now.
Oh, you're right. Oh, that's actually really good. Like, I wonder if he stacked the deck to have a Cosmic Bolt off the top. Yep.
Oh, yeah,
right.
yeah, look. He's smart. He knows. Yep, that's 6 damage. Oh, 8?
Because we have
one
banish, one
banishment.
engrave.
Yeah, it just blends into the playmat a bit. So I didn't quite catch it, but yeah, there is one. So it is 8 damage from the Cosmic Bolt.
It's just another Cosmic Bolt would be for 11 because it scales by 3. So it's possible we just see. Oh, is it by 2?
Yeah, it's 4 plus 2 for each Cosmic Bolt in Banish and Graveyard. So next one would be 10.
10? Okay, so 21. So we need to see at least 2 more Cosmic Bolts then to close out the game here?
Yep. Or... does he play... Oh, I was gonna say Cometful, but no. Stellaria Shower would still not be enough.
Stellaria Shower would be for only 3. Oh,
yeah.
1 short. Yep. 1 short in.
If that dungeon guy didn't die, huh?
Oh, you're totally right. If that dungeon guy was able to attack in for 1, open up multiple lines here. But to Fruitcake's credit, they still have 3 additional draws as well. We have the Spirit Shard, the Lost Providence, and the Orb of Glitter. So if they really need to dig for cards, they have the option to.
Absolutely. It's not that hard. Doesn't expend a lot of resources because you don't care about glimpsing if you're already winning the game.
Yeah, that yes. We have the dragon
Oh, there's the
flipping
flip.
over. Fate
It's
Stone to dragon.
intimidating. Yep. There's two special rocks on the field. Goja and just her silly little rocks turning into ferocious beasts. My god.
How would you feel if you had like a pet rock that you carried around with you, and then all of a sudden just a giant like kaiju popped out of it?
Well, I love Bakugan. Thank you for asking, Valkyrie. Oh, Serious Command is really good here. That's going to be 2 additional Seria triggers, so it's gonna be, 2 cosmic bolts, 2 2 arcane blasts. Oh, but ensnaring fumes, the one-off ensnaring fumes. Okay, yes, I get it. Alright, Sada glimpses a lot, so you will see what you need.
Oh wow, I really like this. In response to the Serious Command, ensnaring fumes, and then we're gonna auspicious manifestation. What is that?
And then return it, and then it becomes, because it comes back transformed. It doesn't matter if the thing, but there are, paying 3 for an Astro Seal. Yeah.
An Astro Seal met with another auspicious manifestation. Wow, what an interaction there. So all allies being returned to the hand. The dragon has been banished and will be coming back as a dragon. But the important part is Fruitcake does not have to stare down a Serious Command anymore, which I think would have been the complete end of the game if the dragon was able to attack in with that command and then get the Arcane Blast as well.
Yeah.
Here.
I completely forgot for a second. Sorry, I completely forgot for a second that there's an auspicious manifestation in banishment already. That's why the
from earlier,
free. Yeah.
Cosmic Astroscope, a beautiful Arizona Judge CPR there. We're gonna glimpse 4, and all we have to do is find a Cosmic Bolt, right? And then draw into a Cosmic Bolt to close out the game. High Tech, no cards in hand. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 card in hand. And that is the Beseech Fate Stone, which we know of, which was returned, and 1 Cosmic Bolt down.
There is a Cosmic Bolt for free. And playing 1, paying. Oh, okay. Making an herb. Getting an herb. Let's see if they have it. They will definitely do everything to glimpse as much as possible. 1, 2, 3. Well, I am 3. Oh yeah, there's the Cosmic Bolt. I knew. There's literally nothing you can do here. Unfortunate, but that is game 1 of round 3 of the TCG NA Online Regionals. First one, going to Fruitcake on Fragwind Arisana. Now, before we jump into game 2, let's look at the sideboards. Well, these players are also looking at their sideboards. Who do you want to start with, Valk?
Let's start with Arizona here. Let's take a look. We sort of mentioned that Arizona has a lot of 1-ofs that really help in these matchups. That Ensnaring Fumes was very clutch to seeing it. But we can bring in some additional Ensnaring Fumes as well, along with the potential of Topsy Decree if we want to try and stop ourselves from getting Arcane Blasted. And then maybe Spellshield Astra could be a potential. I'm not too familiar with how Arizona decks want to like keep their ratios. It's one of those weird decks where you do glimpse a lot, but you also have to keep a core together just to make sure you're not like missing out on your influence or your way to get to your level 3.
Yeah, and there was also so many, like I was thinking, okay, well, surely Psychopomp can go, but there are so many moments. There are both Astral Seals that were played were so impactful that I think that it's a really good card to set up your Astrals.
Yeah. I think you're right. Astrosil, I think, was one of the pivotal cards in that matchup, stopping the dungeon guide and then forcing High Tech to commit everything into saving the dragon at that final turn.
Yeah, I think a spell shield Astra might still come in just to 100% play around on the arcane blasts. Because sure, High Tech can attack Fruitcake down, but Fruitcake is more likely to find the Cosmic Bolts than High Tech is to just raw damage, in raw combat damage, kill Fruitcake before he gets there. So yeah, I think that's about it.
Oh, well, what about High Tech side, Clem? What are we looking at bringing in?
A bit more straightforward, I think. Warp of Sealing might be a good one if he wants to be careful, because Terrafring is useless in this matchup. And at that point, Orb of Sealing genuinely might just be better to be safe. The thing is, I don't think there's many other things that can be played. Expel the Departed is probably the other best card that would come in. Everything else is more set up for a Gembu matchup or more ally-focused decks here. Would you bring Regal in this matchup? Because that's the one I'm really torn on right now. Because I wouldn't, but because I feel like the downsides of bringing Regal in are much higher than the upsides. But I'm also not a Seiryu player.
Yeah, it's tough on there because Regal will probably be met with a negate, like a Horda counter or a Astrosil, because Arizona does like to keep a lot of the cards in hand and memory for like what they need to do. But if you draw a lot of Cosmic Bolts and your opponent Regals you, you're like, okay, whatever. In this particular matchup though, I think if you turbo to 3, Regals are fine. But if you're playing the influence game and Arizona's beating you to 3, I don't think Regals are going to be the answer on this one.
You make a really good point about if you get there first, then it's probably better. It's probably good. It's also, can be argued, like getting rid of those Cosmic Bolts means that they cannot play the Cosmic Bolt, right? So, overall, it is less damage.
But it scales the other Cosmic Bolts, which is the scary part.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see if High Tech brought it in and what is the eventual decision on it. Because I think that they would probably also have the same dilemma as us. Yep, there's an awesome start from High Tech for the first turn. Besieged Face Stone immediately doubling up. One Stifling Trap gone, but let's see. What? Oh, wait, no, that was not an Orb of Sealing. That was an Incandescent Reliquary that I got excited about. Nope, that is not it.
They do look very similar, actually. So, like, they both have like yellowish center, like blocky framing to them. Yep.
I just saw the edge of the card. I was like, it's the same glow, and then I saw that. Wait, it is actually yellow and not colorless, not like gray.
We get to get a better look here. Actually, there's the Reliquary, Thurible, Terrafring. Oh, I have a question for you, Clem.
Yes.
Are you FTC Terrafring art or are you new Terrafring art?
There are so many Terrafring arts that it's hard. But my favorite Terrafring art would be the HVN starter deck, I think. Is the one that's like very regal looking.
Wait, whose starter deck?
It was an HVN as well, no? Not the
Oh,
one
HVN.
Yeah.
I heard Adrian's starter deck. I'm like, whose starter deck?
the recollection ones, yeah.
Okay, gotcha, perfect. Yeah, I know exactly the one you're talking about then. Okay. Interesting. So you're not a big fan of the RDO Terrafring then. Or not RDO, I'm sorry.
See, it's just confusing. The DTR ones.
DTR, thank you, yeah.
The Mordred one is also really awesome. Can I change my answer? Mordred is my favorite
Mordred, yeah.
one. It has a butterfly on it.
It does.
So
It
that
has
is
the Gildus
There's
butterfly.
2 butterflies. Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
the
think
promos
when
are
I put.
cool, but I'm never owning one, so I have to settle for the poor man's very pretty terraforming of Mordred Aurelian Regent Recollection.
I think I'm just old. I'm trying to remember if I play Terrafring. I think I just put the FTC Terrafring in my deck. I don't think I have a.
Yeah. I
promo
don't
or
have that
anything.
anymore. That's my problem. Well, actually, wait, I do. I have it in Hungary. But that's far.
Man, I did just realize talking with you now, Clem, there is more Terrafrings than I thought. There's a lot of those out there
Your
now.
question opened up a lot of doors. I think a lot of people love the bunny one, which is a great one. The RDO Pantheon deck one, also really cool, but I think it is outshined by the Mordred one. The Hoshikawa Terrafring is cute, but the ring is tiny on it, so it's whatever.
Yeah.
And Arisana is Arisana, like it's great, but there's everything has Arisana on it. Let me take a break, okay, Cam.
It's Arisana's the promo poster child. I really know we shouldn't mention it, but I really want to. That dog in the top left corner of High Tech's camera is so cute. I see him laying around and shuffling, and he's just taking a nap.
True. Recap what happened on screen while we were yapping. There was a Tindaland played by Fruitcake, and then High Tech basically flipped the Besieged Maidstone. And yeah, there is also an angelic channeling just came out from High Tech. Banished the ally we were just talking about, Royal Oathguard, and I think that's it, right? Oh, he banished nothing. All right. Unfortunately, I was in response to the Gentle Respite to lower his influence, but Fruitcake still had a 3 visits and an Awake Arisana, so the influence ended up being equal, so the Gentle Respite resolved as it's supposed to be, drawing cards. So yeah, that was, High Tech tried his best, but Fruitcake just had the answers, as an Arisana player should.
Sometimes you get into the Gentle Respite war with someone trying to lower your influence so they don't get the value, and then they're like, well, I'm going to lower my influence, lower than your influence, and still get my value. And a lot of the times that both players just end up losing cards, but if the Gentle Respite player is able to get lower, it is very beneficial because you get cards out of your opponent's hand, you get the float, you get the additional redraw.
Yeah. Everything was achieved by Fruitcake here. They ended up winning more in this exchange, especially forcing High Tech to play the angelic channeling when they didn't have anything to banish for it was unfortunate. But you gotta keep on keeping on, and it is having a pretty good game still, having that Windmill Engineer. The Polaris also has 0 counters on it and only 3 total herbs on the board right now, so it's a bit of ways away for Fruitcake to start generating Cosmic Bolts.
Indeed, and we have the materialization of the ingredient pouch. It is going to help get an addition. Wow, another 6 herb.
Oh.
We are going strong on these ones. But the important thing to note here, Clem, is we didn't have as fast as a start as we did in game 1, where it was that beseech into level 2 and to immediately start like drawing, replacing effects. So a much slower methodical sort of game. And as soon as I say that, of course, he has the Beseech the Winds, which we're going into level 2. So who am I? We're one turn later. Is now the point.
It's not bad. Hey, it's just a different
Yeah.
order of things. Overall, it's still really, really good for Fruitcake here. Oh, banishing a Cosmic Bolt. I really love how they represent that the Cosmic Bolts are separate. Oh,
Yeah.
again, getting another number 6 herb.
Whew. That is almost have Yahtzee on the herbs right now. Going down, eating 2. You're gonna draw into memory, get 2 counters on Polaris, and pass the turn. Polaris is now online and a threat, which is something
terrifying.
for high tech really needs to keep in mind, especially if we see another like Stifling Trap Dungeon Guide interaction. Yeah, it happened to you in game 1, and now in game 2. Is it really worth trying to even go for the Stifling Trap and forcing the Polaris, or are you just wanting to keep that extra influence?
Yeah, now that you know the play, everything is more dangerous. Seeing cool lines. Yep, Tongu coming in, getting a quest scanner, drawing a card immediately for high tech. That influence is pretty scary, especially considering that they're level 2 already. So even with the dungeon guide and dungeon guide like going up to level 3, they will have a good group of cards in their hand.
Mm-hmm.
Even without the dungeon guide, they can comfortably go up to level 3 and have a stable influence, even without Baby Green. There's Windmill Engineer and the Panda going smacking around Arsana.
That panda's deceptively strong. A 3/4 vigor is really, really good, especially if you're able to get it to flip so early like High Tech did. It racks up damage. It's an Asin Protector, actually. Just the stat line of an Asin Protector, and we see the value and damage that that card is able to do. So the fact that you essentially got it for free, right? You paid its initial cost, flipped it, and didn't lose any additional cards is really why this panda is played a lot of the times.
Yeah, it's a lot of value for a Guoja deck. And there is the Fabled Dungeon Guide leveling up, losing a Benediction Angel and something else. Clearly is not relevant, otherwise we would see it. Wasn't an arcane card, so we don't care basically. Attacking for even more. The situation's getting a bit sticky for Fruitcake here, but nothing's lost, especially because they still have the Polaris. So that board can be gone really quickly.
Yeah, I'm actually curious if you flip Dragon here with a Byaku's command and try and close out the game, just to get that damage in, because Arisana is still at level 2, not enough influence for an Ensnaring Fumes, only 3 total in hand. But playing it a little safe, just gonna banish, keep the Fate Stone in the back pocket, and go from there. Technically, like realistically, you don't need to flip the dragon. You can just keep winning with the allies already on board and keep that dragon closed off and as your secondary option. And you don't want to get a little too greedy, is I think the word for.
Absolutely, and especially when you think about how Fruitcake genuinely might be holding up the Polaris to hurt the dragon and then finish it out with a Cosmic Bolt or something. As long as you have your whole board, it doesn't matter that you don't have dragon, because you still are going to hit face and go smack with some other allies.
Smack indeed. And Arisana traditionally does not run allies to, clear the board to have potential. The only one you really have is Dungeon Guide. So we talked about it earlier. Did we ever find out if they run Comet Fall?
They have it in a sideboard, but I don't believe that they brought it. They probably didn't bring it in, considering they have the Polaris, but
interesting. Yeah, I'm curious on that one.
Would you, in this matchup, correct me if I'm wrong, in this matchup, most of the allies that they played that are not Seiryu are just early game get a lot of value. So having a Comet Fall can dilute your deck just enough where it's an annoyance.
I can definitely see that here. In this instance, I would love a Comet Fall when there's 3 allies that have just been hitting me for the last couple of turns. But you're right, you have Polaris. You have that as an answer for these early board states that usually in against aggro decks or ally base decks, a good Polaris can just close out the game against them. Granted, we all know Seri doesn't really care about these early allies. Their main ally is that dragon. So I think in the roundabout way, Comet Falls may have not been the right choice to bring in.
If you go all the way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is really hard to decide. And I think that's also why like a personalized sideboard is so important, because if you just take someone else's sideboard without understanding the decisions and like when and how they bring cards in, you can get really lost. I did that a couple of times and I did get very lost. And I was like, wait, what? It's not a fun time.
Like, what's going on? But we actually see a dungeon guide here and met with a stifling trap and not using Polaris. Instead, just saying, okay, I won't get beyond enter. I'll attack into your windmill engineer, remove that, going up to 5 counters for the Polaris. At the end of the turn, trigger for Arizona 2. And I really like this play just because Fruitcake felt like 3 Cosmic Bolts wouldn't be enough to shuffle into the deck to actually have a meaningful impact to win the game. So they're wanting to go in for more counters to be able to get more bolts to try and close out the game a little bit better. You already have 3 cards down that you put that you don't care about. You can use to hard level up on your next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really smart play, especially if all those cards are kind of useless. Then you really don't mind losing, just not gambling on keeping one of them, but just losing all 3. Better for the safety of both being able to close out the game and leveling up for sure. And more Cosmic Bolts. There's a lot of upsides to not popping the Polaris there in response to the Cyclone Trap. Yeah, but now High-Tech is down to just 4 damage on board. Being able to flip the Sirius though. But the more he waits, the more possible it is for Fruitcake, the more likely it is for Fruitcake to remove Serio the moment it flips.
It is becoming a possibility.
Yeah, next turn that Polaris will be able to have 11 counters on it. Which is quite a bit. It's enough to almost one-shot Serio on its own.
It's a bubble and brew is occurring. There's some things in that cauldron that a lot of people may not want to ingest themselves.
She's cooking. It's like the Pantheon trailer. She's cooking on the cauldron.
Yeah, I don't think there's just herbs in that cauldron there, Clem.
Yeah. And it sure looks more than just herbs. Oh, there's the Royal Oath Guard. Another one, rather. One was banished, one is here on the board. It is another Asim Protector. It's a best of both worlds. It's half Panda because it has Vigor. It's half Asim Protector because it has Intercept. Perfect.
Yeah. It is the perfect ally. We've taken the bits and pieces of the allies we already enjoy, fused them together, and created the Royal Oath Guard.
Yep. We took 2 wind allies and made the Norm Exalted ally out of them.
That's the it has to have a downside, right? And that's the one that they chose is just you have to get to level 3 in order to activate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that that's too big of a downside. That's like the norm in modern Grand Archive.
Yeah, in modern Grand Archive. 3 visits?
Sorry, modern Grand Archive?
Oh, I was just saying, modern Grand Archive is a level 3 meta now.
Yep. Love to see it, honestly. Modern Grand Archive is also a 3 visits has an additional cost kind of Grand Archive.
You gotta. Oh my gosh. We have the materialization of Orb of Glitter, but I do want to talk about the additional cost of resting your champion. Whenever I teach people Grand Archive, especially newer players and ones who don't have a lot of card game experience, I always like to oversimplify the Grand Archive words and terms because I feel like it's super fun. So, instead of saying rested and awake, you say, you got to make this one sleepy in order for it to do its thing, and then it has to, get up for the morning, which is the start of your turn, and then when it comes to like putting cards down in your memory, it's like, oh, what is in your hand, you put things down in your memory to try and remember them, and then when you recollect, you remember everything that you put down. So it's always super fun to like try and use those analogies for those players. I have a good time. I feel like the people I teach as well really enjoy it. And then as they progressively get more into the game and learn more about it, they start to use the true and real terms and follow the steps.
Yeah, but that's a really smart. Good on you, Valk.
Thank you. It is
making it simple and easy for all to understand.
It is. And sometimes when I'm just chilling having a game, I like to make my ace and protector sleepy and deal damage. So,
Hey, I too am sometimes sleepy when I try to do anything, much less deal damage to someone else. Gah. Sounds like so much work. They deserve a bit of rest.
There ain't no rest for the wicked, they say. Clem, where are we in this instance here? We have the Orb of Glitter materialized. We're not level 3. We have 5
that's
counters
my
on
biggest
Polaris.
problem. Exactly the problem here, that we are not level 3. Well, never mind. See? Valk. Now we hopefully are level 3. Seems, yep, High-Tech did the tiny hand motion indicating that it resolves. Okay, I was second-guessing myself for a second.
I'm with you. It's always scary when you go activate this card and your opponent, who's been like hands down, like just sort of like chilling, goes, wait a second, and picks up their cards and starts looking at them. You're like, no, wait, please.
Oh my god, wait! High-Tech forgot the Lost Providence. Fruitcake didn't. Fruitcake is winning here. Unless, no, because there is a Thurible, yeah. I don't believe there was a Lost Providence banner. There's been so many. Oh wait, no. Under that Thurible, I see at the edge of a card that is not completely black. That is a Lost Providence. I bet. He did not forget. Both of these players are good and smart, and not Lost Providence forgetters like someone.
I think you're right. Lost Providence has already been used on the side of High-Tech. Fruitcake now being able to bring out theirs because we just hit level 3. Wow, another Stellarian Shower, first thing being Aether Called at level 3. Well, we don't have a Fragmented Spirit, so this is just going to be for 2.
True, it is. Because they were going second. Fruitcake went second this time. So they... Wait, no, they just don't have it. Yeah.
I wonder if it got expelled or departed. It is a very big possibility. Just try and stop draw and initial, of course, damage here off of that as well. The question is, though, Clem, does High-Tech now have enough influence to just flip Dragon and try and secure the game? 12 damage on Fruitcake, that's a Dragon Swing plus Arcane Blast to just win.
Yeah, and Fruitcake still doesn't have enough canners to one-shot the dragon, nor has enough cards in hand, I believe, to deal any damage to it, because Stellaria is... Well, okay. They would have to glimpse into something that can kill the dragon with the Polaris as well. So, in theory, this is the best time for High-Tech to dragon. Actually, at Fruitcake being at 16 damage counters already. And also, I do want to point out that we only have 9 minutes on the clock, so High Tech has to win this game really quickly. But even then, I don't know if there could be a game 3 with a resolution at this point.
That is true. Not enough time. Both these decks are very slow in closing out games a lot of the time. But we see the activation of Dragon, and in response, or Fatestone, I'm sorry, and in response, we're gonna hide in the bush.
Yeah. Brewing. It sounds really funny, right? You're brewing a reaction of making a bush.
So the way I picture it, Clem, is Arisana's just out there like walking in the forest, and she bends down to pick up some herbs, and that's how they like sneak past her, right? So she just like ducks down real quick to grab some herbs, and everyone runs past her, and she stands up and like, wait, what happened?
True. Yeah. So with the hide and bush, High Tech decided to not flip the Serio because you rest it and then you may remove the counter. It's not a part of the cost. So yeah, you're able to rest and then see what someone does. You can even rest. This is a very fun fact. You can rest your Fate Stones even if you do not have enough quest counters, because everything after that is optional. And if you're not planning on doing anything, you can just play crab with it. Rest it on your turn, wake it up, rest it, wake it up, and never flip it.
Oh, interesting. That actually brings up some really cool lines, because I know people run Gojira in Merlin, like level 1, to bring out a Fate Stone. So that means you can run the new Monk card in Crux that says Regalia's items you control have rest it to deal 1 damage, which means you could just use your Fate Stone to start dealing
True.
1 damage at a time.
It's really hard to get rid of it.
But Clem, we finally saw Polaris. It's bubbled over.
So now, to be fair, Fruitcake is on his last legs here. He really needed to finally start getting damage. What, that was 11 Polarises? So more than a fifth of his deck. 11 Polaris counters. That was more than a fifth of his deck. Cosmic Bolts now? If he has 11 Cosmic Bolts. That entirely depends on how many Cosmic Bolts Fruitcake owns.
As an Arisana main, you have to own like 30 plus, right? There's
Yeah.
You got your non-foils and the foil ones, so hopefully enough are generated. All 11, and it's very potential we see just like multiple Cosmic Bolts now. There's so many sitting in that deck.
Vidar, that's 15 now. Even in a full 60 card deck, that's 1/4 of the deck. So it was like, it's way more than a fourth of the deck at this point, looking at how many cards there are in Fruitcake's board, banish, hand, influence, total, graveyard, everywhere. But that also means that High Tech can freely flip Seri now.
There's nothing stopping that Stereo. Which is kind of dangerous. It could be a Spell Shield Astra in response to that Arcane Bolt, in order to try and stop the damage there. But Stereo is still a big ally, attacking in for 4 themselves, so it's really difficult to try and circumvent both the combat damage and non-combat damage.
Yeah, the Arcane Blast, scary. And Fruitcake does have to protect himself in a lot of different fronts. But then again, he does have 2 Cosmic Bolts that deal... Oh, wait, no, they're spells. Never mind. Yeah.
It is... Oh, you know what? Maybe stopping Stereo right now, Clem?
What is stopping Stereo right now?
An ensnaring fume that Fruitcake may or may not have in hand.
No! There are so many cards. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Stereo can't be stopped by a little, just some girl sitting in some fumes. I think that's the art.
I really like to think like
Yeah.
You know the cartoons where the character like smells something really good and their body just like floats up and starts hovering towards it? I feel like that's what happens with Seryu when
True, they're like, oh, never mind. I have snacks back in the sky. Return to the semi-pokeball. To the stone. Have a little snack there. Be like, sorry. You gotta go questing if you want me back here.
You need more quests. But we see Seryu attacking in and generating a Cosmic Bolt. Do we not have the fumes to stay alive? Is it just maybe a Spell Shield Astra?
The good news is that there was no Serious command, so it's just Seru attacking for 4. Byaku's command is terrifying here, but that has to be before damage for maximum value. Even though, never mind, 1 Byaku's command is enough to win the game here as well.
Yeah, it is. That's 10 damage differential swing. Both players really thinking it here. And I'm not sure high tech's influence, but we may have enough to just hard activate this not Cosmic Bolt. That's the other player, the Arcane Blast, straight from banishment.
True, what they're level 3, so it would cost 8. I'm going up to 20 damage counters on Fruitcake. Okay, it seems that he missed. High-Tech missed the draw off of last Seryu's trigger. He did banish a card, so he paid that part. He did that part of the cost, but he didn't draw a card off of it. He nerfed himself. I was like, all right, -1 influence. Unfortunately, it is mandatory, especially if you already started the trigger. Well, not unfortunately. The fact is, it is mandatory to still complete the full trigger. So it happened. And now the game is.
He paid the costs, but forgot to get the reward. But the Byaku's command, as you mentioned, Clem, it may be happening. Big dragon swings.
Yeah. Fruitcake can Astral Seal it, but there's nothing stopping High-Tech from just playing another one.
With a lot of cards in the hand right now.
Yeah. Does Astral Seal banish the card?
It should, right? It has to synergize with itself.
So then, technically, 1 Astral Seal, 2 Astral, as long as he has a couple Astral Seals in hand, that would be enough. What? Stellaria Shower was rested and woken up?
Contemplating about activating a card, and instead of activating, just sacrificing Lost Providence to draw, maybe looking for a different answer, or potentially not wanting to put down a specific card, trying to find a replacement for it here.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is important to also keep in mind that this is an over 100. Oh, yeah, it's there, Fumes. That does win the game here, but there save Seru doesn't quite allow. Yep, there's Auspicious to save Seru, but that doesn't mean that High-Tech can win this turn. It just delays it by a turn.
You are right. It is just a one turn. There had to be an auspicious manifestation on the side of High-Tech. Otherwise, it would have definitely removed that dragon permanently. But Fruitcake is now having to stare down the dragon once more with 0 damage on High-Tech. These Cosmic Bolts are going to need to be really stacked up to do anything here.
Yeah, but we are in overtime. So I believe we went into overtime on High-Tech's turn still. So this is going to be turn 1. Oh, using a Cosmic Bolt to get the... Oh my gosh. Cosmic Astroscope. I'm not an Arisana player, can you tell?
This is one of those decks that has a very dedicated fan base, right? And the people who are good at this deck are really good, but it's not one that we see often because it has to be... The deck itself performs very well in a certain kind of meta, and if it's not the meta that the deck is for, it falls completely out of favor.
Yeah. The dedicated people are really dedicated to it, though. Like, they will play it even not bad. Even in a bad meta game. This is... I'm so nervous because there's not a lot of time on the field. Oh, Blanche. Play the Cosmic Bolt Blanched. The Cosmic Bolt. That is going to eat up all... Sorry, all but 2 the damage.
Yeah,
that
that is
6, and there's 2 Cosmic Bolts in Banish.
That's a big Blanche. Very, very timely as well. Hightech's just having almost all the answers for Fruitcake every single turn. Now the question is, can Fruitcake stay alive somehow against this Dragon Blanche on this turn? They are 1-0 right now in this matchup. If they do lose on this next turn, it will end in a 1-1 draw. So Fruitcake needing to find a way to deal with this dragon to secure this round 3 victory.
But it also depends. If Fruitcake has anything, Spell Shield Astra in hand, that still wouldn't save the game because he has to Spell Shield Astra both the Serious Swing, the Blanche attack, and Cane Blast, so that's a bit too much. But let's see if what happens. I don't think Fruitcake has a way to survive. Do you think he has?
Perhaps we have a 3 visits to recover 2. We can take the Dragon Swing and then Spell Shield the Arcane Blast is the only way. But if there is any interaction from Hightech, like a Serious Command, Byaku's Command, anything like that, I think it just spells the end for Fruitcake.
Fruitcake went to 24 damage getters? And truly... recovering 1, going to 24 still. Oh my gosh. Living life on the edge. Byaku's Command. Does Fruitcake have anything? Does Fruitcake have anything? That's gonna decide how this game ends. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oh, yep, Astral Seal.
Astral Seal, okay.
Oh my god! And I think Hightech doesn't have enough cards to play the Arcane Blast.
Was it 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
30 seconds left. 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, 6, 7 plus Empower 8, 9, 10, 11. That's enough to Arcane Blast.
Perfect! 11 damage from the Arcane Blast. Glimpsing 12? Yep. But that is time and overtime, which means Fruitcake wins this matchup 1-0 because neither of them could find it. They're just all disappeared in the sauce. What a crazy matchup. What?
That is.
Both of these decks are slower, and that really, I think, impacted the game a lot. And I think Hightech probably doesn't have a lot of experience with Wind Arisana. And they had to think about a lot of plays a lot more than you would if you had experience. And that leads me to, it's really that's why a lot of people practice, right? This regional is just a week out from the North American Nationals. So it is a great testing ground because there are stakes, so people are playing seriously. People are also prepping to NA Nationals here, while also not having stakes high enough where you would feel awful for losing a matchup you're unfamiliar with.
Alrighty, Clem. That was an exciting round 3. I'm glad everyone here was joining us for that, but we're going to go to a quick break here as we get ready for round 4 since that went so close to time. Everyone, stay tuned and we'll be right back.
welcome back to round 4 of the TCG NA Online Regional number 1 of 2. My name is Clem, and I'm back with NEETfull. How are you doing on this beautiful May Day?
I am doing great. I'm doing great. It is finally warm outside in Texas. It's no longer muggy and raining, so it's a beautiful day to be inside. Apparently,
Hey, man. That's what we are here for. That's what all Grand Archive players do, is stay inside and play Grand Archive. Except
it's a beautiful day to go outside. Nah, I'll play card games.
exactly,
Listen,
it's a
I'll
beautiful
hit it.
day to win some.
Uh-oh.
You hate it? What?
Oh no, it sounded like
Oh.
you died on my side for a second. So,
I'm back. Oh.
well, hey. Alrighty, so all right. Looking at this meta, what? I'm looking at the last round. Uh-oh. Did we lose Clem? Is Clem still here? Are we still alive?
I'm trying to.
All right. If hey, looks like we had some technical problems. So, hey, we're going into round 4. We've had a pretty eventful the last couple rounds. We of course gotten to see the return of Win Arasana doing a lot of Arasana things, being able to essentially drag out that game and somehow survive the Siryu combo, which is absolutely insane, having every answer they needed. And of course, got to see one of the locals, got to see the homie Savadal be able to pilot the fire suited with a very very strong game plan, showing just how powerful that new Regalia getting in Proxy's Vault actually is. And of course, I was finally able to cast a slime matchup. So if you're just joining in, that is essentially the recap of the winners so far. And we are going to be very quickly going into round 4 of 7 today for the regional. A lot of these players kind of now on the cusp of being able to get one step closer to what we refer to as the IDNN, where once you get a certain number of wins, you're in, you're set, you've got that prize card. So a lot of players are getting much closer to that. So, oh, it looks like we do have some technical difficulties on our side. We're going to send to a quick 30-second break, and we will be right back. So do not go.
We're back. Live.
We
I'm
are
alive.
back. Listen, nothing happened. This is the first time we've been back since round 3. Nothing else happened. So
Yeah. We saw a cool Wind Arisana, huh?
we saw Wind Arasana take down Wind Dragon, which absolutely crazy. Where I honestly thought that was going to go to a draw. Watching the end there, I was like, "There's no way." And seeing both the Astral Seal and I think they were only on a 1 of main board of the Shield, second one sideboard. That being said, only 2 of them in the deck, having both answers you needed right then and there to survive and drag out the end of that game. Absolutely crazy. Which
Yeah.
that being said, it's kind of good that it was coming down to time too, because I don't know if Arasana would have been able to necessarily drag out another turn there, but so it kind of
Yeah.
just worked out in the favor with the time.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, honestly, that is an unfortunate option if you weren't able to win 2 games fast enough. Because I think everybody wants to rest between rounds, but if you weren't able to win your first game fast enough, if it took you like 50 minutes, then it's gonna be a rough game 2 for your opponent and you both. You're mostly gonna play for survival.
Yeah, something to always keep in mind that depending on if the deck you have, if it is a slower to win deck, you just have to sometimes know that if you're probably playing nothing but Grand Archive, no breaks, you might get some water in between rounds as you're making it to the next table.
What's that? That means
What's water?
yeah. I don't know what that is.
It's not in a can and it's not a soda. I don't know what that is.
Darn.
What is?
If it doesn't have bubbles in it, I don't care.
I don't care if it's got to have CO2 or I don't want to see it. Get that away from me.
Exactly. But look, speaking of water, we're not seeing water next round.
Speaking of water, it will not be
see-
a water matchup.
Exactly. We see quite the opposite. It's Clace on Fire Merlin versus Stevo, the one and only Stevo on Fire CL. Oblation specifically. Now, Oblation post Prestige Ben. What are your feelings about it?
I think we talked a little bit about this round one. It's actually a very interesting list now. Just because we went from having only one 15 cost card in the game to having 3 15 cost cards in the game. So
True.
you have a lot more options than what you could do. Now we're not seeing the crazy Tokyo deck list where it was essentially nothing but every 15 cost card they could slam in the deck. Instead, we're doing a little bit more reserved. I think we're playing a grand total of 9 in this version. So we're not doing the crazy 12, but that also means we do have a lot more setup potential to very quickly end this game with this type of list.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, 9? 4 Advent.
2 ionized.
There are the
and
checkmates.
3
Yep,
checkmates.
I
Yep.
saw. I was just very lost for a second. Yep. You got it. And look at that. Stevo raw playing Liminal Guide.
With the Gentle Respite to back it up too. So getting that influence gain and having potentially a sacrifice target for next turn if we have the cremation.
It's pretty solid. And then Clay's also not having a bad turn 1, turn 2 here. Having a Gentle Respite into leveling up to Lorraine here.
Yeah, having a Cheshire Cat here would be pretty good in terms of where we want to be with the tempo in this matchup. Just because we kind of got to look at CL and you kind of don't know which version you're playing into yet. We haven't really revealed anything about the deck. Well, I guess it's open deck list. We do know it is Oblation because of the nature of regionals. But so it's kind of, you have to be aware that, hey, there's a chance I could just die out of nowhere if I don't get pressure on my opponent and set up my own kill lines.
Yeah. Oh, so looks like Stevo is needing to grab something, but solid from. He also had a Gentle Respite. Solid turn 1 also, leveling up into CL. Key. Play cremation rituals. He does. I would have been very surprised if he didn't. So now we're just waiting on a cremation ritual on that Liminal Guide. Look at that. Wow.
Like clockwork. No. No, just hit with the liminal, sacrifice it, but don't worry, it'll be back.
Yep. But hey, man.
Maybe.
It's like I feel like every time you see a Liminal Guide on board, or like turn 1, you know that the cremation is coming soon. You're not seeing that Liminal stick around. Angelic Channeling B, I believe, Haniel version. That's a Crux, a Ghost of Pendragon.
And an Imperial, I believe.
Yeah, that is the protection card countermeasure. That's the one.
One of the new cards out of RDO. One of the kind of the new swap piece for a lot of you've seen a lot of decks kind of dropping Resolute stands for this, especially if you're a level 3 deck.
Yep. I feel like it's a lot because it's 1 cost always. And then it just prevents 4.
And replaces itself. So it's a nice nice way to keep influence and be able to stay off some damage.
Creative shot. So what do you think we're gonna be seeing here from Clace? It looks like a very boring, well, not boring, very normal Fire Merlin deck, but some people might not know quite how this works. So what are we gonna be seeing as a game plan?
Biggest thing is just get our level 3 online, get it going, get the Ghost Pendragons up and running, be able to present a lot of damage here. And it's actually interesting. I'm wondering if we're going to see the Merlin maybe eat the liminal guide, just because that is going to be taking away value from Oblation. And one thing about it is you want to keep Oblation off of that influence gain, because you don't want to necessarily let them have the double Oblation end a turn once they hit 3.
That is very true. That can be the difference between waiting, dying right now or dying next turn. And dying next turn means one more turn for you to kill them. Which on Merlin is +1 level and a bajillion cards usually. Yep, CL level 2. Keeping one of these cards here. Let's see what Steve banishes. 2 dungeon guides!
If
We
you're
have
willing to
3
put
dungeon
2 down,
guides.
2 dungeon guides, you have another one. That's a triple dungeon guide hand if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, I bet what he put down was 3 dungeon guides. Because he saw,
Yep.
okay, it's fire, no stifling, no negates.
And we did see the Merlin activation there on the ability to remove the liminal guide. So doing that in response to the level trigger, but before we hit the level, so that way we do not get the extra draw and another ally on board.
Yeah, I am excited. And I think that is a dungeon guide, putting 3 down.
And one big thing to notice here as well is we have
foil.
not we have not seen a banish of any of the 15 cost cards. Well, there's one of them.
Why
being
did you say
banished.
that?
I don't know. What have I done? There's one at least.
It's all your fault, Leafa. And there is the Not Forgotten Lost Provenance. Really good. Love to see it, honestly. And there is the Advent.
Yeah,
Don't you worry.
Putting into, I think we have a 3 card hand, so a little bit safe from potential Oblation here. At least for now.
For now. It's also important to note that because like you said, there were 0 omens. There were no on-enter triggers from any CLs leveling up here.
Ooh, a nice discard there for Creative Shock into Liminal Guide from Klaus's side.
Yeah, ooh. Wow, Topsy Decree, Cheshire Cat, and Incarnate Majesty banished for level 3. With 0 level counters, notably. But there was not a lot of floating around anyways. Putting both cards on top of his deck. Yep, drawing both of them here with the Liminal Guide, drawing a card for level up. And then drawing for turn.
Which, one of the hardest things here now is we do have to eat through 30 damage, unfortunately, to get to the CL. That's one of the hardest parts about this, is it's not that the fact that you could die just at any moment. It's not, but you also have 30 health you have to eat through just to end this game, which doesn't seem like a lot if you played against like Merlin and stuff, but that 2 damage does affect quite a bit. Especially with Merlin's math, where generally your fireballs are, as the current mid game, probably coming in for 5 to 6 at the most, unless this gets dragged out really long.
And 1 more turns, 1 more Oblation that Steve-O can draw here. So it's definitely not all dandy. But at least there's 2 Ghosts of Pendragon on the board, you know? It could be worse. You could have 0 Pendragons on the board. Or just 1.
I mean, if we have an Oblation here, it might be 0 Pendragons.
True. That's also very true. Those might not last for long. A backup charger coming out from Steve-O. I was looking at Steve-O's list. He's definitely going for a very speedy kill because he does not play any abnegations.
It is definitely a different switch that I've seen in most of these lists, just having the protection from there. But I think the idea is, again, just, hey, let's just send it. As long as we can draw two of our Oblations here, we can just end the game. Or in this case, sometimes you don't even need 2. Just play 1, omen the other, and then make the swap. Because we have enough ways to do that.
That's also very true, especially in a meta like this, where sure the board hurts, but once you clear the board, very few decks can come back with a board that can kill you after you cleared it once and dealt 15 damage to them.
Yeah, I think there's maybe only two deck lists in the game right now, which can have a kickback that hard after a board sweep.
Yeah.
And one thing, Merlin is not necessarily one of them.
I would say not necessarily. Merlin is just not one of them.
Sometimes an Incarnate's enough of a kickback, but
Yeah, but usually not.
I'm seeing a whole lot of waifus here on Klaus's side.
He knows what he likes, and he's sticking to it. Merlin, and Nikkei.
Respect.
Yeah. The only boys on that board are ghosts, so they're not even real. And I guess Liminal Guy is also a ghost. It's a specter. No? Am I crazy?
Yeah, Spectre. Yeah, it is a Spectre. It's a spooky ghost. And we did see the pause from Steve-O here, which actually makes me think that we might have the oblation. And kind of debating if we wanted to clear the board before doing anything else.
Yeah. Seems that Siwa just decided to, you know what? Let's just see what you're doing. Is that another Ghost of Pendragon? Oh, no, it's 3. Cremation on the Luminal Guy. Going to Banishment here. Drawing 2. 1, 2.
Makes me think that maybe, because I'm a little bit shocked that we wanted to take that extra damage, not clear the board, but I think we're hoping here is for the Incarnate play.
Yeah, it seems that Clays is not going for it. He knows
Ah,
not taking the bait.
which I respect. Hey, you don't necessarily need to do it. That being said here, if we do have Oblation, this could be a setup. As long as we have another 15 costs in our hand, we could, during Recollection Oblation, have the Armor already out. And it looks like that might be the route we're going for. We might have the potential 30 here.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oblation number 1. Clay's picking his whole entire hand up.
Picking up the
a
second
trillion
library to look
cards.
and see what's in there.
Yeah. Imperial Countermeasure. Drawing a card into memory, preventing 4, I believe.
Yep, it'll be 4. Another Imperial Countermeasure. Popping 8.
Just have 2.
Turns out taking 7 is much easier than taking
that's
14.
Significantly less damage. 7. It's still a lot, to be fair. You consider that 2 cards were played just for it to prevent 8, and then that 8 being that 8, that 8 still not being the whole 15, still being 7. It's quite a bit. Oh, yep, Oblation, like you said. Healing 2.
If we have it, I think we just go for it here. Yeah,
It
looks
seems
like
that
that's
we
all we're
will.
doing. Yeah, return it to hand.
Armoire, Golden Checkmate. Now those are 2 15 cost omens. That would also deal 2 damage to Clays. Yep. And now to just play 1 more 12 damage is needed. So 1 Imperial Countermeasure would be enough. Does he have it?
No, I'm not thinking we don't. No.
That is game 1 going to Steve-O of round 4 of the TCG NA Online Regionals Part 1.
Listen, this is the power of Oblation now. It's sometimes it's just they only where we have to relied on earlier in this being able to have either 2 of the advents and then or 2 oblations, requiring you to essentially have a 3-card setup. Was a lot harder when we only had 8 pieces. But now that we can essentially take that count pretty high up, we only need to draw 1 oblation and 2 15 costs, means this becomes a lot easier to be able to set up this game, like this kill line. And it's absolutely terrifying to watch this deck when it does hit everything at once. But hey, that's only 1 game. We are going to go into game 2. Clem, looking here at the the Merlin side, what do you think potentially is coming in for the Merlin into this matchup?
It's also once again really hard. Blanche, definitely. Your influence is also always going to be massive, and because the oblation damage is all dealt at once, Blanche still prevents the damage, I believe. That would be dealt to the champion. But I think that's it.
Yeah.
Would you bring like the thing is Regal is in a lot of these matchups is becoming more and more like a good card, but it doesn't impact too much because there's so much redundancy.
Yeah, that's where I was in the same boat because it's like I don't know if you bring in Regal in this matchup because you run the risk that even if you take out, let's just say you take out multiple oblations, they're just going to be able to omen the oblation and get it back with your armor
Yeah,
later, and
and
you have a chance
CL
of
if you have enough.
yeah, or you just play with the CL and then you still have the Orb of Sealing, or potentially you would believe they would have the Orb of Sealing to be able to lock that out. Now in this case, we don't. It's Steve side.
Yeah,
Actually, do we have Orb of Sealing? No, we do not. So we're actually not using the orb at all. So there's no other way if we put extra pieces in there. So it, it's a tough call. You're playing a very high gamble of just hitting oblation and them just drawing into something they can just swap back out anyways. So very difficult call there. Um, for the CL side, you have a lot more options what to bring in, which
yeah. I
fool.
think in this matchup, you're gonna play Serene Fire, especially since you won this first game. For game 2, you will also be starting with 7 cards again. Merlin can deal a lot of damage very early. I think you're bringing in the Crystallized for a potential massive fireball. I think you're bringing in the Resolute Stand for the Pendragons. And Abnegations too. Now, then the rest of it though.
Yeah,
What would
Nocturne.
you
I could see Nocturnes coming in just as maybe a way to deal with the Incarnate, is a way just to kind of get another way to get off the board. Just because of how the layering will work with Incarnate, using using the Oblation into the Incarnate will mean that half damage will be prevented. When you do that, so you want to be a little bit careful. So I could see Oblivion maybe coming in here for the CL side. And I'm with you. I think Serene bring it in. There's no reason not to, unless you just are really going for the high roll into them. But it's also a matchup where I'm on the fence with Crystalline Destiny, just because we do know there's ways to get around this in certain decks, and we know our opponent does have access to the Nascent Blast. So I might be a little bit careful just in case they just go for the Fireball and then
people
Nascent
bringing
Blast or
lunch?
Crystallize.
Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky, but and it looks like we're seeing, unless we're not doing a swap here, it does look like CL is actually staying on Spirit of Fire. We
Going
want to
very
have that.
aggressive. The influence, right? So apologies for cutting you off there, Needful.
Oh no, you are good. I was trying to throw it back into the game, so you were perfect. You were perfectly fine. I don't need to be yapping.
I was looking at how he sideboarded in some lunch for himself as well, considering it is 2 p.m. in the Midwest now. It's perfectly lunchtime. Yep. Oh, look at that. How the turntables. Clay's playing a Liminal guy that is first turn. Very reminiscent of Stevo's. Hopefully this is a good sign for them. They're perfectly on time for 3 20-minute games. So
Oh, for sure. Like we're definitely playing, and that's the thing, is Oblation is almost in a weird sense, it's almost like an aggro version of CL, is the best way to put it. Where you try to hit 3 as quickly as possible, and then as we've seen, you don't really have a lot of defensive options in this version. It's just kind of I really just hope I have it. Draw some cards and hopefully I kill.
yeah. I'm curious to see if it will. Probably yes. That is a level up. You're losing a fluffy shopkeep for the level up here. What do you think? What do you feel about Fluffy in this matchup?
Honestly, not great, Bob.
Yeah. I agree.
It,
I agree with the prognosis.
if we believed our opponent might have sided in the devastating blows, it could be good. But it's such a gamble to say, like, I'm gonna play this out just for the devastating blow rather than what we're doing here and just pressuring more damage.
Yeah.
Which I think this is the opening I honestly Klaus wanted last game. We're just being able to have the Fluffy and just turn or not Fluffy to have Cheshire Cat and turn
Yep.
Cat sideways. We have a lot lot more potential if we can be putting in what is going to be 3 to 5 damage a turn off the rain turn and the cat.
Absolutely. This is really important. Pressure Stevo just enough where he has to start. It has to level. There's no other option here. And we see Creative Shock. Discarding. Hopefully a float here. A liminal guide is basically a float. It's a way to cycle cards and get an ally out. So there is the level up. Looking at going into CL level 1 here. Losing an Advent. Not the most advantageous thing here, but you know what?
I see what you did there.
It's okay. I didn't.
Not happy about it, but I saw it. Which makes me.
Yeah.
What-
There
what
has to be more. Surely. There are more. That's why he plays 9 of them. So that there are more answers.
We have already seen. It makes me wonder now. Do you? Yeah, I was actually going to ask this question. Do you just go short of shadows just to pressure more damage? And yeah, Klaus, I think, is in the same the same wavelength that I was here. Of just maybe it's just not worth leveling yet and just pressuring more damage because Sword of Shadows gives us an additional option to swing and
You just
buffs the cat again. So why not?
gotta go attacking here. There is no better option because you know that if you let the CL go to level 3, they are very likely to find the oblation.
And have access to abnegation as well, potentially.
Yep.
So getting damage on early and hopefully forcing them to have to level when they don't want to. You do not want to give them that off turn.
Yeah. Oh my god! Topsy Decree being imbued with 3 gentle respites. Yeah, Steve was going to level 2 next turn, I think. I had an inkling.
So would we eat the liminal guide potentially in a flared iridescence or just the flared? Oh, we just discarded 1. We were
Yeah.
just straight doing it for discarding and banishing something.
Yeah. You just, you just need the maximum amount of value, and that was Stevo's best play. I feel like looking at his hand because his influence is also pretty big. Place is moderate. He's been really good at keeping it even.
Dungeon guide here? Putting 3 down. Yep, there it is. Sure enough.
Yep. Dungeon guy. 6. All right, so now I feel like the turntables have turned it. That's another Topsy Decree. So Stevo's hand was Topsy Decree, 3 gentle respites, and and the
We found
dungeon
all
guy.
the norm.
Yeah. And the tables have turned around, even though Stevo is still upside down for us.
Oh man. Whoa, this is the worst situation you want to be in into a CL where now not only are we up on influence, we are now pretty close into ablation range, and it I guess down to do they have 15 costs in hand, or I can't tell what the other card was. Nope.
Oh,
Ooh.
interesting. This speaks. This to me signals that Steve was in a pretty dire situation. Only had the 1 advent.
Or there's a chance we have the Advent in hand and we have 2 ablations, which could potentially as well to get back creative shock here during recollection and set up for double ablation.
That is absolutely a possibility. Especially at the point we are. Clace is still level 1. Not like other than the amazing turn 1, they haven't been doing much, unfortunately.
Yeah, which I didn't even think about the fact that honestly, you only need 1 right where we're at now. We only need 1 oblation.
Yep.
Even if we level to Merlin, that means we essentially are going to have 17 as long as we have one advent in there. So very well just could be we saw the writing on the wall and we didn't really care if our opponent forced the level 3 because it means it'd be very low in influence.
Yeah, I mean, he's not even that low on influence. That's the thing here, right? He's influence 5.
Not I don't
Turbo
think
charge. Unfortunately, that Kliss is not doing well.
that is
Very rough.
because we have to somehow pick up what is that right now? We have Cheshire coming in for 4, 5 on board, plus the biggest wing, and that's 7. So we somehow have to pick up. Ooh, that's not great. We have to pick up 8 damage somewhere. Not easy. Not easy for Merlin to do. And opting to clear the liminal too. And the DG.
Surely. Yeah. Cremation on the liminal, finally. This is what Kliss was missing from Stevo's perfect beginning earlier. Yep, Armoire. We're gonna be seeing what you said. No! No, not pre-rec. Alright. Umbersight, number 2.
We are opting not to take the 4.
I'm surprised, huh? Crazy. Oh, 3. For oh, it was
Oblation for
spelled out for me.
3.
Yeah. Oblation. Oblation.
Listen, sometimes you don't see one of the 9 15 costs in your deck. So it happens.
Oh! Yeah, but you have
Never
full.
mind. We're just doing this.
Full discarding. Yep. Doing 2. Bam. That is 4 damage. Yeah, that
we're
is
just picking up.
lethal, yeah.
We can see the players explaining it. I think we've seen this. We've seen this loop too many times. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
people at
we
home
suck.
did not get to they're not going to see the loop. I'll quickly kind of give you a rundown of essentially what happens here. So, whenever we play Fu Awakening, we are going to banish 2 additional cards from our graveyard. That will and put them as omens. That will trigger the CL's effect twice, so we will get 4 off of that. The downside of Fu Awakening is we do have to discard our hand to do so. So we do not have and memory to have anything left to do this. What we can do though is we can essentially put Fu Awakening as another omen as well. And then this should be enough cards to trigger the CL level 2 lineage release. We can use it to also we can use the Lost Province to draw a card, and then whatever card we drew, we don't really care what it is. We can swap that with the omen to do Fu Awakening again. Essentially, because of the different options CL has, the different ways to get Fu Awakening back in our hand by stacking a lot of these layers, we can play Fu Awakening 3 times this turn, which plenty enough to kill even a Merlin level 2 at that point. So a little bit of insight of what happened there at home, like how did that end the game? Was that wasn't enough yet? It was, trust me, it was plenty, and that's why both players kind of nodded and were like, "Yeah, let's move on."
And then they were like, "Yeah, this is my hand," and it looked really bad.
Oh,
I have
listen,
to be honest.
it is the curse of Merlin. Sometimes you have all the Crux cards in your hand, and you're like, "Man, Crux is the worst advanced element in this game." And then other times you just hit the perfect tempo and you go, "Man, Crux is fine."
Hey guys, trust me.
What?
Yeah, that
But
is.
I will say, Oblation surprised me because I saw the checkmate and I was like, "Oh, that's another 15 cost card. That is great. That's a sheer upgrade." I didn't even think when I was looking at these cards that come out that, hey, oh no, CL can just full in on Oblation now. You can have 9 to 12, like however many at this point as you want to be able to get to that tempo and play the deck as essentially a turbo combo type list. And
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I like it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I also think that having more of these makes it more I wanted to say it. It's harder for it to whiff and harder for it to just fail on not finding one of the 15 costs or just not being not getting the cards you want, not seeing what you need, and it makes it able to have the two game plans of either I find my 15 cost cards, which are much more likely now than before, or I can go the full red, like we just saw Steve will demonstrate both of these.
Yeah, it's sometimes you don't need the full ablation to
Yep.
the full 15 just to wrap it up. And that comes down to as well is I believe I believe Klaus took the right route where in the mentality where they were at is to pressure damage as much as possible and try to get that early kill, hoping our opponent doesn't have the dungeon guide, or a way to kind of get to where they need to. But unfortunately, in this case scenario, we just saw a little bit too much draw from the Oblation side, and we kind of just had everything we needed to get there. And again, that 30 health pool is just a monster to have to eat through. If you have when you have to go from only having to do 8 damage to having to do 15 to 16, yeah, it's much harder to try to get there.
Understatement. It's near. It's a real gamble deck if you
It really
don't
is.
have it.
It is definitely from what we saw from back in Ascent when we saw Duck Hatsless, where it's very much of course, at that point, we had a very, very strong card to loop back then, but we saw a little bit more methodical kind of using this like 2 damage every end of turn. We would try to do for a big swing, reset, keep up defenses. You would see CL take that very Guardian approach where it's protect yourself, keep that life total safe, and then kill. Versus now, you're seeing the Oblation version where it's just like, nah, let's just put our foot on the gas and see what happens. So
Yeah.
kind of shows you, depending on the champion you like, you can play the deck a couple of different ways and kind of whatever fits your play style. So it's kind of cool to see with RDO evolve into that, where a lot of these decks are not. They didn't necessarily sheer upgrade the deck list. Some did, some for sure did, but we've seen a lot of deck lists be able to play a couple different ways to take your champion. So if you were a really big fan of Arasana, you have a couple different routes to play Arasana. If you're a big fan of CL, you can do different routes. If you're a fan of Tony, you can play a deck as Tony now. I don't know multiple routes, but you can play Tony now.
I always played Tony. Thank you very much, Mr. Slimes.
Listen,
But yeah,
I know where I live.
I can find out where you live. I'll just ask PK. Or you know what? I'll just be like, hey, so I'm planning for Dallas Ascent. Can I crash on your couch? And you're like, sure. And then, haha.
Listen, I'm so excited having this set in my backyard. Like everybody's gonna come out, like around barbecue in the backyard. Just
But it is in the winter. It's in December, so I'm not sure.
it's Texas. There's a 50-50 chance. It's either gonna be 40 degrees or it's gonna be 90 degrees. So just just be aware.
True. I was in Texas in February. It was my first time ever in Texas. Oh my god. It was awful. But it was warm.
I mean, that was like right after the ice storm we had too. We had the ice storm.
Yeah. I saw the ice
January.
storm. I was like, oh no, please.
Yeah, we had to move the Texas regional because of that ice storm. It was
Yeah.
we had moved to the very last regional because of it, and then turned around not even a month later and then hosted one of the first regionals. So
Yeah. Sometimes that just be how it be.
just how it be sometimes, you know. Just feel
Yeah.
like you set up for one and then you're going into the other. Well, hey, we've got plenty of time. We got to kill here because we have what it'll be roughly 25 minutes left in regulation, if not a little bit
Quite a
more.
bit.
So quite a bit of time. So looking back at kind of like so far with RDO, has there been a card that has stood out to you as like you did not expect this card to do as much as it did, or just a general card that surprised you that people are playing?
No. Next
Which
question.
like that's fair. That's fair. Now for me, I think one of the if I had to pick out a card that did stand out to me that I just never even thought was going to see the play that it did was, well, for one, I of course with the reveal of channeling, I knew the card was going to be strong. Did not
Oh,
realize
true.
how
I guess
strong.
that's
Yeah.
channeling is my card.
Yeah, channeling was a card that I think really warped a lot of strategies into being able to do a lot of crazy things. So that is definitely, in terms of like obviously the low ball answer, channel is definitely pretty high up there for me. The other one was actually we saw in this game, the Imperial Countermeasures is a card that
True.
when
True.
I opened it, I didn't think much about it. I'm like, oh, it's just an exalted prevent. move on, whatever. But then I kind of started thinking back more to when we're back in old Dawn of Ashes days when we were playing what would have been the deflecting edge as a way to prevent 3.
Wow.
Yeah, and I just realized that that's just an upgraded deflecting edge for most players. So yeah, I get it now. That's just an insane card for decks like Merlin, Lorraine, a lot of these ones that don't have a nice option to be able to stop these big hits. It's an easy way to say,
Mm.
hey, keep my influence going, draw a card, and I think that's another kind of one of those breakout cards. Which until we got in the hands of the players, they really started like playing with it. I never would have thought to be like, yeah,
Yeah.
Imperial Countermeasures is the card I'm playing for sure.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm just looking through RDO and I see a lot of cards that I was really excited about that are awful in standard. I'm surprised we didn't see more of the avatars playing, you know? Like more people didn't go, "Oh my god, let's just try." Like not even testing for testing purposes at like locals. People don't really play it. Lava Storm's also one that I was like, this is gonna be good, but I didn't expect like people to play it like multiple copies of it.
Oh, for me, it was from going back to other card games. If you put the word "destroy
Oh, I
all" on
know.
it, we're like, mm, that's
Yeah,
a
but
control deck's favorite thing in the world. Say
but
everything is gone? Yeah, okay.
yeah, but people don't play Dissipation as much, and people hate
uh,
Fantasia more than Allies. I
I
would
think
say
the problem
argue.
with Fantasia is if you get to level 3 and you have enough to play that card, one of two things: either the Fractals player is going to counter you by saying you need to pay 27 to keep it, or they're just going to be like, you died 2 turns ago. I don't know why you're still sitting at the table."
Nah, you should just play. You should just play the Alice. You only have to go to level 2 to pay Dissipation.
Yeah, no, it's listen, Lava Storm, yeah. Nutty card, turns out. Don't Dissipation, if you're a Fractal player and it resolves against you, yeah, it's pretty much over for you. But I just don't think it necessarily merits playing that heavy into it versus Lava Storm is there's so many ally decks right now, that
Mhm.
and there's so many allies that are hard to deal with as well, like Siryu, things like that, to answer. Now, in terms of your Avatar question, we did see a little bit of Avatar Suzaku get a little bit of play here and there. Nothing crazy, but I think unfortunately, what kind of held back the Avatars is just how strong the Guojia Ultimate is. Um,
Mhm. So
that
what
was
you're saying is how strong Seiyu is.
Yeah, well, I mean, for one, how good Siryu is, but also being able to have essentially an answer to what was essentially their loss of Baby Green in this sense is now just in the form of a easy to play. I'm just gonna save Siryu from whatever they go at me with is pretty nutty.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
I'm also I got 2 advanced element cards. Fractal of Duplication. Hamzor playing Fractal of Duplication at the EMP's charity regional was really cool. I hope to see more of it. I'm disappointed Jimmy Lee has not been playing Fractal of Duplication. But you know what? I understand. She's a Lorraine enjoyer. You know, you gotta respect his loyalty.
We just have to
Um,
wait the beginning of next season, and we'll see it. We just have to wait for the off season for the Jimmy Lee Tenoris breakout.
true. He's practicing for Nats to get there.
I think that's
That's
most of us right now is, man, Nats being so I think it's because I think in the last couple, Nats has been pretty middle of the road in the season where we've had Nats kind of in the middle of the season for
at least for
mostly.
North America, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, for North America. But now the fact that where North America is like right around the corner, we only had essentially a month to get ready with RDO release. So
Mhm.
it feels like the longest month of play testing. I've played more games of Grand Archive than I want to even think about leading up to this event.
Not
It is a lot of Grand Archive.
I'm peace not having to test for
Have to
Nats,
practice.
knowing that I'm not good enough to compete anyways.
Listen, sometimes not even about skill. Sometimes just about dumb luck and just sending it.
I do not have that, respectfully. I used all my luck first worlds. And,
Listen,
I got one Tyler out of it, and I lost all my Grand Archive instead.
Oh, we said luck. No, never mind.
No, it's like we went gambling, and I said if I win.
Are we getting the origin story of the Clem Tyler?
No, the origin story. Our origin story is even better. I said that Tyler has disgusting taste for liking chicken and waffles. Because I was like, that's awful. Why would you ever have chicken with waffles, like fried chicken and waffles? And then we went to not dinner, breakfast, and then we became good friends. And then after that, we started dating. That's not how it happened exactly, but the reason we became good friends is that I insulted his. I
So, so what is it? So question. I have a follow. I'm hearing fighting in my ear. I need to know. Did your opinion on chicken and waffles change?
yes. My
Okay.
opinion on chicken and waffles changed. I said that I like chicken and waffles, and it's good. Okay. I did say that, and that is why Tyler accepted me as a friend. Okay, I'm being called down, and this is my public apology to Tyler Once in Love for saying that he has disgusting taste in food because he likes chicken and waffles. My apologies. He said no. My apologies
I don't know
not
what I
accepted.
started.
It's over.
I don't know what I started, and I just might have ended something. Oops, my bad.
Nah, we'll be fine. Chicken and waffles is good. I'm not a denier. But you know what's even better? Winning a regional.
That was a perfect segue. No notes at all.
So NEETfull, what do they get? No, you're not. What I've been talking about chicken and waffles. This is your turn. What do the people today get for winning the regionals?
Well, great news is if you make first place, you get a one-way ticket for chicken and waffles. No, you do not. So, hey, if you are thinking about playing a regional and you want to kind of know what do I get out of it, what can I walk away with for playing an online regional? Well, beautiful part is even if you don't do well, maybe you are like, I'm like, I don't know if I'll do well. I don't know if I can make top 16. Hey, don't worry about it. Just for entering, you are going to get an RDO Sapphire pack. And let me tell you, there is some absolute nutty cards in the Sapphire without the marginal recollection. We were even talking before the first one. We're like, man, I don't know how I feel about these Sapphire packs because like all it is like is like Mordred stuff. Why do I care? And then realize half those cards are Merlin card or Lorraine cards too. So turns out there's a lot of value in these Sapphire packs. So that's just for one. You get an RDO booster pack, which RDO is a pretty nutty set. If you just getting one of those, and if you can find RDO at the moment, like it is absolutely the bonus there. And the RDO event packs have some. With starting last season, the event packs actually have a chance at a specialized foil alternate art version of some of the high played staples, which and another great reason to get these. So hey, even if you don't just play 2 rounds, you walk away with some nice entry pricing. But where the big play comes in is we're gonna take that top 16 pricing. Clem, what do I walk away with if I am good enough to make top 16?
All top 16 players will receive an RDO Nationals entry promo, which is 2 or 3 NQP. But the card is more important because it is a CPR Infinite Scintillation, which is a Merlin card. So you are not technically wrong. If you get high enough, you do get a Merlin card. It is 3 national qualifier points. Those do not count for this nationals. You can use them for nationals for the 2027 season. You also get 6 RDO Sapphire packs and finalist playmats, which is pretty cool. I forgot what the promo is. What the card is. I think it's reunion, right? Peaceful reunion.
Yes, it is reunion, and it is a new art with Lorraine, Rye, and Sylvie on it.
Yeah.
And the best part is, if you are a right-handed player and you put your deck on the right side, it will perfectly cover Rye's face. So, just that is sometimes a win. So
what is? It's it's not peaceful. It's the wind card. It's a banish cards from the graveyard wind card. But also, that's really rude. I have a Rye banner behind me. How dare you insult my boy?
I mean, I'm just saying it's a win. Like, if I had to play against Hayuka another week, I'm just gonna put my deck over it and be like, I don't gotta look at this champion for a while. So
Rude. Rude. I bet people don't want to look at Sylvie either, NEETfull.
I won't lie, my material deck covers up Sylvie, so realistically, only Lorraine's in the middle. So if you're a Lorraine fan, it's a beautiful playmat.
True. They are conveniently placed that Lorraine is the focus point. Yeah, but the most important things are infinite scintillations for the top 16, 6 RDO Sapphire packs, and an RDO season finalist, regional finalist playmat. It's Cleansing Reunion. See, I knew it was one of those with Rye, Sylvie, and Lorraine on it. And I could not, for the life of me, remember what the card is called. It is Cleansing Reunion. And then the winner gets Shared Fervor, which is a Pantheon card, but it is a really fun and cool mat.
I believe that one is Dao-Chan on the middle of it, I believe.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's Dao-Chan giving away gifts, which is exactly what that card does.
Yeah.
And hey, if you make top 8 as well, you also get to walk away with some extra RDO packs, which, I mean, listen, just one one channel out of one of those RDO packs is enough to to make me want to go for it. Instead, I'm here casting. Actually, now I say it, what am I doing? Why am I not playing? I messed up.
You even know how to play the game, unlike me.
Instead, I'm here. I'm casting. But no, this is what I love. This being able to cast and watch a lot of these players duke it out here in Grand Archive, be able to, and again, with regional, we get to see a lot of these different deck lists. So we get to see essentially an insight to what it's going to look like at an Ascent at the first major event. We get to see a lot of different strategies getting to be played. A lot of hidden tech is starting to slowly come out. Maybe not as much as we've seen in the past with regionals, just because nationals being right around the corner. A lot of teams are probably still keeping something secret, but you're seeing a lot of what kind of strategies they're ending up, kind of what people are planning to do, what they want to do for nationals. Which speaking of which, hey, we are right around the corner from being back in Vegas again for US Nats. Are you excited as I am to finally be back in Vegas once again?
I'm excited to have some chicken and waffle.
Listen, I'm just
Yeah.
gonna tell Tyler. I'm like, hey, yeah, honestly, I think it tastes are terrible. I don't think chicken and waffles that good. I can't lie, it's delicious.
Hey, okay, but hear me out. You should ask Garrett next round how he feels about chicken and waffles, because I believe he never tried it. Oh, he has been listening. He has replied. He sent a emoji that is called puke. So
I don't think I can repeat what you just said. But yeah, no, we'll get Garrett's opinion on it. Well, I think this might become the question now for regionals is, what is your thoughts on chicken and waffles? Like, can you believe that game? Yeah. No, that's to the side. So anyways, chicken and waffles, what's your opinion?
yeah, it's the test. You don't need to send a reel. You need to message. You have an honest talk to Tyler about food taste and chicken and waffle.
Which, hey, there's some delicious food in Vegas. So if you get a chance if you're gonna be there, check out some of the restaurants. Don't be afraid to spend a little money while you're there, because it's
I'm afraid.
Some good food.
I'm afraid.
Very, very good food.
I'm gonna be eating Yard House when you meet.
Oh, trust me, it's good. It's always fun. It's always fun. And hey, I think we have like 12 minutes left in regulation. I think there is one final final talk. I don't think we've talked about since we had some weeklies, we've had some that, but I think this is the first place streamed event since, well, besides the Michigan one. But with these bans, these new proxy vault cards, did you expect the format to shift as much as it did with these bans, or were you expecting maybe certain lists to maybe not get hit as heavy as what we actually saw?
No, I was genuinely surprised. I don't think we've seen a ban list this juicy, big since the first ever one in the UA format, where so many cards got hit all at once, and we had our first unbanning, so it was sure to shake everything up. I didn't expect anything to get unbanned. I didn't expect all of those cards, like multiple cards, to get banned. But afterwards, once I saw the ban list, I was like, yeah, things are going to change considering how many cards got banned and unbanned. I am really glad though that Baby Gray has not had with the banning of Baby Green specifically has not had as much of an effect as I think some people might have thought. It's a good card, but it just allows slimes to be played as a deck.
Yeah, I think that was their safety call. They didn't want to necessarily murder an entire archetype overnight. His reason for giving it back. Again, they said they're gonna watch it and see what it does, but I'm kind of in the boat. I don't think it's done anything super crazy. The biggest one is for me is how with getting Coda. That is where I did
Oh
not
yeah,
expect.
I as a frog enjoyer, I did. It made the decks way too versatile because either if you don't see Coda, it is you still have a 0/6 taunt. If you see Coda and your taunter already died, you already ate up 6 damage and you're shooting 6 damage back. And then it's a skill.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of text in that card that just is terrifying. And it's absolutely crazy that that turned around and been able to do that. On top of, yeah, it also enabled Razor Gale again. It enabled a lot of uh options to be able to essentially, well, in this case, I would say Baby Gray enabled it. I also think that Baby Green being gone also makes Crucible a lot harder to deal with for a
Yeah.
lot of decks.
I think
I
it's
think it's the
more
flip
so
side of that.
I think it's more so that because I don't think a lot of Razor Gale decks play Baby Green. So
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen a Razor Gale deck play Baby Gray. It's that Baby Green is gone.
Yeah. With Baby Green gone, you've opened. I think I think I heard Valkyrie talk about it earlier on one as well. That you also have access to Lorraine. Lorraine can Vow again. Like you don't have to play the risky. Like I really don't want to lose my Vow. Now they're like, you know what? Like you gave me the option. Let's play out Vow. Let's go for this crazy one hit kill. Let's do a lot of these routes with this stuff, or play these more weapon oriented builds, which is
Yeah.
what we're seeing, and we're starting to see a lot of decks kind of start to realize that, man, Baby Green was kind of a menace.
Yeah, and that with the rules change, I think the spells are spells, which I completely forgot that was like part of the BNR basically. Really shook the game up. I think this rules change is almost as big as dungeon is leveling up, not waking you up.
Listen, let's go back to those days. Let's see Lorraine hit me 3 times in a row because they have Dungeon Guide in their opening hand. Oh boy, let's never go back to that.
Yeah, no, that Lorraine would be so much better. 3 visits would be broken again. Like imagine with the levels displacing a dungeon guide. Look, I'm one
Yeah.
walk. Oh look.
Yeah, all right,
No.
cool. Wow. This is crazy.
I hate
Yeah,
it.
this is absolutely a crazy shift in the format that we've seen. I expected to still see Water Diana to still be a lot more relevant. And it's kind of, I'm not sure if just a lot of people, they just don't, with the loss of the double damage, that they're kind of, you see a lot more of the Dianas that are still there, they're still existing, are the long time Diana mains, the ones that have just really liked the deck through and through. So it's a kind of a crazy shift up in that, but as well as people who are just trying to play an aggro deck, I think the aggro, the what would be the premier aggro deck kind of got handed back over to KFC and to now Suited. With Suited, wow, that new Regalia is nuts. That is
Yep.
insane.
I agree. I genuinely thought that a lot more people would be playing Suited. Kind of like, really? Really?
I'm in the same boat. Yeah, because one of the hardest things for Suited was to deal with things like Cheshire Cat, and being able to have like the Regalia say you get True Sight as well on top of that is just means cat is no longer an issue for you. You're no longer just getting your board swept because you can't deal with a cat. Now you just straight up have a way to say, I'm gonna play a 3 of hearts and I'm gonna kill it. Cool. Thumbs
Love
up.
to see it.
Glad we did this.
But speaking of, I also thought that we would see more Alice decks.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I want to see more Alice, mainly for the reason of I think being able to take not having to lose a turn to materialize the additional card, to be able to have a way to get more specters into the graveyard. I want to see more of it. I want to see more Shadow Alice be able to do this thing. I think the only one that I saw was during with the release of the new one. I think we saw one fire aggro um version pop up, but haven't really seen much since. Which I don't know if I guess maybe just need one. Maybe the Alice players, if you're out there in the chat, let me know what you need.
Yeah,
what
we'll
do we
advocate
have
for
to
you.
give you to make it work? Because I want to play an aggro Alice list. I really want to. I want to use bills. I want to get CSR bills and play them. So I want to know. I want to know how to make
I
this
am
work.
also a bill enjoyer. I love the silly animals. I have a bandit. I have a Sylvie standee, and in between the nameplate where it says Sylvie and the Sylvie herself, I just have my bandit CSR. It's so cute. And if I was gonna play it in Pantheon, because I don't have time to play many other I don't have time to be competitive. But for Pantheon, I was gonna play it, and then I realized that I'm playing Boon of the Underdog. So now it's just a really, really cute Sylvie companion.
Listen, I get it. I get it. I there are so many, and I think Pantheon is like again one of those things where now we're in there. It's not only if now we are in a highly competitive game, now that everybody can kind of jump in, and it's much easier for me to have a new player say, "Hey, you played other multiplayer games before in card games?" Like, yeah, I'm like, sweet. Here's a Pantheon deck. Let me teach you how to play. Let's do this. And from my experience, a lot of people who are not super competitive in the game are loving Pantheon, which is
Yeah.
absolutely awesome to see. It's kind of an idea of people kind of say, well, do we want a casual game in a competitive thing? And yeah, you do. You definitely want a casual game, mainly because
Yeah.
it brings people into the game. It gets more people playing the game. And the more people you have playing the game, the more you can kind of solve the format, solve kind of what's happening, and kind of see new strategies. So I'm very happy where it's at. And I think right now, it is kind of a Pantheon, I think, did even better than they expected. I think a
Yeah.
lot of people, especially with there was did you when you because you were in LA for it, you were casting for it. Did you get a chance to
Yep.
walk by the Pantheon tables there and see how
Yes.
many people on day 2 were playing Pantheon? It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I think other than that, it's also a lot less impactful to the game and like the game's community than people were worried about, because that was a main concern of a lot of players. And I think now that the format's here, I know a lot of people who are like, yeah, I am going to do my best at Ascent, or I'm gonna do my best in Nats. If I don't D2, I'm going to play in the Ascent. And if I don't play in the Ascent, I'm still fine playing Pantheon. But they are not going there for Pantheon. There's and then which was, I think, a worry of a lot of people. That people would be like, oh, I'm gonna quit competitive, and then it's gonna become nope. Grand Archive players are inherently incredibly competitive.
Yeah, yeah, it is a very competitive game, and it's also it's fun to see a lot of these higher end competitive players that are like they will essentially brew the most competitive decks. They'll hyper focus on it, and they do not make day 2, and they're like, yeah, I brought my Pantheon deck, obviously. Like, you want to go play Pantheon?
It's also really fun to sit down with these competitive players and win against them in Pantheon, because it's not as easy as, oh, I'll just solo. Like if you watched Mental Boon's live stream where Jet absolutely got destroyed. he's a really good competitive player, but he lost in Pantheon to politics, silliness, and luck. And that's the magic of Pantheon, but that doesn't mean someone's better or worse than someone else in the game. So I think it's really, really good because it kind of levels the playing field as well.
Yeah, and it's also just cool because you get to see a lot of like people pop off with strategies that work in Pantheon you can never do anywhere else. One of my favorite memories of Pantheon so far and to now has been in LA. I was walking by and Perfy pulled me to the side. He's like, dude, you're not gonna believe what I did. And I'm like, what happened? And he's like, so we're about to lose, but like Caben didn't want Isaac to win. So Caben's like, nah, screw it. I'm gonna put you at exact lethal to be able to flip your Lubu into the champion. And he was like, it was so cool. I got a Lubu champion. It was great. I won the game because of it. I'm like, perfect, calm down. It's like, listen, it's cool. And being able to see players do that, where these hyper competitive players just pop off because they get to do something real stupid in Pantheon that they can't do anywhere else. I think that's the dream of card players, is we want to do something really dumb, really fast.
Yep. Yep. Oh my god.
Alrighty.
So
Well, hey, we are about to end in regulation here pretty soon. So we will want to take a very quick break. And then we will be back going into round 5 as we get much closer to deeming our champion here for the first online regional. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here going into round 5 for the Island Regional. We are still very far away from anybody being locked into top 16 yet, so people are still battling it out to figure out who is going to bring home that prize card and potentially who's going to bring home that second extra playmat as well. So we have a lot of decks that are doing very, very well, some that expected, some decks as well that potentially looking to break out. So there's still a lot to be done here. Garrett, is there anything so far today that has been stand out for you? Is there a deck list so far that you did not expect to see that is going far?
I think there's nothing showing up right now that I didn't expect to see, but more so there is something that I expected to see that is not showing up. And that is one of the new hot kids on the block. That's our favorite guy, Jin, with the one line of text that says, Jin is immortal.
Yeah, it is actually kind of nuts that we're not seeing as much Jin, just because like we have seen multiple events now where Jin, both Water Jin and Fire Jin, have actually been able to put up some very good results. I don't know if that's necessarily because of the nature of aggro just doing really well, or potentially maybe maybe as we call it, maybe he's stuck in draw land right now where he has seen the Jins have seen each other, and that's where they live.
So Jin might be throwing a couple waves around with his fractals. I see.
I could maybe they're just randomly nobody want to play Jin. So
he's just sitting in a whirlpool waiting for a better time, right?
Yeah. He didn't want to go to this event. He's like, nah, not this week. I'm gonna go ahead and
nah,
I'm gonna
not
go ahead
today.
and just, stay home.
He for sure. So it's one of the decks that I have personally on my radar as like a watch out deck for, because you might not see it often, but you need to be prepared for it, and not in a prepared counter way, but more so you need to learn a couple numbers and also how to approach the matchup at what point. Usually how it goes is that you want to pressure him early on if you see the possibility of forcing like a spirit release, or just saying you have to level aggressively and survive with just a couple cards in hand. But you can only do this if you see enough lines down the road that are keeping up the pressure for you. Otherwise, you are just walking straight into a death trap. It's like the mice that finds the keys on the trap.
Listen, yeah, no, I get it. It's one of those decks where it's just like you have to play the game completely different when you're playing into a Jin level 3. You can't just say, because I think the idea when we saw Jin was very early on in Grand Archive, when we saw Jin was immortal, where it's like, we'll just push him this crazy amount of damage. Who cares if he can't recover like 80, if I just push him like 50 damage, I'm gonna win. And then he turns around and goes, you take 37 damage off in a rage. And you're like, maybe there's some thought that I have to do into this match.
Whoop, what just happened?
It is a list that I think as we get more and more cards, the list gets scarier and scarier of what it can potentially do. And there's a couple different variations of that. Well, speaking of variations of that, we are going to be seeing a returning player back on stream this next round, with going up against a list we've talked about, but we haven't got to see really too crazy in action, and that is going to be Asuna piloting the Crucible Razorgale, going back against one of the Fire Slime players, premier Fire Slime players in the world, of Songrio, playing Fire Slimes. So this is going to be weirdly enough, looking at the outside, you won't think it's going to be an aggro match. This is essentially going to be an aggro matchup to its core, is the best way to put it.
One of the funniest things of all is that two numbers in Asuna's deck that you would not expect the way they are to be. He has 11 cards in the material deck and 61 in the main deck. I think he mixed up one card from the main deck for the material deck.
Are you telling me the obscure offering is not a Regalia? What are you saying?
Who knows? NDK might tell us more later on when he sees this. He will be certainly ecstatic.
Which it also makes you think maybe the Polaris was because we do see a Polaris Twinkling Cauldron. Maybe that card was supposed to be put in the main, I'm guessing.
Probably.
Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
Probably.
Is maybe that was supposed to be in the main, or hey, maybe it's just like I don't need it. 12 cards is a crutch.
But as a friend of Arsenal, I can tell you he works in mysterious ways at times.
Yeah, because you can't even be playing the you can't even do something crazy like go level 3 Arasana and make the because I think the Arasana, I will just call it the infinite combo card. I think the one that comes in hindered. I think you have to have 12 cards in your starting to make that work, if I'm not mistaken as well. So can't even do that. So
I
who
think
knows?
you actually need to have a full material deck, yeah.
I believe so. I believe so. Now looking over kind of the Razor Gale list, we're seeing a lot of the standard pieces we've seen with a lot of these new Razor Gale packages. Biggest thing for anybody who might be looking on the outside, have not got to see this deck in action. Razor Gale got a huge upgrade within the form of the Essence Crucible, which is probably one of the breakout cards out of RDO. Best way to put it is you'll essentially make it, it's a 1-cost Regalia. On enter, draw a card. And every time you brew a potion, you are going to put a, I believe they refer to as a charge counter, is for the card. I'll double check the wording on it. But every time you brew a potion, you put a counter on it. And for every counter that is on the Crucible, every spell source that you damage your spell source, now the wording is very specific on it for a reason, lets you do an extra 1 damage. Because of Razor Gale's typing, because it even say Fantasia, it is a Fantasia spell, it counts. So every time you cast a win card, you are going to add a +1 to that Razor Gale trigger. If you have multiple Razor Gales, those are also going to have +1. So think about this as every time you brew a potion, Razor Gale just gets stronger. And turns out Arasana can make potions pretty easily now with Speed Potion and the Distilled Water. So it is an absolutely monster of a deck. I wouldn't call it as crazy as it was back during the time we don't talk about, but it is definitely back to be a menace once again. Just maybe not the Toronto, I never want to play Grand Archive again moment.
So one thing that is very interesting about Arsenal's list is that he adopted to play 3 Tempest Downfalls. That is not something that every Razor Gale deck does. It is most likely a combination of having a little bit more access to board clear for big allies like Ace and Protectors, or just Ephemeral Slimes to pop them, or just to have a little bit more reach, right? Because the Tempest Downfall deals 3 damage, and then if you have a Razor Gale with a Crucible, speaking of Razor Gale, Arsunak just threw it on the board as his first turn action here, who makes him probably very ecstatic. Helps you to just push a little bit faster for lethal. And that is a very quick match how it is played out here by both players. Arsenal starting with a Razor Gale calling here, putting it on the board, passing turn to Sangorio. He just draws a turn and passes here. Rather not usual start. And then we're going back to Arsenal's turn, getting out the Sense of Restful Peace, eliminating all those beautiful floating memory cards for Sangorio, and popping the second Razor Gale calling. This is already putting a big clog on Sangorio here, because every wind spell that Arsenal activates represents at least 2 damage. This is wild.
Wow, listen, sometimes Crucible is optional.
Yeah, it indeed is. At least Sangorio managed to level up into Sylvie level 1, giving him a little bit of a buffer for damage. But if the line for Arsenal is now leveling up into Arizona, into getting up a Crucible, we are looking at something, friends. And it's not something you want to sit across from, but more like you want to observe from my position right now. Right, Neet?
Oh, dude, listen. Starting 1 Razor Gale was already terrifying enough. If you show me the second Razor Gale, it takes everything in my power to not just say, all right, cool, next one.
Yeah. I think in general the Razor Gale deck these days is very well equipped for ally-based strategies that are represented like by slimes or other decks like this, where you want to have cool on-enter abilities, and when, for example, you just have a Stifling Gaia and say, nope, these cost 4 more. And if you have only 2 cards in hand, the Storm Slime can't be paid for 4 more. Making things very difficult. And as assumed, Asuna is leveling up into Arizona level 1, getting 2 herbs on the board in exchange for losing a Windmill Engineer. Not the worst trade here.
Ooh,
Is
that
he
is
just
awful.
looking now for potions needful?
Even this point, like not even with already 2 Razor Gales, you already are realistically, even if Sylvie hits level 3, at that point you're only needing to play, which might seem like a lot, but you only need to play what 11 more cards to end this game, which might seem like a lot, but that's for Razor Gale. That's 2 turns potentially.
Yes. The thing with Razor Gale is, as soon as you draw 2 Cyclical Breeze, you are kind of looking at infinite damage. Because you can just get whatever wind spell from your graveyard with a Cyclical Breeze. When the Cyclical Breeze goes into your graveyard, then you activate the second Cyclical Breeze, get the one from the graveyard to your hand, have now one again in the graveyard, and do this over and over for every 2 influence.
Yeah, I think that is the 3rd slime now with the kill going into Sangreo's graveyard, which potentially a risky proposition to be in. As we've kind of seen Sangrio in the past to be able to present a very large amount of damage very quickly. But again, if any deck's going to have the defenses it needs to be able to survive that onslaught, it's going to be this deck. It's going to be a Wind Razor Gale has a lot of options to get out of a really bad spot here.
Let's see, and we have a Stifling Trap on the Dungeon Guide. Does Sangoria have the Undeniable Truth here? He doesn't. Undeniable Truth, a very interesting card to get out of those situations where your Dungeon Guide might get stifled, because as mentioned previously on the stream, the Stifling Trap has to hit the ally to negate the on-enter. And if there is no ally that gets hit, there is no negation of the on-enter ability. And here we see the Essence Crucible. Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord.
For every potion that gets played from this point on, essentially take that whatever number I said earlier and divide that by 4.
And here we have a Speed Potion. It's one of the mechanics that got quote-unquote reintroduced for Arizona is brewing. And this potion is pretty good because you don't need to have specific herbs on the board to brew this one. Previously, the cards that got brewed had somewhat heavily restrictions, I would say, for the herbs that you needed to sacrifice for the cost. But these days, you don't. And now every Razor Gale trigger will be dealing 2 damage. Since you have 2 Razor Gales, every wind card you activate will be dealing 4 damage. Isn't this needful?
Yeah, let's go with neat is the nicest way to say it. I'm sorry, I'm living in currently I'm in PTSD land. And all I see, like, even though it's Arasana, all I see is Vanitas staring me in the face.
Where's the clergy? We need the clergy.
Looks like we're deciding how we're gonna layer that Fairy Whispers trigger. And then show top card.
It was a potion, so it was a distilled water. One of the other new potions that got introduced with RDO. It says you sacrifice 1 herb to brew it. And when you sacrifice it, if it was if it was brewed, you get to draw a card. So it basically says, hey, my Crucible deals 1 amplified damage more. Isn't this nice? I bet Sangorio loves it.
Oh, listen, that's you're in a situation now where you needed that dungeon guide to go off. You needed to hopefully present lethal here, and unfortunately now we are at this point we're just hoping to stay alive into our turn. But popping the agility potion and returning 3 cards to hand, ooh, that is a rough place to be in.
It is very rough, especially since 3 cards represents at least 1 card being activated, and that's 6 damage. That's crazy, crazy, crazy.
Opting to go for the Pongu here, which makes you think we don't have lethal, but we're digging for it. Having we have another dungeon guide in hand and hoping to go for lethal.
He activates 3 visits, will be dealing 6 damage to Sangorio, and a Veiling Breeze for game. This is so quick, so dirty. Having 2 Razor Gales in the opening end amplifies the game speed so significantly. Damn,
well,
it's
listen.
so mad to look at this.
As fast as that was, I'm pretty sure 3 cards are definitely coming into the sideboard. Even faster for Sunguro here. Actually 6 cards, if not 9 cards.
So, NEETfull, you can't forget about the spell taunt, right? You need to include it.
We need to include it, and I am pretty sure 3 spell taunts are coming in with that Twilight Slime is the fastest Twilight Slime you're ever going to see go into hand. On top of Expelled Departed is for sure coming in. It's an easy way to let's just get rid of that Razor Gale. We're not going to do this again. And the other thing is we're seeing a lot of decks taking it back to the Dawn of Ashes days, and we're going back to Spurn to Ash. Primary reason is we can blow up the Crucible and keep its counters down. Now, there is some play that because you'll see Razor Gale have things like Zephyr, stuff like that to bounce the Grail, or not the Grail, the Crucible. The biggest thing is just getting the counters off of there. You don't really care if it comes back. You just do not want it to have counters. That is the goal.
That is at least the thing you want to accomplish this way. If the Crucible loses the counters, the deck kind of dwindles a bit because most of the time you only see about 8 potions being played in the deck. And if you remove like 3 counters from it by just Zephyr'ing it or forcing a Zephyr or just spurning it, that is pretty good. However, the deck runs by default cards to protect this Crucible that are not only Zephyr but more of a very obscure card. It's called Obscure Offering. When the card was released, I thought to myself, that's a good one. Since you can throw it in every deck, it's a norm card. And then, luckily, I already got 2 foils, so if you don't have them now, you should get it.
Yeah, that I mean, a great way to keep it alive. In terms, especially with how much hate is going to be coming for this deck, and I saw in the chat of like that's a lot of hate for Razor Gale. Trust me, it is very having this much hate for it is something I do kind of agree with in terms of it is a deck that if you do not answer Razor Gale or you do not answer Crucible, the game can be over very, very quickly just because the tempo of this deck and everything in it essentially fuels into each other. In Grand Archive at the moment, this is probably one of the most complete decks that honestly I think that everything in the deck just helps each other at the same level. Almost, the best comparison I would give is how well Gembu works together with all its pieces. Razor Gale at this moment is doing pretty much the same thing, where every card fuels Razor Gale and vice versa.
So, NEETfull, what you are actually proposing to me is that we need to get a read collection with a Razor Gale theme. That is what every player would heavily enjoy, is what you are saying.
Yeah, because if recollection decks have taught me anything, if we print a recollection deck, half those cards will be banned.
You see, now you got me convinced.
As a slime player that now has 2 dead recollection decks, let me tell you, I'm an
Just
expert
have the
on this
right one
topic.
at hand, duh. At least you can choose from one of two, right?
Yeah, true. You gotta choose which one do you want. Do you want the silvers? You want the grays? Which I say go for the baby grays. And hey, going back into it, Sangreo's starting with the forest cake, right off the bat, and just simply saying, "Hey, here we go," and pass. Was that 2 calming breezes that he just showed off the windmill?
It was 2 calming breezes, and here we have what's the card called again? Gale Stream Insight, one of the cards that can help you find a Razor Gale early on. It's one of the Altar set cards from, I believe, ALC, or is it MRC? I'm not 100% sure. However, it lets you check the top 6 cards of your deck, and you get to reveal a spell card from among them and add it to your hand. Razor Gale is conveniently a spell card, so suddenly you extend your early hand by 6 cards. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, I'm starting to get PTSD of last game already. But there's instantly Sensor Restful Piece coming down.
You see, Neat, there is one thing, or actually 2 things at this point that are missing. And it's the Razor Gate's calling. Luckily for Sangorio, yeah. Oh, yikes. Sorry.
Yep. Never mind, you spoke too soon. There it is. Oh, and Expel Departed right off the bat. Not even waiting.
That is pretty good.
Like, we didn't even give him a chance to do anything. We're just like we're not dealing with that right now.
The bleeding got stopped right away, and Sangorio very early found the band-aid for the wound that didn't even leak.
Yeah, and this now, be fair, we are not in the clear yet. One of the biggest things is, yes, you can deal with the Razor Gale now. The deck has a lot of ways to either get another one or be able to bring back Razor Gale with Calming Breeze. So we are not out of the woods yet. Now we've essentially stayed off the bleeding. Now it's essentially trying to go for the kill as quickly as we can before those gears start getting back into place.
One general thing that a lot of players probably miss is that after you got rid of the Razor Gale from the board, you kind of need to be able to deal with it in the graveyard too. A lot of decks play quite a heavy count of Topsy Decrees. So if you see your opponent being on Razor Gale and you see that those go into the graveyard as soon as they activate the Cyclical Breeze to get it back into hand, you for sure want to pop this Topsy Decree from your hand and just banish the hell out of the Razor Gale in the graveyard. Very interesting to see that Sangorio actually passed his level 1 turn. Usually you want to throw down a slime to get an ally on the board with a buff counter to profit off of it and put a little bit of pressure on. But it seems like that outside of the Expel the Departed, Sangorio kind of had a brick hand here. He's building a house, but not a good one.
Listen, as a slime player, I can tell you either one or two things. There's a lot of discard card, there's a lot of sacrifice and creative shocks in that hand, or you were looking at a bag of Skittles, because that is definitely those are definitely every type of element card in your hand, and it's not the ones you can play.
I would say you have too many sour ones, man. Probably.
We play too much of the tropical mix. That's our problem.
Some people say variance is the flavor, is the spice of life, or something along those lines. Damn, English idioms are so hard, man.
Yeah, it is. This is like a situation where it's like, as playing slimes for so long, I don't know necessarily if the boots was intentional because we are so scared of the Razor Gale follow-up, or because we just don't have anything to play yet.
Oh, a second Razor Gale calling that is now on the board. Creative Shock into Expel the Departed again. Any bets here? Any bets?
Of what we're discarding?
No. After the discard, we're going to see an Expel the Departed again.
Either that or we're gonna see a potential destruction of the sensor, maybe? No, we're not.
Slime King and Ephirus Slime gone. Sangorio is, funnily enough, one of the few slime players who throws Slime Kings into his deck and gets away with it so often.
Best way I can describe King as somebody who also loves this card. King is essentially how you win the mirror match. Because kind of the basic idea of like if you've ever played a slime matchup, it is a deck where if you try to trade allies with them, you just essentially fuel them into a way that they're just going to keep playing allies. You're never going to beat them at winning that. In the mirror match, when your opponent goes, I'm going to swing 5 different slimes and clear your board, and you go King, reset, it is kind of a, oh, I guess now I have to deal with this board twice. And at that point, it's kind of too late. So it's a very much a tech piece into the mirror match and to other ally matchups as a way to say, oh, you cleared my board? No, you didn't.
And here I thought it's just to recycle some on-enter or on-dev abilities of some specific slimes more often.
That is a bonus. You can do a good play on their storm off of it, but the deck digs so much, you don't necessarily need to. It's just a nice way to say, okay, let's just, even if you clear my board, I'm going to have a nice, convenient way to reset my board without having to drop 8 or 9 influence.
And here we have Arsuna tending the land. He found a couple of flowers, picked them up from a field, and now he's loading up the windmill, chipping away at Sangoria's life points here. Putting on damage counters. That's what we do in this game here.
You aren't ready, Yug. You are ready for my red eyes black dragon.
Can we draw 2 more cards?
Gosh, what are we at? Was a Windmill Engineer? We're currently, can we get a counter up in the corner what the current Windmill Engineer time to kill is? I think we're at what, 17 turns away?
Yeah. Probably.
We make the joke now, but right now, Windmill Engineer's going the distance.
He is walking a long road ahead of himself here.
Is that another Razor Gale?
There is a second Razor Gale calling that got picked up by a Cyclical Breeze from the graveyard. Luckily, no Essence Crucible yet.
I have a bad feeling on my next turn. I think that's a turbocharge coming down.
It is a turbocharge. He's charging up quite a bit here. And either his internet is acting up or the channel in the Discord server is just set to the wrong location. Who knows?
Combination of both. Or hey, we didn't even think about it. Maybe the Razor Gate was just that powerful.
Maybe it's just for German infrastructure. Who knows?
Razor Gale, German infrastructure, pretty much the same thing, right?
NEETfull, did you ever think about the fact that a potion could also just be a beer? And every time you drink a beer, you increase your counters on the Essence Crucible? I just leave this out here for you to think about.
Listen, do you love German cuisine? Do you love visiting Germany? Do I have the deck for you? Razor Gale. Fill your opponent as much misery as you have being there. Welcome. Welcome to Razor Gale. Oh boy.
With all the herbs and spices you ever need. Wonderful.
Well, speaking of some spice, we are seeing the first Storm Slime hit play. Hitting the field for unfortunately nothing, because that is a Veiling. And let's just show us 1, 2, 3, 4, Want to get more depressed as we show a 5.
5.
Just 5? Just 5?
It seems like 5 is enough for Arsenal here. Staying protected enough to not reveal too much information here. And I think I would almost assume that one of the cards in his hand is at least a potion, right?
You would think. With that many cards, at least one, if not two. If it's 2 potions, then at this point, it's not a great boat to be in.
No, not really.
Can we go ahead and set the Windmill Engineer kill counter to 0? Thank you.
We have to reset the counter. But it seems like that Arsenas is ready to pick up the Crucible from the material deck as soon as he goes into his turn. But Sangoria, on the other hand, has different plans here. He activates Undeniable Truth, sacking off the Storm Slime on the board, drawing 3 more cards, 2 from the Storm Slime's on death ability for the cards banished from the memory, and 1 for the Undeniable Truth. So we could see an extension of the turn here. By sacrificing
right now,
another slime.
I honestly, right now, I think we're digging for another expel. I think we can see the writing on the wall if we don't see the other expel here. Or at least get us closer to that Twilight Slime, because that Twilight Slime could also help us out quite a bit.
Twilight Slime is probably what you are looking for, and on top we have the Expel the Departed. Does that help right now?
It does help. I think the biggest worry is that if our opponent has 2 potions, this could be... Well, if we even have more than that, it could be even worse for us.
I think he just cooked himself. With no slime on the board, the Beastbound Boots do nothing. And he most likely doesn't have any defensive card in hand right now that protects him. So, Yikers.
Yeah, the worst part is Boots is also tricky as well, because you will save yourself for a turn, but there's so many fast activation win cards in this deck that sometimes it doesn't even matter. You just say, I'm doing this in response, and you go, thumbs up, and then, all right, back to your turn. I'll do it again.
Yeah, and here we have the first beer put on the board. It's the quick one that helps you find the other beers.
Bartender, you serving the first agility 3.
Scout the land for just casual 4 damage here activated. What could go wrong, right? And then we have another. This thing is so silly, I'm sorry.
Listen, you good. That's 2 beers down.
Yeah, too much.
I down 2
At
beers.
This point, it's just at this point it's just cycling spells to trigger the Razorgate Calling, and it's almost irrelevant what actually happens as long as you activate a wind card.
I didn't even see what got revealed, I'll be honest with you. Oh, Stifling.
And here we have the Tempest Downfall for 6-9 damage in total, so.
And yeah, that I'm no mathematician. I'm gonna have to serve to you, because I heard in round 2 that you are the master of math. 2 beers deep into the math. Is that lethal?
I think if a champion is at 24 damage counters and takes 9, it will step over the number 25. But as I showed in round 2 with the cards and also the suited objects on the board, I'm not so good at math. So,
It was a close one. Yeah, wow. That talk about a what is the nicest word I can use for Razorgale at the moment? Talk about a deck with a lot of burst potential. With Crucible, with so much damage.
If you give Razorgate the time to go to the point where you are allowed to have brewed 2 potions, you are in a very rough spot. Everything up to that point is very interactable, and you need to interact with it, or you are just have to be way faster.
Yeah, that's what we have found in testing is one of 2 things. You have to be either faster than the Razor Gale, or you have to answer a lot of their love their board. And I think I saw some comments in the chat being like, that is a lot of Razor Gale hate. Yeah, as I said earlier, you need it. This is a very, very quick rule of why you want to have Razor Gale hate right now. It is a deck that is probably the most breakout deck of this format, if not the breakout deck of RDO.
Luckily, you can somewhat see it coming, right? Because you, as the Razorgate player, you need at least 2 materializations with the current decks to get to the point, and also establish the Razorgates on the board beforehand.
Yeah,
If you
and
either slow down the leveling process or just interact enough with the Razorgate calling, you can buy yourself a couple turns that way. But you still have to be in a good position of the game itself to close out from there.
Yeah, 100%. It is you have to essentially play into forcing them to have to take those steps back to reset some of their board. And as you saw with this list, the thing about Crucible is it probably won't hit play until they're ready to activate 2 potions and potentially present lethal to you or present a lot of damage. They don't mind if they lose Crucible after putting like 5-6 damage onto you if they're going to keep the 2 Razor Gales. But you're not going to see a lot of them rush out the Crucible early. They're going to keep it safe. They're going to keep it back until they're ready to say, all right, I've got a Razor Gale out. I've got 2 potions. Good luck. Let's see what you've got.
Another thing that I personally not enjoy but sitting across from Razorgale is that Stifling Gaia and also Stifling Trap are 2 mainstays in the deck, and the count of those cards might just be increasing the longer the deck stays in the game and relevant.
Yeah, it is one of those things where normally if they play Gaia, you are going to use your Fantasia Destruction to hit that. But because of you have to put all your hate into Razor Gale, it's essentially a card that's just, for most part in the game, is going to say, hey, turn off and on enter that I do not care about. So in this case, your Dungeon Guides are going to most likely just kind of be irrelevant in that matchup. To the point where even in playtesting, we've even debated in matchups that is to trick our opponent potentially just take out Dungeon Guides. In certain matchups, just say, hey, I'm not going to be able to play them. And if they're not big braining it and they know they took them out, then at that point it's just they name Dungeon Guide and go, yeah, I don't have them in the deck. It sucks you can't speed up to 3, but it's kind of a tricky situation to be in because you don't really want to pay, what would that be, 7 for a Dungeon Guide at that point? Something like that. So
you need to pay your taxes, my friends.
Maybe not
Otherwise,
those
you're not going anywhere.
Listen, as an American, we don't like those. I got a whole history book to tell you about those taxes. I don't care for that. I don't care about.
Wait, are you talking about taxes or about Texas?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Oh boy. Oh yeah, you could tell that Razor Gale ruined us. Razor Gale just melted everything that was left. We see.
Too many Bavarian potions brewed.
Listen, we went potion for potion in that match, and it was a lot.
One of the tricky parts also is to actually get rid of the Crucible, right?
Yeah.
Even if you are playing a wind deck that can suppress it as like the easiest solution, as a fast speed card, you also need to pass the right moment where your opponent doesn't have free total influence left in his hand to activate the obscure offering, just to protect it.
Well, even then, like, even if you fast speed deal with it, because there's so many fast speed cards in the deck for Wall for Wind, there's a good chance that even if they're not going to protect it, they're going to be able to draw a card and present probably six extra damage before you even ever get to that point. So it's a hard trade-off, and that's, I think, being at a one cost regalia is what makes it so difficult. Where I've heard a lot of people say maybe it's time, maybe it's we get the Spurn to Ash 2 where we hit one or one or less. Are we at that point? I don't know, but maybe it's time.
That's already on different removal cards like Break Apart, Burn to Ash, Nocturne's Oblivion, Excalibur are all cards that work pretty well against the Crucible and other nasty regalias that can be put on the board. But I think the best card to deal with the Crucible deck is good old Storm of Thorns.
Yeah, bring back Storm of Thorns.
Easy.
Let's do it. But let's put it back in the meta. I'm here for it. You know what? I'm gonna go a step further. Maybe with Storm of Thorns, we need a card to support a Water Nico strategy. Yeah, let's just go ahead and bring back Icebound Slam. What could go wrong?
You are onto something. You are onto something.
You know what? Let's reset the clock. Everything's unbanned. Let's see what happens.
It's almost like you're smacking with a flute. If you think about it a little
Let's not
bit,
do that.
the more this Razor Gale deck creeps back into the meta, the more relevant can Guardians in the water element become. Because you have so many outs in the material deck or the main deck for those 1 damage instance cards. Like the Vaporjack Shield, Magebane Lash are pretty good in Nico, Storm of Thorns is a pretty good card. It was like just the couple things I can think of right away. So
yeah, I think the biggest problem is just water runs into. I think we've had this issue before in the past. Is just water relies so much on floating memory to make the deck operate. That turns out what we saw in both those games, Censor Restful Peace, pretty strong card into water, as it turns out.
I would make an argument that if you don't lose the game, if you get out the Vaporjack Shield, offering to influence towards it might just be a good call. Not the Razor Gale call, but indeed a call.
Oh, I agree. Like, listen, we got to do something. We got to figure it out. Which we have seen decks that have been able to take down Razor Gale. There are a couple lists that are very much geared to deal with it, but I think unfortunately a lot of it comes down to one, as you mentioned very early on, you have to race this deck down. Or if you don't, you have to play a tempo game into it where you need to essentially put them back a turn, and you need to be able to gain advantage on that same turn you're putting them back. Which I think we ran into an issue with Sangreal in this matchup where it was we saw the early be able to blow up the Razor Gale to put our opponent back a turn, but we were not able to recover and pressure our own, put out our own board there. Whether that is a brick of a hand that we saw, or just maybe we were trying to set up for something different. It was just one of those things was you just cannot let Razor Gale recover. And turns out that is getting harder and harder to do as they keep refining this list.
It's very hard to counter out, and the more refined decks become, the more streamlined the game plan is, and the flowchart, as you so will, becomes. And it becomes even harder and harder to just find something very workable against it.
Yeah, I don't want to doom and gloom on the deck too much, but yeah, it is a deck that is just, you have to put so many resources to it. It kind of feels like how we kind of felt about early on when we had to deal with the really high powered fractals type list. In kind of that same way, where if you're going into a big event, so anybody who's getting ready for nationals, anybody who's getting ready for the Ascent in Vegas, or you're just getting ready for your regionals, it is not a deck you can just say, I hope I don't see it kind of idea, because the farther you get in the day, you are more and more likely to see it, because the deck will likely put up results. It is a deck you will likely see progress through the day, and do fairly well. So it is something you just cannot say, I just hope I don't see it. Because I know we had that idea about Gembu for a very long time of like, I just hope I don't see Gembu because there's not as many of them. But I don't think this is a deck we can do that with. It is kind of the same level of the original Fractals. You're going to see it. You've got to tech for it. And if your sideboard is mostly to deal with Fractals, or in this case, Razor Gale, I don't necessarily see a problem with that kind of setup. Which it sucks to have to say to do that, but just it's a little bit of mentality of going into this nationals for a lot of teams has been this deck is on the radar, and it's a very, very good reason of why it's on our radar.
I'm very much looking forward to. No, I'm not.
Man, I am so excited. I can't lie to you guys. I'm not.
It's really hard to sit across from this deck actually and enjoy the game.
I hate to say it, the worst part about it is like as I made the joke about earlier, at least it's not Toronto, is my mentality. Which I don't know if that's much better.
Just wait until people start playing Clergy in this deck.
Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that. What if you only played 2 cards on your turn? Don't do this. Not like this.
Yeah. Are you not excited about the good old Clergy returning back to the battlefield? So for everyone who doesn't know what I think Blessful Clergy is the full card name, it is a 1/2 ally that costs 2 and has imbued 2 wind, and it says if it is imbued as an on-enter, your opponent can't play more than 2 cards during his next turn. Thank you, production, for bringing this menace up.
Yep. And hey, you got a fancy SP3 version that if you want to play it, don't.
This is actually one of the few cards in the deck that is the linchpin of a lot of decks that want to do stuff. And it is also a good card if you want to force your opponent to have a smaller turn, even in the mirror, right?
Yeah. And hey, I'm just saying, it does say target players. So you know what that means. Go and bring it up, Void Cloak. Void Cloak is back in the meta, baby. Let's go.
Does it also say as a spell?
I don't think it says as a. Is it not as a spell? Never mind. Void Cloak goes back out. Never mind. Take it out. Take it off. Take it off the screen. Take it off the screen. I don't want to see it anymore.
Maybe an interesting rule tidbit. The Blessed Clergy says play cards. Playing cards is an umbrella term that encapsulates activating cards during your main phase and also materializing cards from your material deck. So you get to pick and choose between 2 cards during your whole turn and not, I can materialize something and then play 2 cards. That is not how the math mathed out.
Yeah. And as it turns out, you generally into Razor Gale, you want a level. So this card can essentially just say, you can play 1 card. Good luck.
Another thing is that if you activate a dungeon guide, leveling up your champion does not count towards the playing 2 cards.
Leveling your champion doesn't? I thought it was a materialization.
No, it's not. On the dungeon guide. It is
on the dungeon guide. On the dungeon guide. Yeah. Yeah.
On the dungeon guide, you just put the card on top of your lineage, and then you leveled up and good to go. I might have fun another time.
Listen, we've made the mistake of showing this card. If I see you at nationals and you play and you're on Razor Guard and you play this card into me, I don't want to be your friend anymore.
I can promise you I will not be playing the deck.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'd rather roast some leaves on a grill.
Apparently, I just heard Once will be playing it. So, crazy. Once will be playing at U.S. Nationals. That's what I'm saying right now. Let everybody know.
Oh, I know my round 1 opponent then.
I just see the I wish. I don't know. I'll let you know how I feel after round 1 if I feel happy about that or not. Luckily, as we talked about earlier, if that happens, the worst case scenario, I got my Pantheon deck with me.
That is also one thing that I look very much forward to. I would probably just personally scrub out on Nationals and on the Ascent and just play Pantheon on the Sunday. So
yeah, I'm the unlucky fool who didn't get a Ascent ticket for the day 2. So if I scrub out, I think I'm playing Pantheon the whole weekend at that point.
Oh.
'Cause I was like, are they gonna? There's no way they sell out, right? Because not that many people are gonna bank on not
Yeah.
making it to a nationals. Apparently, I was wrong. That was a
Why
mistake.
would they sell out, right? It's almost like
But
Words Ticket would sell out.
yeah, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Yeah, no, it is gonna be an interesting meta, for sure. Of course, Raze. Obviously, we talked a lot about Razor Gale, about kind of what that deck can do. We of course seen decks like CL already kind of break out in this event, but both versions. We have seen what else do we see? Of course, we've seen Fire Slimes, multiple the same one, the same one on stream, twice. So there is still a lot of decks that are out there in terms that are doing very well, that are playing very well. So don't take it as too much doom and gloom of like this is the premier deck, this is the only deck that's going to be played. There are a lot of very strong decks out there. So if you don't know what you want to play in a Nats, don't worry. There's quite a bit out there that you can figure out. That being said, if you are playing Nats, we're pretty close around the corner. So hopefully you're locking in this weekend because you don't have much time left. We're less than a week away from sitting down and playing day one at what'll be the third U.S. Nationals. Oh, crazy to think
Crazy,
about that.
right?
Wow, that the time has gone by so fast now that I realize that.
Can you guess on how many nationals I played personally yet?
Yeah. Oh, what was that?
Can you guess how many nationals I played myself, Ed?
1.
0.
0? Oh, you haven't even
Yeah.
played one yet? Oh, come on.
Oh.
I
Gonna be
think
a lot of fun.
both my Nats runs have been ended by actually I think both my Nats runs have been ended by True Champ both times. My first Nats run was ended by Caben, and then my second Nats run was ended by Perfy when Perfy was on True Champ. So technically True Champion never wants me to make Nationals day 2.
I see how it is.
And I think the last one in the lineup now is I just need if Isaac knocks me out this time, I'm just saying, you know what? I'm done. Time to become a washed up caster. I'm doing that anyways, but I need a reason to.
Maybe I can throw together a very interesting CL build I have seen floating around.
Which one, the Oblation or the or a different or a new tricky one?
A new tricky one.
Ooh.
One of my locals kind of got me good with it. But not more, I'm saying. It's a secret.
Well, no, I'll keep an eye out. I'll see what's cooking. Yeah, for me, I'm gonna play some flavor of slimes going into US Nats. I just don't know what flavor I'm gonna play yet. I've talked with I think every slime player out there to be like, tell me about your deck. Tell me what you like about it. Kind of looking at every single one, and then I've made my decision. I'm pretty sure what I'm playing. But we'll see. I mainly want to if I want to go one last run at nationals this time around. I want to do it on slimes.
Okay. So you made up your mind already, is what you're saying.
I'm pretty well locked into what I'm gonna play.
Okay. I think I will be doing the same thing I did for Ascent Niagara, where I just walked up to Tyler and asked, hey, what deck should I play? And he said, the most played out one. Okay.
I'm just gonna walk up to Tyler and say, hand me a deck, and then I'm gonna get handed some like random
Some Pantheon deck.
a Pantheon that's legal in a Singleton. Just let's go. Oh no, I just started. You're handing me Razor Gale, no champion.
It seems like production is a little bit mean to the casters right now and handing out Razor Gale decks with our champions outside of a spirit. So, I think this is also the right call to head into a small break between rounds here.
I agree. I think we're a little bit fried from this last round. Well, hey, yeah, this. We are only 2 rounds away from seeing the end of this regional. So, I believe you will be back next round for the
That is correct.
You and Clem will be back next round to bring round 6, and then I will be back to bring you the wrap up with round 7. So do not go anywhere, and we will be right back. Are we? I think we're so here.
Hello and welcome back to round 6 for the True Champion Gaming Online Regional for North America. I'm Garrett and I'm now here with Clem. Clem, how are you doing right now?
Doing great. I went outside for a bit of fresh air, touched some grass,
Ooh.
talked to some people. It was nice and chill. The weather is really nice here, so I'm doing
Ooh.
great. I did
Awesome,
entirely
awesome.
miss last round with Sango and Asuna because of that.
I mean, you basically got to experience it firsthand since you touched grass, right? The razor, the grass was calling, kinda. Man, I should stop this. I really shouldn't do this at all. I guess
So
it's
you're doing
almost at 11:30 in Europe, so I'm probably allowed to be a little bit silly. But speaking of Europe, Clem, did you know that tomorrow is another online regional happening for the European region, and that is going to be hosted at the Cake TCG online server, for that matter?
Yeah, it's gonna be really fun. You're gonna be casting in. I'm gonna be casting in. Flawn's gonna be casting in, and Leon to break Joy Boy as well. It starts at 3 a.m. Central, 1 a.m. Pacific, and 10 a.m.
CET.
Okay, 10 a.m. CT. So
Looking forward to it. So in case you couldn't get enough with today's event, make sure to sign up for it. And I believe production will pin the server somewhere in the chat. At the very least, the chat will be informed with a link to that one. So be ready for this and hope to see a lot of people there too.
yeah, hopefully. You guys are most likely gonna see Sangorio and Asuna in that regional as well. So last round's gonna come back there. And other news, Nationals, North American Nationals is the first one this year. It's gonna be coming up actually in less than a week because it starts on Friday. So better be ready for that. Though we have talked about a lot how this is probably kind of a lead-in and prep for most of those guys. After NA Nats, we will have EU Nats. So it's gonna follow the order that we have our online regionals this weekend.
It's kind of funny, right?
Yep. It feels weird. I'm really glad that Europe got a second nationals. We're still going strong in Europe, so that's awesome. I bet Garrett's gonna be there because it's nearby. It is in Prague, so
I already booked my hotel and it was actually quite expensive. So if you want to make your way over to Prague for the EU Nationals, be sure to book very soon hotels because they are almost all full close to the venue.
No, that's worrisome. But that also means that we might have a lot of people for EU Nats, which is exciting.
Either that or they just have very few hotels. Either way.
Could be either.
I would be surprised if Prague has not a sufficient amount of hotels close to convention centers. So already excited, and I hope we can surpass the 100 player mark.
That would be amazing. I'd love to see that.
How many people are actually coming from my local? We have this group with 3, 4. I think from my local, we are already getting 8 people. That's quite a few.
Now we just need a bit less than 20 times that.
Maybe a bit more, right?
True.
Let's just.
I was aiming for 100, you know.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, Garrett, are you coming to Las Vegas?
Yes, I am. I can't wait to board the plane on Thursday.
Thursday? Oh my god, I'm also flying on Thursday. Though I think I'm landing a tiny bit before you.
Most likely. I'm traveling back in time, so
Yeah,
let's
for sure.
see. The trip is going to be a lot of fun since I'm sitting next to Hanky, so I can hear stories about crying babies and spilling soup on pans. Going to be fun.
And his very high quality, very safe and inspected house. Where if it rains, it rains inside the house, apparently. I really hope that things work out for Hanky. Because that is all the stories he tells are worrisome, and they do not sound great. I hope he's doing well. I hope he wins that
He probably is.
so he can pay for repairs on his house, you know?
It's always funny to see him mentioning why he needs to win something because of renovation costs for his house.
Sorry, I need to win that so I can fix my house.
Okay. We seem to have the pairing for our round here. It is two good old friends that never left the game, as it seems. It is Gembu, piloted by a player called Water Tamer, very fitting. And as the opponent, we have Felix Game playing Water Ether Wing Diana. It's getting wet in here for sure.
Thinking more like they're giving us a little London throwback here, this was the majority of Gambu was not the majority of the meta, but Superior was very dominant. So this is a tried and tested, tried and true matchup for us, Garen. He is, yeah. You're a professional. How do you feel? You're a much better player than I am. How do you feel this matchup's gonna go?
With the new iteration of the Water Ether Wing Diana, I'm not sure how it plays out. Felix Game has a couple of interesting choices of cards for the replacement of the Languid Toad Troll and the Capstone Coda in his deck. He has 3 Snow Whites and 3 Cerulean Decrees in the main deck to possibly stop the onslaught of the ally swarm of Water Tamer that he can put out and just capitalize on the momentum where he establishes one big hit in the early game to get the floating memory going into his graveyard. And that might just be the idea he has here going on.
I mean, it is really good considering his if he sees the Snow White early, that is going to be a really big advantage considering Gembu does not play a lot of allies, and he really needs Gembu needs to at least go to level 1. If Felix Game has the advantage and has the Snow White early, and then gets to go to level 1 early, then he is, that is basically game decided. I also like that he plays Vantage Point, which is basically 6 extra. He plays 3 Vantage Points, which means it's 6 extra distant enablers once he gets to level 1. So that is a really good extra consistency that's in there. Overall, pretty classic list though. Like you said, not much has changed. Just the Frog and Coda are gone, and then some more Diana cards are in, and Snow Whites.
It is interesting that Water Tamer opted to still be playing Idle Thoughts in the main deck and is running also 4 Engulfs in the main deck. Those are choices that you don't see that often, especially not with accompanied friends like Acquiescing Rejection in the main deck. Very untypical cards for a Gembu list here. But maybe the idea of the deck list are somewhat warped and formed by his job that he is also a Riftbound dev and also a previous contender of the Gauntlet last year. So there is most likely a lot of thought put into this to just have somewhat of a different take on Gembu here. I personally think that having Money Gates is leaning more into a passive playstyle, what not necessarily is a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree
It's
with you.
just
I think it's perfectly fine considering that you don't have Coda anymore. So you're much more reliant on your Gambu attacks and milling your opponent down. So the negates let you survive long enough for where that is a viable game plan.
exactly. The turtle hitting you for one big swoop is not the only game plan. This is also one of the very strong parts of the Gambu deck itself, that you have so many avenues to close out the game. You can go with a stratagem of Mirrored Eyes with enough floating memory, or you can just mill out your opponent, go for the ally-based board strategy, or just do a combination of things, hitting a couple times when having 2 floating memory for 6 damage with stratagem, or just accumulating a lot of fractals on the board for the refracting missile chained into a couple of those. That might just be enough damage too. So
absolutely. Like I'm really excited and curious about how the Fractal's game plan will go. I think it will be a solid change and definitely gives that versatility that Gambu had, but we'll just have to wait and see. It is also cool that both of these players are on water decks. We haven't seen that many of them today.
You are correct. You are correct. There was not a lot of water on the stream so far, but now it's getting double wet.
Not the stream's flowing through stream for sure. But imbuing.
If we see 2 cards put down, that can just mean a Fractal of Rain being imbued here.
Pretty solid first turn from Jeff. 1, 2. Yep, there's a frog as well.
Can't have enough of them. That means that Waterdeva is sitting now very tight and secure behind the Thronekeeper Bullfrog. That gets negated with a Frozen Dismissal. Oh boy, that's so strong. First of all, it removes the floating memory from the graveyard, not being there with other negates, for example, and also removing the taunt itself. This enables Felix game to put on pressure because defending lines are not there in place anymore. That is pretty good, pretty good.
That's a way to put it for sure. It is incredibly good. And
Felix game getting out for the first materialization and Inert Sword. That is kind of telling me that he either has a Cheshire Cat in hand or just is lacking Distant Enablers, or both. We are seeing 3 cards being put down into the memory, and here is the cat. She is grinning very impish.
Yep, she is. Immediately also going and hitting Water Tamer for 3. Followed up by an attack by just a rock for 2 using the Inert Sword, which is a significant amount of damage, especially when Felix probably doesn't know, unless he had time to look at the deck list, might not know what he is up against.
I think if you to see a Tidestone Bovine, oh my lord, that you are pretty aware of what you're facing, and look at all those shiny cards.
Yeah. Oh, Ribbon isn't the... I didn't even notice that Ribbon was in a material deck. That is pretty nice. Diamond Ribbon there. Obviously, getting Gambu.
The Diamond Ribbon is one of the new additions to the Gambu material deck that is very interesting. It allows you to either increase your influence by 2 instead of 1. That might just come in handy a lot. And it also gives you a free spell that you can activate for a cost of 0 if you are level 2 to just pop any type of spell sheet damage prevention. So in case your opponent is throwing down a Crystallized Destiny, you say, "Schwupp, not anymore."
Yep, it is. It is a really, really solid answer to anything that would prevent your Game Boo from dealing damage. Yep, there is also the Frostworm Paladin with 2 Fracturize in the graveyard. It's gonna just eat up one of them, no problem, and replace itself in Water Tamer's hand. And then passing to have an Interceptor up for that Cheshire Cat.
The Frostworm Paladin having 3 attack and 4 health here is very relevant for the Cheshire Cat, because if you start attacking with the Cheshire Cat, you will lose it if you want to or not, because the Frostworm Paladin is for sure retaliating into the cat that gets intercepted. So
that cat is in a really bad position right now. Unless Felix can load a couple of Aether charges into the Aqua Mirage Whisper, and then just clear the Frostworm Paladin through raw power.
the idea here for Felix game is for sure just loading up a couple charges into the Aqua Mirage Whisper to clear off the Paladin, to 1, get Floating Memory running, and B, just having the cat secure, because keeping your cat safe is always the top priority here, right?
Yeah, especially if you don't have a second one and you don't have a good hand. That is a really solid.
And here we see a Cerulean Decree.
Giving -3 to the attack using a Refracting Missile, Frostbind, Fracturize, and Kite Still Bovine again. So we know that Water Tamer had 3 Fracturizes.
And 1 more unknown card. That is very sad for Felix game here. He doesn't get to use the on-hit ability of the Aqua Mirage Whisper because the attack was quote-unquote only for 3 here.
Yeah, all
so
that damage.
No glimpse. The Crystallian Archer will put in a lot of work with clearing of the Frostworm Paladin here, so I think he's a worthy sacrifice, basically replacing itself, enabling the cat to hit further down on Water Tamer here.
Yeah, definitely. I think also the -3 is really, really good in this matchup because Aqua Mirage's Whisper ability is on hit. So it's not like you can deal 0 and then still glimpse 1. If you deal no damage, then the on-hit effect won't trigger because you don't hit your opponent. So it is incredibly relevant that 0 damage was dealt, so no on-hit, no glimpse at all for Felix.
Yeah, that is indeed one of the very sad parts, because with the Water Etherwing Diana, you really need to hit the first glimpse to get the ball rolling here. And if you can't do that, you might struggle into setting up the top deck of your deck in a favorable way, especially if you can't glimpse, when, of course, you can't set it up, right? And here we see from Felix, from Water Tamer leveling up into Ugia Blession to get the Engulf's Life, one of the strongest cards that Water got in RDO, in my personal opinion. I'm not sure about you.
I don't know. It's hard to tell what the strongest card that Water got or that Tamer got in RDO is, but I was just too mesmerized by Fracturize. 3 Fracturize being banished to really think about it as well. That is wow.
3 Fracturizes being gone is actually pretty good for Felix game here. That means that you have free reign on what you want to do with your material deck cards. So, for example, getting out the Power Sword to pump up the cat even more and just getting rid of all the water cards in the graveyard might be pretty good.
Yeah. It's it's a guaranteed removal of all those cards in the graveyard. But you might want to wait if you're Felix game here until the Gamble flips, because then the quest counters become a lot harder to gain, unless, of course, there is an Avatar of Gambu, but I don't believe there is an Avatar of Gambu in this deck, unfortunately. So
I haven't spotted one yet, for that matter.
Yeah, no, I don't see one here. So if that Gambu's gone, it's gone for good. Or if that Gambu is flipped, it's also gone for good. Like flipped back into a Fate Stone.
Felix Game's plan is most likely to just close out the game before the Gambu even gets to flip, and that means he has, at best, after this, one more turn, if at all. So, and he gets out one of the new toys that Diana got in RDO, the Quick Step Threads. A very interesting card, costs 1 memory to materialize. On enter, you of course get to draw a card. What else should it do, right? And during your turn, if you are distant, every card your opponent activates costs 2 more. It's basically a Viridian protective trinket for your turn if you are a ranger and distant.
Yeah, it is such a good card because it does more. If you have Viridian protective trinket and Treads out as well, then everything is taxed for. So it stacks with other cards, and it's universal. As long as you're distant, it is a universal tax to anything.
You are correct. And here we see the cat going to town for 3 damage, and also Felix Game hitting with Ether Wing and Diana with the Akra Mirage Whisper for, I believe, 3 damage as well. I might be a little bit off here by 1. Not 100% sure. However, he gets to glimpse, set up his top deck and his graveyard. So let's see what card he mills. It's a tactical retreat.
It could have been worse, but at least this one is floating memory. It will. That's -1 Gambu attack that can be stopped by Felix Game, but if his plan is to just kill as soon as possible, that's pretty good. And it is a float that he can pay for Power Sword with.
Let's see if it establishes more allies on the board now. The best case for Felix Game would be that he throws down a couple more allies to just put more pressure onto Water Tamer here, but it doesn't seem like it. So he is holding up quite a lot of influence to interact with Water Tamer's turn here.
His whole hand is in his hand, no cards in memory.
No cards in memory at all. And here we see the materialization of the diamond ribbon that allows you to add 2 more diamond bolts to your influence.
It's a pretty good card here. Unfortunate that Water Tamer was not able to go up to level 3 here. Backstep, I believe.
It is a backstep that was milled for the Fate Stone here. Okay, and in response to the recollection, Felix Game decides to do something, and he is this a backstep? And the other one was just a reposition?
Reposition? I believe that is a reposition.
With all the different artworks of reposition and backstep, I get quite confused at times, and you seem to have the same issue.
Yeah, it is backstep. And then I believe it was also a backstep that got milled earlier. Because it looks like, so that's 2 backsteps gone.
Okay, as YouTube chat confirmed for us, both arts of backstep got milled. Wonderful. Okay. What would we do without our favorite viewers in here?
True.
And here we see the Tidestone Bovine milling Water Tamer again by 2 more cards, and by that the Gambu flip is enabled. Let's see what
Yeah,
Water
oh my
Tamer
God.
else is doing.
Now the question is, how many water cards in the graveyard? Immediately, that it has become a threat now, because it seems that Water Tamer is going for that route instead of Fractals, considering he only has a Fractal of Rain on board.
You probably just want to keep up the counters right now, see what Felix Game tries to do in his recollection phase, and if he starts loading up the Aqua Mirage Whisper or something else, you
fourth
probably... You can't use Fracturize on the Aqua Mirage Whisper because it has Spell Shroud. However, you could Fracturize the Purple Sword to take less damage from the Cheshire Cat here. But now the Pulver Sword hit the board. Damn, that's rhyming. And it removed all the cards from Water Tamer's graveyard. So it essentially said, whatever you tried to set up there, not anymore on my watch.
Yeah, it's the Game Boo is going to be useless now if flipped, unless Water Tamer can get rid of the Power Sword, which I don't believe is an imminent threat.
So there's a very interesting interaction, but even though you have right now 0 cards in your graveyard as Water Tamer, you can still throw down the 2 bolts of diamonds because they are free to deal 2 damage to whatever you feel like needs damage, and then you have 2 water cards in your graveyard to activate Gambu's ability to just be that little bit more annoying than it already is.
Very true. And it is very annoying. Now, unfortunately, because the attack with the Cheshire Cat was declared already before Water Tamer flipped Game Boo, that Game Boo's taunt is not going to be in effect here. So Water Tamer is just going to take the 5 damage to face.
5 damage from a Stealthy Cat, that is quite a big number here. Just a small reminder how those 5 damage come together. Cheshire Cat is a 1/3 ally with Stealth and Spell Shroud and has the additional line of she gets the attack base value of every distorted regalia weapon you have. And she also gets the activated ability of all the distorted regalias you have. With looking at the board, we have the Inert Sword, that is a 2/2 distorted sword weapon, and the Panther Sword, that is also a 2/2 distorted regalia sword weapon that combines to a total of 5.
Quite scary, especially with that Crystalline Archer coming down. That is going to be a 4/2 every single time that Felix Game attacks here. So 2 massive allies on the board. One of them is a bit easier to protect, having Spell Shroud and Stealth built in, like you said. Cheshire Cat is fairly safe there, but Crystalline Archer has no protections. It is just swinging, and it seems it is swinging into the Genbu. I wonder if Felix Game has a way to get rid of the Genbu this turn, and that's why he's attacking. But then surely Water Tamer has ways to protect it, right?
You would hope so. We can't forget about the quick step threats though, because Felix Game is distant thanks to the backstep that was activated the turn before in Water Tamer's end phase, I believe. Not sure.
Very Water Tamer's turn for sure.
Yeah, that means that every card activation costs 2 more, and here we have the second Crystalline Archer.
Yeah, the second Crystalline's game for, I mean, not officially game, but the game would die here. Now, let's see if Water Tamer remembered. Okay, there's the 2 more. Engulf.
And here we have one of the best new water cards here. Engulf being activated, basically saying, nope, whatever you wanted to try to do, that doesn't work unless it's an attack card. One of I believe it's one of the 3 hard negates Grand Archive has right now. We have Incapacitate, Engulf, and Astrosphere, right?
I think so. Everything else can be.
Everything else just says pay more, and otherwise you don't do the thing.
Well, yeah. Acquiescing is the closest one technically because you cannot pay for it, but at the same time, it's
You get to choose though, so
yeah, it's exactly. You either give them 2 cards or you get the card negated.
let's see what Water Tamer now tries to do with their turn. We are having the Tidestorm Bovine there attacking menacingly for 1 damage and milling 2 more cards.
No more counters from that, but lots of milling makes Water Tamer's job easier. Seems that we forgot about a couple of hard negates though, like class specific ones mostly.
It is correct that we indeed forgot a couple hard negates, but they are very conditionally and not right away sent a card to the graveyard. So
All right. I'm really curious because we're at the point where I don't know who is even winning, honestly, because in terms of who's in a better spot right now. Feelings Game has dealt 15 damage to Water Tamer so far, but there is a lot of cards in Water Tamer's graveyard. Unfortunate with that Excalibur is gone. It would have been a perfect answer to the Power Sword.
right now, Water Tamer is in a pretty comfortable position with Gambu being on the board and Eva Wing Diana having lost the ability to use different damage sources to close out the game. Because if you are level 3 with a Gambu on the board and only 15 damage on your champion right now, it's a tall ask for a Diana deck to just get through this big turtle there, especially with the Gugia level 2 Lineage release being available. So a smoke bomb is not enough to get past the turtle, and that kind of makes it very difficult, right?
Yeah, I think that alone makes this way more favorable for Water Tamer because now he does have time to just calm down and focus on what he wants to do.
Yeah, he can just sit there comfortably and wait to see what Felix tries to play out during his turn and interact with it accordingly. And here we have another Froststorm Paladin for Felix game, hitting the board, banishing most likely a floating memory. After it resolves and Water Tamer gives his go here to draw 1 more card. Sadly, it's not 2 cards.
Wouldn't that be nice, huh? The thing that makes it even harder for Felix to remove the Gambu here is that by just paying 3, Water Tamer can add 5 total life to Gambu. So he Felix also has to calculate with at least 5 more health, 5 more life than Gambu has. For now. And as the longer the game goes on, the more buffer that Gambu can get.
You are correct. Having more water cards in the graveyard means having a bigger buffer here. And that gives you most likely the staying power you need in the game to just chip away with the Tidestorm Bovines at your opponent here.
Yeah, actually, you might not even need anything else. The Tightstone Bovines might be a slow, painful, but very viable option against Felix here. What can you even do as Felix? Is there any out that he has?
That is a very good question. Right now, you need to accumulate enough damage to either kill Gembu or just hope that your opponent does a mishap of some sort where you can take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, it's very hard as well because Water Tamer clearly, and as we know, is a pretty good player. So counting on your opponent making a mistake is not as good in this specific matchup against this opponent for Felix.
Indeed, counting on your opponent's mishaps is for sure not the best way to approach a game. I also don't see any Snow Fairies in Felix Games deck list so far, so there is no sure way to get rid of Gembu right now.
Yeah, if only Snow White said target ally, huh? That would target unit. It would be so much easier.
That would be quite good. Maybe you should
we would
sign
have
up
seen
for
a lot more Snow Fairy. Snow White.
For sure. Maybe you should sign up for a developer position at Weeps of the Shore. You have good ideas, Clem.
That would be a lot of frogs. That's what we would see. A lot of frogs and a lot of men. I'm not sure if the world wants more CLs.
Oh, I for sure do. Design-wise, one of the best champions.
True. He is really good. In the meantime, Water Tamer's graveyard has been growing very, very steadily. Even without the power sword, he's at a hefty amount. So that Gembu is becoming really threatening really fast. Refracting Missile for a 1 doesn't matter because I believe it's just one more water card for Water Tamer to put in there. Yep, there it is.
It is also removing. It is also removing the threat of the Frostborn Paladin from the board, so that you don't even need to be afraid of your Gembu getting hit at all.
Yeah, although I wasn't that much of a threat considering how many water cards Water Tamer has in his graveyard now. That Gembu is gonna stay here for forever, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong at all. We are seeing a Weaving Mana stream here for Felix Game to getting distant. One more card into the graveyard with Floating Memory. So he's most likely materializing something with a cost attached to it, just to get the Weaving Mana stream loaded in here.
Yeah, and the free load, not the free load, there's the loading of the Weaving Mana stream is really, really important here. Just to get that extra damage, considering the Gembu's staring down Felix. That is a lot of cards in Water Tamers. Unfortunately, one Fugue is already out, but it doesn't matter as long as Water Tamer can just win.
You are correct. Materializing here the Flash Grenade was pretty needed because Felix Game is running into the issue of that Water Tamer might just put down a Stratagem of Myriad Eyes and you poof off the board right now with all the water cards in the graveyard and possible a lot of floating memory. So being able to prevent damage instances of 3 or less from being put on your champion might just be what you need here.
Yeah, but just preventing 3 damage on alone as well is really, really good.
And in response to the attack from Felix Game with the Aqua Mirage Whisper, we see the activation of Gembu's ability here from Water Tamer increasing his HP total to a bazillion and a bit more to just not move off the board and go into the soup.
I was trying to count, but I was unable to. That's a lot. That's what I'm getting out of this.
And Felix game gets to check the top 4 cards of his deck. 2 Ether Wings loaded, ranged, and the weapon itself. That is pretty good. It's actually 5 because it is +1.
Yeah.
Knowing the cards actually helps at times. But is there actually anything in the deck that can just seal the deal here?
I don't believe there's anything that can immediately spell game over, which is unfortunate. But yeah, Water Tamer lives to see another day. Gambutu.
While I'm not a big fan of just scooping up games in general, I think at some point you might just realize there is no real way for me to close out the game until my opponent just does the doo-doo, so might as well try to go into the next game and finish 2 more in favor of myself for Felix game here.
I do think that Felix game is swiftly approaching the point where no matter what he does, it's just not going to be enough with the Gimbu on board. Because in his main board, he has no real answers to Gimbu.
Yeah, that is also my perception of the situation here. Unless Water Tamer just does a mishap with attacking with the Gimbu while not being able to close out the game. It is just being a situation of we wait until I try to close out the game in multiple ways during one turn, and you can't do anything.
That might just be what Felix is counting on, is that Water Tamer is going to go for something, and then Felix will have the answer, and then Water Tamer just won't have an answer to that. But that is such a risky play, especially when you're playing your time away with it, right? Because it is not a certain, the odds are not in your favor. It's way less than certain. With the Penguin, with the Fractal Polar Depths, that is, okay, the end of the game is really, really close. And Felix has to win 2 games after this, even though Water Diamond is a quick deck. In this matchup, it's not, it is not immediately, it's not a sit down and you immediately win the game kind of matchup.
You are correct. I think if you are Water Tamer, you just start attacking with the Tides and Bovine and mid-Felix game here for no actual reason outside of just trying to win from mill out with the Fractal Polar Depths here.
That might be what is going to happen here. You see, the good part about this is that no matter who needs 2 more cards, the Tidestone Bovine is going to be very, very useful here.
That is correct.
So Water Tamer is milling himself. Oh, the Idle Thoughts is only 1. It puts it down to -1 water card. But now the threat is just always there for Felix. If he does anything shady, that Penguin is going to pop off. If he wants to remove it, then his whole deck will be removed.
You are correct. Removing the whole deck also removes the player subsequently afterwards during the next draw phase. So that is one way to get rid of your opponent.
Just make them unable to draw. Good strat.
Recently, we got a new card in RDO that actually says if you would lose the game through drawing a card from an empty deck, you don't lose the game. So
Time of Endless Dreams.
maybe
It's Good card.
Yes, indeed. Maybe someone should adapt it and put it in the sideboard.
Yeah, but it's 3 points.
So I personally have no idea what to sideboard out of my main deck. So I just pick material deck cards because that is easier for me.
Smart. 5 material deck cards. Remember when we had 15 material deck cards? Sorry, 12 material deck card sideboards? And that was...
Wasn't it 8?
8? It could have, might have been. That sounds more normal, yeah.
And here we have the second Vraklov Polar Depths. I think this is now the tell of, yeah, the game is over. And both players realized who the winner here is, and that is most certainly.
Yeah, I think Felix realized that, yeah, second Polar Depths I cannot do anything against. So that is going to be game 1 of round 6 of the NA TCG Online Regionals. To Water Tamer on Water Gambu. How fitting. You know, maybe it's just good karma for sticking to the name. Now, what do you think about these sideboards? Which one do you want to look at first, Garrett? And I'm listening to you.
Let's go for Felix game here, and I'm pretty sure he is bringing in the overlapping visage just to get rid of the stinky turtle here. And also the Snow Fairies and the Smoke Bomb. Those are cards you can reasonably throw into your deck to just have an out to Gambu in general. And depending on the situation, you hope to get a one or the other or a combination of both.
Okay. I agree.
Or Water Tamer. I'm pretty confident in saying that we will be seeing more Song of Frosts in the main deck. And probably the Excalibur Cleansing Light being sideboarded out.
Really? I think. I mean, yeah, you're right. You're right that it's pretty meh, and it's a one-off.
It just doesn't do right now enough, in my opinion, because as soon as you go to level 3, establish a board, and can flip Gambu, you are just sitting there very comfortably.
Yeah, I think that's...
While I was saying this, I just realized you actually want to sideboard in the other one in case your opponent activates the Power Sword to get rid of it and get all the beautiful water cards back into your graveyard. Oh man, I'm such a silly goose.
That's what I was thinking, but your reasoning was too good that I got convinced by you, Garen.
I just should be selling vacuum cleaners again. I see.
No. Don't go back to that. It's different. Here you're doing it for a good cause. Now, do you think the Song of Frost are gonna come in?
Yes, I'm 100% sure that the Song of Frost are coming in for Water Tamer to just remove something. I'm not sure what right now.
Just more damage, right?
So the Song of Frost basically say your opponent gets not to do what they want to do. That is attacking with the allies and the weapons. And every resources they spend into doing that is just for nothing.
Yeah. Please, taking if they tactical retreat and you Song of Frost in response, that might be an idea as well, because they don't get the floating.
You are correct, and they also don't get to be distant.
Yep.
Might be an interesting line that doesn't come up that often.
Sometimes these fun interactions are very limited to how silly people get. I'm a silly goose, so it happens often to me. It seems like we're shortly gonna be going into game 2. Do you think Felix might concede faster this time if he sees it, or no. I think he's gonna fight until the end because he is losing currently.
There's no reason to concede this game at all at any point in time. Unless you need to take a league very badly.
You never know. It's a pretty good reason.
You indeed never know. Hopefully Felix has now a more explosive start with a Aqua Mirage Whisper on his first materialization on the ball that gets loaded up to get the ball rolling for him.
Yeah, that and into a Cheshire Cat after that would be the perfect start here. So I am going to choose to believe that Felix has it.
And another Thronekeeper Bullfrog for Water Tamer on turn 1. Pretty strong defensive line. Felix game here, activating the Weaving Mana Stream to make his spirit distant, to have cards in memory to level up.
Yeah, and then from the next turn onwards, that is going to be able to pay for various things like a Palver Sword.
Palver Sword or anything that draws you a card on enter, most likely early on. And we are loading up the evac charges here.
Yeah, Etheric Calibration. Oh no, does Water Tamer have an answer?
Does he? Does he not?
The suspense is killing me.
Is he killing you softly?
So, depending on what Water Tamer does here, when would you bring out Treads? Cerulean Decree using a Frostbind, a Refracting Missile, and a Fugue, Resonating Fugue to imbue it.
That is a pretty smart play from Water Tamer here, because so while the Ethereal Calibration does get negated, you want to hit the cards with a floating memory that get activated from hand, rather with a Frostbind than a Cerulean Decree. So this was now a perfect opportunity for Water Tamer to capitalize on the situation where you can activate Cerulean Decree to negate a card, draw a card into your memory while keeping the Frostbind still in hand. That is stronger to negate cards that have additional rule text on them, like Seaside Ring Leader, Thronekeeper Bullfrogs, or whatever it is, or the Refreshing Charge that we just saw.
Yeah, wrapped with that Etheric Calibration, the second one, not to be confused with the first one that got negated.
And here we see a successful attack on the Thronekeeper Bullfrog, only for 3 damage, so the frog is still protecting the throne. However, Felix gets to glimpse 4 cards from the top of his deck, so he gets to pick and choose what he wants or doesn't want from those cards.
That's holding down the fort for sure. It's crazy that 3 damage does not get rid of the frog. Still here, still kicking, still looking perfectly fine.
He is indeed very tough to get rid of. As we know, the threshold of some allies having 4 health is a lot to climb, and with Felix not having that many cards left in his hand, to be exact, he needs to have a Charge the Sword to get rid of the Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
Wow, it's like you exactly knew what was going to happen, Garrett. How did you know that?
I don't know. I might just have clairvoyance. And here we see Water Tamer leveling up thanks to the Thronekeeper Bullfrog with the floating memory that Felix game donated him here for this one. And
yeah, we are. This is the first opportunity that Water Tamer had to level up. This is his first materialization, even though it may feel like it's been longer than that.
And
beautiful Frostborn Paladin coming out.
The cards being milled from the Fadestone here being Refracting Missile for Water Tamer and a Cheshire Cat for Felix game is quite unfortunate and quite fortunate, depending on what side of the table you are sitting right now. And the Unbroken Mustang coming down for Water Tamer, getting rid of the Arcra Mirage Whisper. That is looking grim for Felix game here.
Yeah. Oh, that is all of a sudden really, really rough. It's not looking good. How do you think that Felix can come back from this?
Yeah, that is a very good question, and I probably need at least 20 more minutes to figure this one out.
Yeah, because he can bring out the Seeker's Aether Ring or the Treads. That's a good first step, but not he doesn't have anything that he can attack with currently. I think Water Tamer can get rid of almost anything that Felix can throw at it.
At this point, you kind of need to establish a Cheshire Cat with a lot of oomph behind it, and one big swingy turn where you hopefully can get out the strides in combination with a couple Cheshire Cats on the board.
Yeah, that is probably the best you can do, but even then, he has to do it in the next couple of turns. Otherwise, that's not gonna be enough. Oh, Water Tamer bringing a Grand Crusader's Ring, drawing a card.
So, from the Grand Crusader's Ring arts, Clem, which one is your favorite one?
First edition.
First edition. Okay.
It's nice and simple. I like that.
Okay.
It's also nostalgic. That's really mostly it, I think. It's the nostalgia that carries it. Otherwise, this Grand Crusader's Ring would be my favorite. The altar one, the Intermission altar. What about you?
I have to say I enjoy the RDO one actually the most. Probably because it's just new.
Sad.
It's most likely just because it's new.
A shiny new toy. That I really like the aesthetic of the new divine relics. That they're all kind of abandoned and sad, and it's really curious. I hope we get more lore for them.
I hope so too. In general, I hope we get a little bit more of lore around those divine relics, and Felix game here needs more than just one divine relic in his position right now.
Yep.
The Seeker's Aether Ring is good, but only being able to load a refreshing charge here is most likely not cutting it. Just prolonging the time in the game.
It is really tough. And it's either Seeker's Aether Ring can also just still be removed. It also doesn't do as much. It's not as valuable as the Alchem Mirage Whisper, by far.
Yeah. It just feels like you are fighting a battle that is very uphill from this point on.
Yeah, it is definitely an uphill battle. Very unfortunate turn of events with the Unbroken Mustang for Felix game, but I don't think that it's all lost yet. Will he be able to close it out in 12 minutes though? I'm not quite sure, but it's not lost.
I would almost be tempted to say that the Paladin alone might be a hurdle that can't be climbed for Felix here anymore in the current position.
Yeah, that is true. It's really quite a lot. And so the 4 damage point means that there needs to be 3 Aether charges loaded into the Seeker's Aether Ring. Or that it needs to be distant, and then a couple more, which is fine. But wow. Alright, Water Tamer getting the Diamond Ribbon, immediately banishing it as well. Getting the damage.
Increasing the influence by 2 more cards, sadly not drawing, but at least you get 2 more.
It's 2 cards that at least you know exactly what they are and what they do.
But Diamond Bullet is a very interesting. Is a bolt of diamonds. Oh yeah. Okay. It's a super interesting card to me personally. It is useful if you are not a deck that wants to advance the levels of your champion, and it's also useful if you do, especially even more if you do. I have seen a couple decks that throw those into Kong Ming decks, where you try to shift your currents a lot during one turn and just clear off your opponent with one big oomph spell. I forgot the name of the Terra card that says every time you go north, you deal 4 more damage, basically.
Ooh, I know the one. Are you thinking of the one that gets charge counters?
Is it charge counters? I'm not super sure.
Like the one where you play and on the stack if you rotate your...
Yes. That is the one I mean. I'm just not super familiar with.
It's called
Flourishing Chi, wonderful. Yes. A very interesting card for those type of decks.
Yep.
Giving you a lot of region one turn.
It's a scary amount. Oh, their flash grenade finally coming in. So Felix unfortunately seems a bit scared now, not feeling that he needs more protection.
I think it's not even the protection part, but more so, I'm running short on regardless that draw me a card on enter, so I need to get this one out now.
And that is also a free mana stream. That's
and
a backstep. That's a DTR backstep, as we learned.
Drawing one more card. Let's see what Felix Game has planned for his main phase here, where he picked up all the cards. Diana being distant, so Water Tamer is taxed by 2 additional reserve for every card he wants to activate here.
Yep. Oh, Crystalline Archer.
The good old crusty guy. He is bringing some burger patties with him.
Yeah, finally, Felix can start dealing some damage. He has 3 floating memory cards in his graveyard. So he can attack with Crystalline Archer 3 times, or with 3 different Crystalline Archers once.
Your goal might just be that you want to remove all the allies that are a threat from Water Tamer's board here, so that means the good old Froststorm Paladin has to take his leave, and you draw 1 more card from your deck because you get the bonuses of the on attack ability here. And now we are hitting with the Seeker's Ether Wing on the Tidestone Bovine. That means the board is clear. I repeat, the way is free. You can approach.
At last. But it's also not like there was a lot of things happening on Water. It's not, it's not a lot of investment from Water Tamer.
A lot of resources spent for Felix Game here. Damage that would be better put on the champion. However, you have to get rid of all those pesky guys that the Gimbu deck can throw on the field for your benefit here. So.
Oh my gosh. Now, there's a level up finally from Water Tamer. I don't believe he has any floating memory, so he's going to be going up to level 2 here with... Oh, he did have floating memory. I was silly. The bovine died.
The bovine certainly was not touching grass anymore and not finding the water it needs, but he got banished to the Shadow Realm.
Yep, there is the banishment for the level up. Let's see, pink. 1 Idle Thoughts. Beautiful promo 1. It is so cute. I love the art on this one. The Milesian Gensecha Idle Thoughts.
I love that the card is still somewhat relevant, even though it is very old and a starter deck fan favorite, right? How many editions of Idle Thoughts do we have by the serial? I believe 12 different ones.
For the Gensecha? For the
No, in general.
Sylvie?
In general,
No,
for
Idle Thoughts. Idle
Yes.
Thoughts has a lot of versions, but 2 arts, I believe. Just 2 Idle Thoughts art. But for different versions, there's 14 different versions of Idle
Oh,
Thoughts and only 2 arts. Oh! Alright! Now, so this means that Vantage Point means that Felix game will have 2 more turns of Distant. It's gonna be Distant this turn. It's gonna be able to ephemerate it and then be Distant next turn as well. If it goes to the graveyard, then it resolves properly. That is all up to Water Tamer. Engulf? That would still allow it to be ephemerated.
it would.
Vanish. Yeah. Now, does Felix game want to do that? I think yes. My feeling is that you want as much damage as you can deal right now.
First of all, let's materialize something. And what are we seeing? The Power Sword? Is it the Power Sword? It has to be, right?
Certainly.
Just getting rid of all the water cards in the graveyard, and here we have it.
Yeah. Alright, this game is slowing down a lot all of a sudden. With Water Tamer's graveyard being gone, that means they will not be able to deal a lot of damage in the next couple of turns.
It's just circling back to the last game where as soon as the Power Sword hit the field for Felix game, Water Tamer was playing a more passive game and just accumulating more cards in the graveyard to just close out the game in whatever means he saw fit at the given point in time. So it's probably really just coming down to that one again. The amounts of damage that are put on each player's champion is very to disregard here because it's not that much.
Yeah, it's 4 and 6. 4 on Water Tamer, 6 on Felix. That's not too much damage where it would be a game decider.
You are correct, especially if we consider that there are only 2 minutes and roughly 30 seconds left into the round, and after that we have 5 minutes or 3 turns of extra time, whatever happens first, to conclude the game.
Yeah, which is a really small amount of time. You hate to see it.
You need to ramp up your
think,
APM.
Yeah, I don't think that there is going to be an end to the second game. I'm going to be honest, because both of these players are not playing at or aren't like drawing out the game. They're just making their game actions slowly, right? Methodically.
You certainly need to ramp up your APMs quite high to get to a pace where you close out this game to some degree outside of the overtime ruling for that matter.
Yep. There is Felix game swinging in for 3 with the Cheshire Cat because the Power Sword is still on board.
And another swing with the champion here, with the Power Sword. So we are actually ramping up the damage numbers quite a bit, but is it enough? here for Felix game to get to a draw. We will see. For sure, Water Tamer has its turn in just a couple of seconds starting. I believe players are right now in the end phase debating on activating something or not, and if the cards are in memory relevant for leveling up or not.
Crazy because there's only 50 seconds left, so whoever's end phase this ace, if the turn is passed, then that person's turn will be turn 0. If the turn is it is passed, and Water Tamer's turn will probably be turn 0 here.
It is going to be Water Tamer's turn 0, so.
Yep. Recollecting after Tonguing and activating Tongo.
Whatever shall we do? And we are in overtime right now.
Yep.
And Water Tamer is turn 0 here. Just deciding what to do.
Yeah. It's a tense game. I don't think Felix game can finish it out, unfortunately, especially with the Gambu flipped now. But Water Tamer, I don't think Water Tamer can finish it out either.
Luckily for Water Tamer, he doesn't need to finish the game at all. He is perfectly fine with just being there and waiting for the game to end.
Yeah, becoming 5-1 means that he's not entirely in to top 16, but if he draws the next round or wins it, then he's 100% in. So that is still comfortable even if you only win this game 1-0. Weaving Monostream used for the Ranger Strides being loaded in the Seeker's Aether Wing here. Felix game recollecting, drawing. Let's see. Now that is 2 Ranger Strides on the board currently. But
Is 2 Ranger Strides enough to face a couple Song of Frosts? I'm not sure.
Song of Frosts and a Gambu, a flipped Gambu. So he has to take care of the flipped Gambu, which is a 9 life ally. So I'm not quite sure if that is possible, considering the Cheshire Cat is hitting for 3. And then, oh wait, you could technically sacrifice the Cheshire Cat to buff the Crystalline Archer, so that the Crystalline Archer is hitting for 8.
You could indeed do that.
And that would be enough even through Water Tamer's graveyard, because I believe he only has 2 water cards in his graveyard right now after the Power Sword. So that would kill the Gambu. Backstep?
If you're feeling spicy, you could, in response of the backstep activation, throw down 2 bolts of diamonds on the Crystalline Archer and just remove it from the board for free. And then you have even 4 cards in the graveyard to pump up the health of Gambu.
It seems that the play might be attacking with Diana, because I'm not sure if there even is a floating memory in the graveyard for the Crystalline Archer. So you might be right that is how it's gonna go.
With Diana being distant now, the bolts of diamond cost 2 reserve to activate instead of 0.
Yeah, and this Cerulean Decree will also cost 5. And Water Tamer has to imbue all 5. Oh, wait. Okay, so before damage, Felix game is sacrificing the cat here. Or banishing, right? Because it says banish Rangers, right? So you have to, there's the banishing the cat here.
I would be lying if I said I never did this wrong.
Garrett. Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Sometimes you just mix up things.
It does happen. It's a forgivable offense. All right, so will Water Tamer pay 5 to? Nope, nothing
He
happened.
is just
Retaliating for
giving
3.
up on the Gembu here.
I mean, 50 seconds on the clock. That is reasonable response. All right, so Felix Game is attacking in with the Crystalline Archer here, making a distant. Still having the Ranger Strides, but even the Ranger Strides wouldn't be enough here to kill Water Tamer.
That is correct.
Yeah. Holy moly. Felix Game. 1, 2, shaking hands. Another one. And the Weeding Mana Stream is still in the graveyard. That would be exact lethal with the Ranger Strides, but we do know that Water Tamer does have a Cerulean Decree in hand, so that is not quite game yet from Felix Game.
That is
we
correct.
are out of time. So this means that Water Tamer will win this round. It's even better.
And we see a spawning class
Falling
with 2
class.
cards in hand.
Yeah.
And that is enough to activate the card outside of a negatable window here. So
That is
this-
game over.
it is game over. It is 1-0 for Water Tamer here with a very grindy game from both players.
Yeah, it's. Whew, it was a really, really long 2 games. I think that is how water matchups go, right? You're never. It's as much as we're trying, and as much as it's becoming more and more aggressive. If even one of the decks is a level 3 deck, that is becoming gonna be a game that goes to overtime. Like both of these players were thoughtful, I think, of how they played, and definitely not. I wouldn't say they were stalling. It was more like they didn't want to make a mistake, because one mistake in this matchup is game over.
Gembu by itself is a very defensive deck that just wants to take advantage of either a very quick line of bursting you down with a resonating fugue in the wrong position, and also having multiple angles where you can attack from, right? So you are, by design choice and by deck choice, just playing longer games in general, while you can hit the flip of resonating fugue into a lot of damage very quickly. Sitting there is mostly what you do.
Yeah, having Power Sword. Most players do play Power Sword. If you play Looking Glass, you're usually playing at least one of the swords, and Power Sword might even be in your sideboard. So that alone makes your game so much longer. It's so much more annoying. It is so much more to deal with. And you're someone that enjoys playing Grand Archive for sure, because you're not gonna have quick games.
So if you'd like to see a lot of cards from your deck, you need to be picking Gembu up. So you see all the cards and can also play a lot with your opponent.
Yeah. But speaking of playing a lot of Grand Archive, Garrett, I think this is our last round on the TCG NA Online Regional. We're gonna have to go and rest up and go prepare for the Cake Online Regional very soon. So that was it from me, ClemHopkins, and Garrett for this whole event. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll be back with round 7 very soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our round 7 of the RDO North American Online Regional, hosted on True Champion Gaming, run and produced by Serene Balance Productions. My name is Valkyrie, and I'm joined with NEETfull for the final cast of the day. How are you doing?
Oh, I am good. I am ready to see how this wraps up. We've kind of seen a lot of upsets. We've seen a lot of decks I did not expect to already locked in for the
Y-
top cut. So I'm excited to see where this actually unfolds and who are going to be our top 16.
Yes, yes, it is exciting. And can you let everyone know what these players are actually fighting for at home right now?
Oh yeah, so big thing with top 16 is the piece of resistance, if you will. What you're really after here is going to be that prize card. Now that prize card is not necessarily for this upcoming nationals, but you are essentially securing your spot for the next one. And I believe this one should be the infinite, I believe. Scintillation
Hmm.
should be the prize card from this one. So very beautiful. I am lucky enough to be a proud owner of one after the Texas regional. So I can vouch for it. It looks amazing and probably the main piece that you're going to play for here. Now, that being said, top 8 is also walking away with some extra RDO packs, and I've seen the value in those. That might be even more worth it when it comes down to it at the end of the day.
Yeah, RDO packs have just uh, infinite possibilities of what could be in them. There's so good value. There's so much fun to just open up and try and rip. The CSR spirits make it exhilarating to hunt through. And one of my favorite things about just opening RDO in general is like as a new player and an older player, no matter what, it's like you're looking forward to something in the set itself.
Yeah, and it's crazy because even if you are an older player, sometimes just opening up the Ghost Pendragon is an easy like trade bait away to your friends, or if you're also selling, it's a great way to like make some money back and get and get closer to what you're after. So I mean, that I'm in the boat of I've been playing since Dawn of Ashes and opening up Ghosts of Pendragons in mine. I'm like, I don't hate this.
Yeah. You're like, I'll take it. Sure. Why not? But speaking of some opening up Dawn of Ashes, we actually have a interesting matchup on our hands. Sort of, we're used to fire matches, mirror matches back in the days during the Dawn of Ashes time, FTC when fire was really popular, and slowly that like sort of fire mirror has fallen out of favor. A lot of people opting for like water and wind, but today we're gonna witness a Fire Slimes versus none other than a KFC, that seasoned Suzaku. And I'm actually curious how this matchup's gonna go.
This is one of those matchups where it can you would normally think because of the burst potential of KFC that a KFC would just essentially have it. But it's one of those weird situations where you have to start making a lot of 50-50 calls of do I burn a slime knowing that there's a chance they could just sacrifice it to the undeniable truth and I just lose all the
Mm,
value from doing
mhm.
this? Or do I leave it on the board and risk it just getting all the way and getting the damage to kill me? So it is a crazy back and forth, like heavy decision making a kind of matchup that you wouldn't normally think of going back to the day of Dawn of Ashes, where it's I'm gonna hit you hard, hope you don't hit me harder, and then that ends. This one you're gonna see a lot more back and forth of I can commit everything, but if I'm wrong, then I'm pretty much out of it.
You know, I think we're going full circle from what you're saying, going from there into that play style into, well, if I commit everything, it's either I win or I lose. And that was the thing. You put 3 cards down, rending flames with Lorraine, and say, "Hope you don't have an answer." You just let it ride. You know, just that's what you have to do here now. And both of these decks can let it ride 100%. Slimes, it's just Storm Slime. Uh, Suzaku, it's swing with Suzaku, peppered chef it, attack with Suzaku. Maybe you have a command put in there. There is just a lot of potential. Both of these decks can just run over each other. And NEETfull, I need you to be very, very unbiased here between Slimes and Suzaku. Who has the upper hand?
Realistically, I would, if to be a full honesty, I can tell you without having Serene Fire as your spirit, there is a big upper hand to KFC. Just because
Mhm.
there is the turn that you're going to try to go 3, there's a good chance you may already be dead to a well seasoned chicken hitting the board.
Oh my gosh. And it's actually really cool to see Suzaku, especially for this win and in that we're looking at, because this is once again another one of those decks we've talked about earlier in the day that has fallen out of favor, but is slowly coming back because of this open meta. People are realizing, like, oh, not a lot of people are playing aggro. That means people are not being prepared for aggro, and they're getting kind of greedy with these level 3 decks. So why not just play a deck that can, forgive the word here, but, scam people on turn 2, turn 3, right? Be able to just completely seal a game if you're not prepared for it.
Yeah, and something else I noticed as well is this list is actually on. We were talking about earlier today. It's actually on 4 of Avatar of Suzaku. So this might be the first Avatar we're seeing uh realistically get played since the launch of RDO, which be fair, it makes sense. This is probably one of the more aggressive and one of the more powerful avatars to get seen because you can essentially use your quest counters not just for forcing the chicken to go do some damage, but as a way to say, hey, here is a 4/3. Good luck dealing with it.
Yeah, I played Suzaku when the RDO first came out, and Avatar is like, it's one heck of a drug because it's a 5 cost that says, remove up to 2 prep counters to reduce my reserve cost by 1 for each prep counter removed. Or not prep counter, I'm so sorry, quest counter removed. And you go, okay, that's just a 3 cost 4/3. Nice. But it has a second line of text that when this is on the field, you can pay 2 to sacrifice it and get 2 quest counters back on your champion. And so effectively, you pay 5 to deal an additional 4 damage. And I loved having 7 quest counters for my Suzaku, playing the Avatar for 3 by removing 2, attacking in, sacrificing my Avatar, getting back 7, activating my Suzaku, and then comboing from there. So it's like a nice way for like a combo starter or extension with these quest counters, because you actually don't lose any value by playing this card.
Yeah. And on top of it's even if you don't want to use the 2 quest counters, I've even seen this card in practice get opened up as your first card for the turn, where you have a hand of just cards you don't need. You'll put down 5, I'll put a 4/3, and if you let that card sit and it goes back to their turn, there's a good chance they're going to get +2 quest counters somewhere during that game by just sacrificing it and say I'm going to go +2 for a turn that essentially is like I almost refer to it like a mini Icebound Slam kind of damage coming in for fire. Not the full 7 like we've seen, but still having a 4/3 as your first card for the turn, a lot of decks can't really deal with that on the start of
Yeah.
the game.
Definitely like that. And we are jumping into our final round. Fire Suzaku, piloted by Killer Fox on the bottom of your screen, against Fire Slime Sylvie, piloted by Quest NEETfull. We are jumping into this final round right here, right now. Actually, players are still deciding on how to cut their deck, but I was hyping it up.
We are about to go as soon as the top of these piles figures out where it's going. And now we're ready. We're going to go into the round 7. Let us go.
We have the double thumbs up. It is confirmed. We are good to go. And everyone, I hope you brought some water or something to cool yourself off because this round is going to be hot. Both these fire spirits on entry, drawing 7. There's going to be nothing but fire enabled here for our final round.
And this comes down to 2 of what is going to be, I would say, the go-to fire decks right now. Besides maybe Suited would be the other one that we're seeing right now in the meta. So you can't decide what fire list you want. Here's 2 very good picks.
Yeah, 2 very good picks indeed. And we're opening up with a Coiled Fatestone. Now, this card I always find weird because a lot of players are opting into the Suzaku. It reads, on enter, discard 2 cards at random. No control over this. And then for each fire card discarded this way, you draw a card. So a lot of these times, these Suzaku decks run liminal guides. So it's, either way, you're going to generate value. You discard a liminal, you don't get to draw, but when you level up, you get that liminal guide anyways. Or you just discard 2 fire cards, which fills your Suzaku's gas tank, right? That's your graveyard. That's the gas tank. Every fire card is fuel for your Suzaku, and you want to make sure it has enough to be able to get some mileage out of it.
And not to mention, if you get long enough in the game and you flip that into what is going to be the Serpentine Judicator, your opponents say you can't recover. So turns out Fire Burn really likes you not healing, as it turns out.
I feel like that's one of the scariest 3-word combinations you can see in Grand Archive is you can't recover. And it is like, well, what do I do? All this damage is permanent now.
That is Jin's worst nightmare. Is can't recover. That's when he wakes up in cold sweats, just like, oh no.
Jin main stressing right now with this Coiled Fatestone on the field. They're not even in this game, and they're having some cold sweats right here. And NEETfull, I just want to pick your brain real quick about it. You know, we see Baby Gray Slime escaped containment for who knows what reason. Like, this guy, little guy, snuck his way. I have a feeling Weebs of the Shore honestly opened up, like, the gel cell where they put the banned units, and, like, they opened it up to throw Carpson Coda in, and Baby Gray's like, meow, and, like, slithers his way out and, like, runs past everyone before they could catch it, and now he's in our meta all of a sudden. I feel like this card's just very good.
It is back when we got hit with the bans, we thought that originally when Gray got hit, I thought green was going back then. And when I heard like Gray was actually our pick, I was a little bit shocked. Just because of how strong Gray is. It is for the list, but it didn't necessarily make or break a lot of options. But I mean, seeing it back just kind of shows you that Slimes really needed this card. And we didn't necessarily care as we still care about green, but we did not need it as much as we needed a replace itself interceptor.
Oh my gosh. And would you trade the green for the gray ban anytime? Do you feel like that's a fair trade?
It's a fair trade. I'm still mixed bag with how many Regalia strategies are now back in the game. I don't know if it's the monkey paw curling or not, but time will tell if I'm eating my words. But I'm in the boat of I like Gray being back. I think the deck feels a lot better to play with Gray. But I might be biased.
You know, I got in trouble from playtesting with a lot of my team members and locals is because I was putting Baby Gray in every deck once it was unbanned. Like, I could not be stopped. I was like, it's escape containment. I was playing Slime Nico. I was playing Slime Lorraine. I was playing like it. I'm surprised like people put up with it because I just feel like the card is so good. It's a nice little package developed together. All you need to do is run like 15 to 16 slime cards. You'll be able to consistently replace itself, draw a card. And I think it's just the fact that it draws to hand rather than memory is what makes the card so good.
It enables a lot of strategies. The best way I word it is normally if you're playing something like Windmill Engineer or stuff like that, you'll see a lot of these decks go to a lot of the interaction is a 2 cost because when you start the game, you can play a Windmill and still have 3 cards to play a 2 cost. The beauty of playing Gray here is you can start with a 7 card hand, play it, and then have access to 3 cost interaction. So things like Escape the Wreckage or other maybe Expel the Departed. So you get a little bit more flexibility in your removal, which I think is the big reason why people just really like Gray over some of the other options.
You are correct. And, is that 2 Baby Gray Slimes on the field, NEETfull? No. It's actually a Baby Gray and a Baby Silver, but they're commonly mistaken for each other.
It even says it on the card. That is correct. And of course, in this time that we were doing this, we did see Gojira level 1, no putting out the Ruby Fatestone like you do, and already have 4 damage, and I believe that is 3 quest counters already on Gojira.
3 quest counters indeed. We got it from one from the Ruby Fatestone itself, one from the Coiled Fatestone, and one from the Fiery Interference.
And I believe we are just leaving the Fiery Interference out just to... Actually, what card is above the Fatestone?
That's the Ignited Fate. It was used to level up into Gojira. Discarded off the Coiled Fatestone discard. Yeah. I do want to mention Baby Red Slime is another slime I think it goes under the radar, but very valuable in this slime deck. It enables Fire Slimes to be so strong. It's a discard redraw outlet, and it, with Sylvie level 1 on enter effect, can clear most allies on the board, which is insanely strong.
For sure. It is, out of all the baby slimes, it is, I hate to say, it's probably realistically the strongest behind green. But obviously, one is stuck around, the other one did not in that regard. But again, they are strong for very different reasons. And I think in terms of fueling the deck, fire is definitely the stronger version of here. green just kind of gave the deck a little bit more interaction was the basic idea. But Fire Slimes, they didn't care. Baby Green went left, and they're like, I don't even know what that card does. Never even played it.
Yeah. Baby who?
Not in my house.
Fire Slimes player being like, oh, we got Baby Gray back. Nothing but value coming in.
Baby Gray comes in crying. Just they killed Green, guys. And they're who?
Oh man. We have a little bit of a math going on here for Kitterfox. Already putting quest to 7 while sitting at 4 quest counters themselves. As a reminder, everyone, Suzaku only needs 7 to flip. The lowest out of all the Shenjus is 7 for fire, 8 for wind, 9 for water, 10 for arcane.
In base where we're at now, having cards here, we could easily go Impact Hammer and flip Suzaku off of Hammer, which we don't even need it. We're just gonna go through. We're gonna go through at least one of the taunts.
Well, we have 1 taunt and 1 interceptor, so I assume we want to get rid of the taunt and then to be able to just get after that baby red slime. With that slime staying on the field more than 1 turn, it's just gonna be way too much value for quest. And unfortunately, though, we do banish the avatar of Suzaku. Curious to see the target here, NEETfull. Water is stealth.
We didn't see a point. I'm assuming, I'm with you. I'm pretty sure it would be the taunt. It would just be the most likely case scenario to go for. Unless we have a way to clear the other 2, which wouldn't be, if you have that option, no real reason to run to have to smoke bomb here. So I would assume it'd probably be the taunt.
Mm-hmm. We Fate Stone in 1 last time to get our 7th counter. We've hit the magical number for Suzaku. And immediately just flipping it. We don't even bother putting that 7th counter on our Gojira. We're just saying, yeah, the chicken is coming out and it is attacking immediately.
Yeah, we didn't even get out of the sleeve, and we're like, here it is. It's attacking. And you know what? Chicken is great. You know what's better? Well cooked chicken.
A
And some
seasoned
herbs and
chicken.
spices. Couple of herbs and spices, if you will.
That's flavorful and a little bit too much for Sylvie. And she is going to be taken out to the cooked chicken, jumping out of the air, or not air fryer, the oil fryer here. Kitterfox taking game 1 on the Fire Suzaku against Fire Slime's Sylvie. And that sort of just ended very quickly. It was suspenseful. We were building up. Quest had a interceptor, a taunter, and you just 1 smoke bomb and 3 attacks later. That's just the end of the game.
Yeah, that is unfortunately when it comes to this matchup. That's it's kind of if they hit everything they need and they hit the damage and get to be able to flip, and you don't have a lot of interaction. So as soon as they get there, you pretty much spells your doom if you are not at level 3 when they flip over the chicken. And looking honestly at the sideboards here, I'm noticing a very big card missing that you want in this matchup, and that is the nullifying lantern. Here.
Oh, you are right. Over on the side of Quest, there's no lantern. I think that's just one of the problems / good things about the metagame right now, is it's almost impossible to have an answer for every deck that you may play against. So you really have to start and think like, what can I drop to be okay with? And maybe Quest just thought like, hey, I'm probably not going to be worried about Genbus or like Suzaku's or Fire aggro decks. I'll not take that lantern.
Yeah, and unfortunately this is what happens. It's somehow it's always when you say, I just don't think I'll see that matchup, let's cut the card, is that is all you see that day. I know very too well how that happens.
I'm actually going to try not to take too much time to make this point real quick, but in the sideboard of Quest, we see the addition of Beastbond Ears And this is probably one of those that Nullifying Lantern would be in this position, but Sylvie players are needing to bring Beastbond Ears into the sideboard again because the Dusklight Communion tech is back and in full force. People are realizing a lot of Slimes players are coming around. We need a way to de-level them, Dusklight Communion, so Sylvies are trying to bring the Ears back to pretty much go neutral with the negative levels that they would be getting.
Yeah, and sometimes it's also just a way to if you do not have, if you need to put a little more early game pressure, sometimes enabling that level 2 a little bit early to get the Limitless online. Sometimes also in certain matchups is still good. But yeah, the 100% if you have to deal with losing -1 level, putting the ears back on is a great way to do that. But unfortunately, I don't think Dustlight's coming out in this matchup.
You are correct. And over on the side of Suzaku, both very fast sideboarding for both these players. They're aggressive decks. They know what they need. There's not a lot of tech. I'm really thinking we're going to be getting in some Suzaku's command, possibly. An Infernal Vessel might be potential if you think you're going to be staring down some Lustrous Slimes. And then even Smokeouts may be nice to kind of stop some of these one life little slime allies like the Taunter, the Interceptor.
Yeah, Smokeout's actually going to be a big card in terms of this, just because there is a kind of a nifty thing you can do with Smokeout in this matchup, and that is if your opponent gets level 3 and they go for the Ethereal Slime, it comes in with 2 additional counters, but the 5th counter is part of the resolution of the on-enter, so you can actually smoke out the Ethereal before they resolve the on-enter, removing it from the board. So that is another big thing of why we might see Smokeout come in here, as a way to say, hey, you can play Ethereal, but you're not going to get 5 damage off it.
Oh, that's really smart. Yeah, it's exactly at that threshold before it gets that 1-2 big. So hopefully, Killer Fox doesn't have to get to that point, but if it is a possibility, they now have that tech against it. And we're starting with Quest going first. We didn't actually see in game 1 a lot of value engine from this Fire Slimes deck, right? It was sort of felt like play 1-2 Slimes and pass the turn. I'm checking the list now. And yeah, we run Creative Shocks, we run Cremation Rituals, we run the Draw engine. We just didn't see that last game.
Yeah, and I don't know necessarily. It might have been a case we didn't have it, but it also might have been in the boat of in this matchup. Sometimes keeping up the defenses is actually more important, which is why we saw the gray into the silver. It was just unfortunate that we had a lot of ways to go through it, and we just kind of just didn't care about a lot of the interaction.
We are starting with a hard activation of a liminal guide. That's what happens with slimes. They become the limitless guide. And then a 3 of hearts on the side of Suzaku here. I feel like Killer Fox is winning this ally race if I had to choose a winner between a 2-3 and a 1-3.
Unfortunately, that would be correct and still holding value. So there's potential here that if there's a liminal in this hand for Killer Fox, being able to activate and pitch a liminal could be a very, very heavy tempo play and pretty much put Fire Slimes on the back foot.
Oh, an undeniable truth in response to level up. NEETfull, I love this interaction because the level up on and like it's a stack, right? There you have a chance to respond. So you can respond to your own by murdering your limitless slime, liminal guide, and to be able for him to ephemerate, get back to the field, draw a card, and the undeniable truth replaces itself as well. So really cool way to just sort of generate value on that Sylvie level 1 and dig a couple cards deeper.
Yeah, that's one of the big things. A lot of people ask the question of why undeniable truth, why some of these things that are not necessarily putting you +1, why are you doing this more equal? One of the big make or breaks for slimes is hitting a dungeon guide. So you'll see a lot of dig happen just to try to see if we can find the dungeon guide and get it ready. You can kind of tell a lot about a slime player's current state of their hand on how many cards they're digging. Because if they're going 5 or 6 cards deep, they're probably looking for that guide.
Yeah, the guide is so important just because slimes are one of the few decks that when you hit level 3, you're okay with having 1 card in hand.
Yeah, it's all about your game does not start until you're level 3, which is kind of the the double-edged sword of a list having so many powerful drops is you do have to get the 3 first.
Oh, we're actually pre-recollection angelic channeling as well for Quest. One Stormy Boy and one, I believe that's a Lustrous underneath the Storm Slime.
Yep, it looked like it was illustrious.
And I really think too, in this matchup, you can choose if you really want that Lustrous Slime. I see a lot of Slime players when they go like Angelic Channeling, go like Lustrous, Storm, Ethereal. Oh, depending on how the game is flowing, they'll go, okay, Lustrous to the bottom, no longer need it. And it's something that this card offers that is really nice. It helps you shape your level 3 draws effectively.
Yeah, it is a card that I think the half the slime community is divided on pretty heavily. As you see players here, which of course we're seeing with Quest, we're on 4 of them. We love this card. And then you have the opposite end of the spectrum with Sungrio, who's just saying, I do not like the card at all. And I'll maybe play one if I do.
Mm-hmm. It's all about skill expression and what a player prefers and how to play. I know I have a few friends who are on about 2 or 3 on the angelic channeling, sort of that middle road. They'd love to see every once in a while, but every game feels kind of bad.
Yeah, it's the best way we have essentially boiled it down to is we love to see the card turn 1. We don't want to see the card after that.
Yeah, that's. I feel like angelic channeling for a lot of decks, and a lot of people were slamming 4 of in every level 3 deck, and then after playing with it, and I feel like a lot of people came to the same sentiment of like, oh, drawing this on like turn 3 feels just horrible. Like there's no need to play it.
Now, a card we do need to play is Baby Gray Slime.
That's a
I
buff
unfortunately
baby too.
didn't catch the reveals though for what we showed on it, but oh, no reveal on it. Should just hard cast, no reveal. That is not a
And
good spot to be in. And fire interference to go ahead and clear that off the board.
off the board, 2 damage to any unit, and the baby gray slime can't recover. Oh, if the unit was a champion, it couldn't recover. I feel like to be an interesting card, right? Because you have cards like critical recovery that removes all the damage, but a sort of a spell that prevents allies from recovering would be a interesting workaround. Materialization of Gorgia 1. We're getting our tablet out, the red case tablet. Everyone's going to take 1, and then no real spiciness before we recollect. And sitting at total 6 influence for Suzaku. And I also noticed we haven't activated our 3 of Hearts as well. That still has that cardistry ability able to be used.
Yeah, I think we opted for using the fire interference to kind of clear the board rather than going for it, which is fine because we could just do it this turn if we really want to. Just makes the liminal discard a little worse if we have it.
I think at this point, liminals are dead cards, right? You really don't want to be having to invest into level 2 Gojira. I'm actually even going to check. Do we run? We do run level 2 just in case, but.
I think more of that is for the extra quest counters to if we just don't get the spells we need. And Heated Vengeance, one of my favorite cards for this deck, just because if you catch people off guard because you're like, well, you're not a warrior, you can't do damage to yourself, and you're like, yeah, I already did.
Fun facts.
My iPad hit me in the face before we even started.
Yeah. Well, what happens is when you're laying on your back and you're holding your phone, that's Gojia's holding her iPad, falls on her face, she takes damage, and then she gets up and as she's sitting up, she hits you because you went to go check on her, and then
It's starting to come from personal experience here.
A 10 damage counter is already on Sylvie. Needing to level up here, not getting the draw is very unfortunate. You really want to be able to get that at least half cost reduction from going to level 2. But Quest just leveled up and then passed turn.
My thought would be we have Resolutes, and we sided in the Resolutes, and we're currently sitting one with hand. Or we have Blanche. Definitely not Blanche, because I think we would have probably stopped it here.
Mm-hmm. I think you might be right on the resolutes, because that will also give you 3 to just level up into Sylvie 3 on that materialization as well. Or it could be possible we're completely bricked on playable cards.
Which we know we're probably not on bricked on advanced element slimes because we didn't show any on the level
Correct.
1 turn.
That is true. Like maybe some cremation rituals, undeniable truth, sort of like gunked up. But there's Resolute Stand. You called it NEETfull. A very heads up play. 3 down. We're going to prevent all or up to 3 non-combat or combat damage for this turn. And that kind of puts the gunk in the engine for Suzaki. You kind of need to be dealing combat damage here.
It is definitely well, that being said though, we still have the potential just having doing now at this point non-combat damage is our option. So one thing about this is we didn't play any cards from hand. We have a full grip. So if we have non-combat damage, we can instead just say, okay, yeah, you're stopping attacks. Don't need them.
Never heard of them, you know. What
Which would
are
also make me a
we?
little worried here in case we do have the smoke out. Just if we're passing and saying, hey, go for it.
We are contemplating, thinking about what to do here. Kind of lost in the sauce of what we need to do to stay alive. This is a tough choice. Do you just hard level to 3? Do you even have an advanced element slime to play at that level 3? What is the slime count? Cannot quite see that dice there. It is very important. We are thinking. And a lustrous slime doesn't save you. Is that correct, NEETfull? Just because there is that smoke bombs.
Yeah, we have the unfortunately there was a smoke bomb to have to go through. So anytime you're trying to defend up and wall up with Lustrous into most aggro matchups, you have to be able to play Lustrous and another taunt or intercept to back it up because you need to be able to essentially hold the line, if you will. Which yep, we are seeing the banishing 3. And it did look like it was a cremation, a channel, and I did not catch the last card, but it did not look like a slime. So
Yeah, looking kind of rough. A liminal was that
I
other
know.
card.
And then deciding how they're gonna go back on top, which it's very you would almost want to snap keep the lustrous slime on top, but I think we're unfortunately in a spot here that we've already banished 1 lustrous. The list only has 2 in the entire list, so at that point, it's I don't even know if it's worth keeping. I think you have to try to find a lethal line in the next turn or 2 if you have
Yeah,
time.
and this storm slime's not looking very strong in itself. We've banished a lot of non-slime.
And that is one of the dualities of kind of balancing the fire slimes list is the more you want to put in tech pieces into this list, the harder it gets to guarantee you're going to get slimes it at your level 3. So that is kind of like where a lot of players and kind of divided on which slime list do you like more. It's how many slimes do you like seeing going into 3 and how often are you willing to deal with sometimes just this brick happening.
Mm-hmm. It is unfortunate. Although you can fill up your graveyard, the bright side is you can get more animals and beasts in the graveyard as fire compared to Norm's Spirit of Slime or Wind to get that Gaia's blessing activated much faster. But when you kind of see half of both those worlds, that's where it gets very unfortunate.
Yeah, it's the duality of Grand Archive. Sometimes you just see the wrong side of the deck. And I
Wrong side.
And I did not see if we put both on top or we just kept bottom both is what we're hearing actually. Crazy here. Songbird? So we still have that Sylvie enter.
Are we going for a ethereal slime? That is the what we're hoping for, I think. Wow, no advanced element slimes anywhere in the top 10. Another
Well,
storm slime.
yeah, my thought here was either we were hoping to get the Twilight if we brought them in, which again, I don't think is much because everything in this deck is a skill. So I guess at this point, yeah, the only option would probably be the Ethereal is what the dig was for, but because I definitely do not think we have enough slimes in graveyard to activate King.
Yeah, that is true. I really think the Ethereal Slime was the play. It would have cleared the 2 of heart or 3 of hearts and sort of been a little bit more of a menace, but you're already sitting at 13 damage counters. Suzaku has shown they can easily deal that.
Which even just doing some quick, like you only need one burn spell to be in hand right now to realistically flip Suzaku next turn because you're gonna have one from the Face Stone, and I believe we're an Impact Hammer, so we can guarantee another from the Impact Hammer swing.
It is, and that's a pretty buff Ghastly Slime. This is not a typical slime you see that gets the buff count is usually from the Sylvie level 3.
Not usually the optimal, but and I'm actually even shocked we didn't send the Storm, but I'm pretty sure we're just trying to back it up in case we do get another turn. But it is not looking good, especially when we call this the finger point math calculation, where we're just tapping our board saying, "Let me do some quick math," and I think I've got lethal.
Yeah, it's never fun playing against a burn player when they start to do that finger math on the board. They're like tapping, looking at the memory, tapping again. You're like, no, please.
Don't do it. Don't do it. They look up at the sky and they're like, "So I'm thinking I might order the grilled cheese this time around." And you're like, "No, he's thinking about dinner. He's got it."
No, no. One of my favorite, like as you're playing aggro or like playing against aggro, the best question is, "What's your life again? What are you at?"
How many cards in
How
hand?
many cards?
None. Okay. Okay.
Looks at life pad. I have you at 13. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. Yep. Demolition prereq.
That will put us, and we made the Impact Hammer, so that will put us perfectly at being able to flip Suzaku this turn. If we have a Peppered Chef, that is, well, actually, without the Peppered Chef, we only need one more point of damage, which I would be shocked if a Suzaku cannot grab one more point of damage somewhere.
It'd be quite interesting. So this is 2 from the swing from Gojira, putting us to 19. Suzaku will flip, going to our 23, and then just 2 damage and 5 total influence. The math is kind of adding up that Fox will be closing it out on this turn. One down, NEETfull. 2 to 3, 4, 5. I don't know how many went down. Avatar.
That's a lot for a bird. So needed to find 2. We found 4.
You know, that's 150% of your what you were looking for. And just like that, Fox taking round 7 of our RDO NA online regionals on Fire Suzaku against Quest on that Fire Slimes Sylvie. And what a great way to close it out. A nice little Fire v Fire, Tamer versus Tamer matchup.
And we get it. We get to wrap it up pretty quick too. So don't even have to wait. Don't have to go to time on a round. Just saying, nope, that's how aggro does it, and that's how it's ending. Which again, congratulations to our players here, and of course KFC showing that hey, that deck is still a menace. That deck can put a lot of damage, and is especially with being fire into that matchup. You don't have a lot of interaction. You don't have a lot of ways of stopping your opponent from doing that damage to you, and it showed that when you have a full open door, just send it.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's one of those. The only thing stopping you is yourself at that point. As limits are meant to be broken. And that's exactly what Fox showed us with that Suzaku gameplay. Really, really cool and methodical too, because it felt like all those burn spells at the end of turn were very, very intentional. calculated. It's like you can't just willy-nilly activate cards and hope you'll hit your quest counters. You really have to make sure you're hitting specific like moments, right? It's like, was there a moment to ever activate that 3 of hearts? In this matchup, Kidder Fox didn't see it, but I bet some players might have tried to activate it before it was removed off the field, try and get a little bit more value.
Yeah, it comes down to, and I think this is just if you play TCGs long enough, it is the mentality of trying to hold your responses till the last possible moment. Don't kind of jump the gun just because you necessarily see an option. Kind of think about it like, do I need to play it now or can I wait? Is this a threat to me? Is something going to happen that's going to threaten me? And if you don't really see that, sometimes just hold. There's no reason to, if you can do it like a minute later, just wait. Don't just send it.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, it is it's one of those, it's hard to learn. It feels like an easy skill, but it's actually hard to learn to know when to send it. It's so difficult because you can play safe all you want, but there's moments where you lose games because you're playing safe. And it's a weird like thought process, right? Like I was playing safe, I was playing around everything, but I still lost. It's like, yes, because you lost 3 opportunities to actually win the game, and you allow your opponent to like come back. And then there's the opposite. There's like you played so recklessly, you tried to win 3 times when your opponent had an answer, and the one turn where you had to take the turn off was when your opponent couldn't do anything, and you could have won there.
It comes down to the age-old thing of just what is the best way to know when those situations happen? You just got to play. And that's why you see a lot of these people who are, we call it their pet decks, or the decks that they play one type of deck. They have always played it. You see them do very well in this event, even if the list is not necessarily the meta pick. And that's because they just know every situation. They know when they can and can't do something. They know what every deck has potential to do against them specifically. And so you will see players that will make these plays that might seem off at the time, but the player knows like, hey, if I do this now, there's no response to it. There's no way they interact with it. And that sets me up for 2 turns from now when I can just go for lethal just by able to get that extra quest counter. Or even if you're playing control, by being able to pitch this card now means I'm going to have a float in 2 turns when I try to make that sword that I need to go for lethal. So it is definitely a way of, you just got to play. You just jam matches, make notes to yourself of what worked, what didn't, and don't just make the idea of, oh, if I'd had one more turn, I would have won kind of mentality. Just look out maybe why it happened. What did you do wrong? What did you do right? And then make those mental notes for the next game.
You say it, NEETfull. I loved exactly how you put it there, and it's especially true in Grand Archive compared to other card games because this is a game of micro decisions. Like if people have heard me at when like past ascents that's happened last year when I've casted, I always bring it up, especially to like a bigger audience, people who may not be as familiar with Grand Archive. It's a game of micro decisions. Every little thing you do in Grand Archive actually adds up to one whole sum. You put 2 cards down from your hand into memory. Why those 2 cards? Were one of them more important than the other? Should one have been kept? What happen if you randomly banish one of those 2 cards that you then need 3 turns later? And it's sort of like that butterfly effect. And that's what makes a lot of these decks hard to pilot, even though they look easy to play. You're like, oh, Oblation CL is just play a value card, draw 2, play a value card, draw 2, discard a 15 cost, omen it. But then when you actually talk to these, not omen players, CL players, they go, oh yeah, if you actually don't do this precisely correct against this certain matchup by like not playing the Library Witch here, or you have to discard your Advent here in order to get it back later, then you would just lose the game on the spot.
Yeah, it's the one that I think the classic one I think back to is whenever we were menaced by horse and taxes for a very long time. Everybody was just like, "Oh, you just go to 3 as quick as possible and apply damage." And then talking with a lot of players, a lot of chess club with after that deck, they were like, "No, there's actually matchups where we actually took a turn off because getting to 3 was not necessarily the goal there. It was getting influence up." Or in this matchup, I know by just putting early game pressure without going to 3, that they're gonna have a harder time once I do hit 3. And so it's because again, if they only go level 1, who cares about taxing them if they're gonna do that because they can probably skip. And that's one of the things. It's just knowing these nuances, and you said the micro decisions that really make up when you're going to have lethal, or in some cases, just like when you can shut your opponent out. Because sometimes it's not just getting lethal; sometimes it's shutting off your opponent's game plan and knowing that they're just going to essentially run out of gas and falter, while you can have all the time in the world.
Exactly. What separates the good from the great players. And I'm actually going to self-report here. When I play Horse and Taxes, sometimes it's just such a good feeling to go level 3 on turn 2 and just like like slam everything, no influence, like woohoo, I have a horse and Vanitas. And then your opponent just comes back from the game because like, you've used everything. There's no decisions to be made. And they resolute stand themselves and you're like, oh, well, now I feel silly, quite awkward. So
Well, that's awkward. Are you gonna go level 3 now? And they go, yeah. And you go, okay.
Quite unfortunate. I should have perhaps played around that.
With that, that's one of my teammates he loved playing Horse and Taxes. And just there was matchups where he would do that in the same way. They would just go, hey, I'm gonna resolute the attack. And he's like, oh, I really hope they don't go level 2 in the dungeon guide. And they would go, I'm a level 2 in dungeon guide. And it's like, okay.
Oh my gosh. I've had to, and like I hate to admit it, there's been times where I've made a mistake early on in like a game, and I'm just like, I made a mistake. I'm one turn behind. I have to DG to 1. I'm like, this is my only way back in. I have to DG to 1. And it's like you play Dungeon Guide, they're like, oh, your opponent's like, oh man, you don't have any other allies. They're like, activate on enter, and they're like, what? Oh,
Yeah,
they're go for it.
Oh, I was just saying, even seeing like I know Tyler's been messaging in the chat about it. Is I don't know if you saw coming out of Dallas, the regional Myrtle running Flagrant Guide in the Horse and Taxes list is another way to essentially go almost right off the bat level 3 and just say, here you go.
Right, level 3 on turn 1. We Flagrant Guide to level 1, Dungeon Guide to 2, and then activate 3. Wow, what a line.
I gotta see it happen in person while we were there at Texas Regional, and how I heard the opponent go, I cannot use the profanity that was there. Like, it was just, what the just happened?
Wow, like, my experience with Flagrant Guide is our Jin players being like, I'll level up to 1, and then DG to 2, and then Flagrant Guide, they're like, I'll take 18 and go to 3. You're like, stop, no, what are you doing? Please, no, think about your,
When I saw that card, I was just like, every Gen player was just like, are you telling me that I can go to 3, have cards, and I have damage on me? This is my favorite thing in the world.
We were testing a little bit as well with Merlin, where you go Kongming 1, stay north, you Flagrant Guide into Merlin 3, and then your like backup plan is Harmonious Mantra to recover that damage that Flagrant Guide was dealing to you.
I guess if you want to do that. At that point, I'm just like, I'll just dungeon guide. I'll do it the old-fashioned way.
No,
I
think
don't
about
wanna
the
take any
you
more
don't
damage.
lose influence. That's the best part.
I mean, you're kind of losing influence to heal yourself back down if we want to get tactical with it. But you know what? Whatever makes the Merlin player feel better, go for it.
Because when you banish 2 cards, you lose 2 influence, right? That's the opposite of drawing 2 cards. So if you Flagrant Guide and you banish 0 cards, that's 2 times better than banishing. And if you Flagrant Guide into drawing 2 cards, that's 4 times better. That is Grand Archive math right there.
I love it. That is the Grand Archive math. You ended up with the same influence at the end of the day. Yeah, but I had more for a moment.
Yeah. Mhm. That is, it's all about perception. How do you see this occurring? And it's one of those things, funny enough, when we talk about perception and how do you see it, is water players actually have to think about this a lot with Frostbinds within golf, is a lot of the times you're going 1 for 1. You're negative a card yourself to make your opponent go negative a card. But you just then look at the situation, how you perceive it. I'm going negative 1 card, and it's going to put a wrench in my plans, but I'm stopping the Merlin from getting a Majestic Spirit, from playing a Ghost of Pendragon, from having my opponent DG to 3. So it's really cool, like that. Once again, micro decisions tie it all back together. Of when is it worth for you to lose value for your opponent to really lose value?
Yeah. One of the craziest ones too, when you look at cards like that, is whenever I don't know why I'm blanking on the name of it, 'cause I saw it all last season. But the you have to let your opponent draw 2 cards, or negate the activation. What was the name of that card? Fractals plays it.
Say again. Which the ability?
Negate activation unless you allow the opponent to draw 2.
Oh, Acquiesce Rejection.
Yeah, rejection. That is one of the craziest one to watch water players to show a really good one because they know on every matchup what card is going to allow them to draw 2. It is absolutely crazy.
And realistically, the correct route is always get your card negated. Never let the player draw 2. But there's so many times then you go, I really need to like do X thing to like draw 2, and the opponent's like, you fool.
Yeah, the best way I've kind of explained it to my team is the only time you ever take that deal is if it is going to be you win and you lose if not situation. If it comes down to you have to do it to win and it's banking on your opponent drawing the card that they need to stop you, you unfortunately have to take that deal. But do not take that deal unless it is going to be you are in a state where I just win the game and the game's over kind of situation.
Yeah, 100%. It is not a trade offer that will ever be in your favor. However, as the player activating Acquiesce Rejection, you should really want people to take the deal and let you draw 2 cards. You really don't care about negating.
I promise I won't draw into a Glimmering Refusal. I pinky promise because it's already in my memory.
Yeah, I won't draw into it, air quotes, as you say. Okay, activate Dao-Chan, Glimmering Refusal.
Just nod and go, yeah, I deserve that.
Yeah. The amount of times I saw that at Ascent LA was so funny. As the opponent goes like, activate a card, Acquiesce Rejection. And they're like, yeah, just draw 2. And they're like, okay, Glimmering Refusal. And the opponent's just like, why did I let you draw 2? Like, and they're just shaking their head visibly. They're like, I should have just gotten negated.
And the worst part of that exchange is like no change for the Fractal player. They lost 2 cards and gained 2 cards. Nothing happened. It was just like you lost a card for nothing happening.
Oh man. But it looks like NEETfull, I've had a blast casting with you. A lot of people are winding down here as we're just trying to figure out our top 16, our winners. So we're actually going to start wrapping it up here. We want to say a big shout out and thank you to everyone in the audience staying tuned and watching with us here. If you like this content, go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming, like the stream, and turn on the notifications so you're alerted every time a regional like this happens. Additionally, if you really like the production crew and your casters, you can go ahead and subscribe to Serene Balanced Productions. Like their videos over there. And we actually are continuing this regional day later tonight as we're doing the EU Online Cake Regionals happening, hosted by Stream Balance Productions on the Stream Balance channel. So make sure you follow it there. It's going to be 1 a.m. Pacific, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Central Time. So make sure you tune into that if you are available. Cheer on some of the European folks who we actually saw here today, which was really, really cool to have them. And then a big shout out to all of our casters. We had Garrett, we had Clem, we had you, NEETfull. 2 of those are going to be appearing at the Cake Regional, Garrett and Clem. So be forward looking to that as well. I don't really have much else to say besides that. NEETfull, any closing remarks you have for us?
Nope, that pretty much wraps it up for me. I will see you at the Cake Regional right tonight. Like we'll be online, ready to play.
I will get back to you on that. And without further ado, everyone, thank you so much for watching us, and we will see you all later. Take care and have a good day.